When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on
Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica.
Unity, strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity, strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity, strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity, strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity, strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent Yard and Broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent Yard and Broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent Yard and Broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent Yard and Broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk.
Good evening, good evening. We're listening, watching from around the world in the Eastern Caribbean. It is election night in Jamaica. It is now 6:11. 11 is after 6 o'clock, 11 after 5 o'clock in Jamaica. And if my calculation is correct, I think the polling booths are about to close. So as soon as that happens, you know they're going to get everything up and going, and they're going to take it to the polling stations and so forth. Take it to the EOJ office rather, for them to count the ballot boxes to see who is the winner of tonight's election. What we're going to do for now, because we're supposed to get a live feed from the EOJ, but I don't know what's going on with the EOJ as usual. So what we're going to do, we're going to piggyback on the EOJ is just something else. We're going to piggyback on somebody else to see what we can get from them. So remember, like, share, and subscribe. We're going to have a lot of panelists coming on tonight to speak to us. Hopefully we can get Senator Lambert Brown to come on tonight to speak to us, his take on the 2025 election in Jamaica. What is going on right now? Jamaicans are still voting, what I've been told, that they're at the booths, they're still voting. If you're in the line and the time come for the cutoff, do not come out of the line. You have to stay in the line and you have to go and vote. Now, we are hearing some stuff that doesn't sound good. I heard that there was an altercation in, okay, what on earth is this? The Financial Investigation Division say it is aware of fraudulent story carried on social media platforms saying, okay, well, if somebody's putting some false news out there that the FID is charging the Prime Minister. That is false news to what we're told. Well, I am seeing a video here with the People's National Party candidate for St. Thomas Eastern, Rose Shaw. You know, Rose Shaw is going up against Michelle Charles, the daughter of veteran politician Pernell Charles Sr. So we're going to show this video here with her. Let's take this out of here because there's something going on with that video there. So remember to like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Election headquarters. right here in the Make We Talk program. We're listening, watching from around the world in the Eastern Caribbean. This is Make We Talk with yours truly, Jeffrey Tavares. Who will be the next Prime Minister of Jamaica? Will it be the incumbent Andrew Holness, or will Mark Jefferson Golden, a first-timer to politics, will he become Jamaica's 10th Prime Minister? We are waiting that tonight. And as we stand by to join the live feed, I just want to tell everybody that tonight is a night where everybody will be on edge. Everyone will be on edge tonight because they're going to try and figure out what is really going on. All we have to do is pray and hope that Jamaicans from all walks of life go out and they did exercise their franchise and vote, and make sure that we do not say to ourselves, if I didn't know, but we go out there and we exercise our rights to vote. We are standing by to join. It is now 15 after 5 o'clock in the land of wood and water. Let me go over to something here that I see coming into us via us other news network in Jamaica. Let me go over here and see what's going on here. Hopefully it will not. Here we go.
They are encouraging youth parliament as well, and that's a good initiative. But what I really need to see, I remember when I don't remember the exact age, but this one time Bruce Golding, he came around and he really, spoke to the children in the community. He was not from my constituency, but yet he came. Andrew Holness did the same. He came to Independence Park at Savlamar. But we need more engagement. Talk to the youths, tell them the initiatives, tell them how you are going to achieve these initiatives.
I think it's a deliberate attempt to keep young people from holding them accountable. I don't know if it's belittling. I think that all countries in the world will use pop stars and people who others think are influential to bolster their visibility, and I think that can be a good thing. However, I think they should be careful of who they choose and the reputations that precede those artists that they're bringing onto the stage. Can those artists live up to the values that you say you have as a party? That's a challenge for them. However, generally speaking, if they're doing enough to engage young voters, I would say absolutely not. The average person in Jamaica who is coming of age does not know that they need to be enumerated in order to vote. They don't know that the voting list is only published twice a year. There must be more responsibility on the part of MPs, schools, to help people understand how the voting process even works. You can't have a voice if you're not on the list. How many young people are on the list? Another reason why they're not on the list is because we don't have to cater to you. The minute young people as a bloc recognize their importance, start forming groups, they know that they'll have power, so they deliberately keep them away from the system. Another big area of politics that nobody wants to talk about is participation outside of elections. Every 4 years, we're called to vote. But when we have things like the Spark program, which roads should be fixed, they call community groups. The people that are part of community groups are 65 plus. Which young person owns a home in these areas to come out to identify a road that should be fixed? So they're deliberately keeping young people out of the system.
All right, so we just heard some of the views of the young people, and they're critical to this election process as well. So I want to turn to Daniel. So I want to start with you. A fellow young person.
Right.
Are young people energized, particularly with this election cycle? Or why do so many of them remain disillusioned then?
Because we don't have civics in schools. How many classes We don't have an engaging civics program in our schools. We don't have it starting from from your, was it early childhood education until high school. Most of us don't understand the rudiments of politics. We don't understand what the difference is between a governor general and when we talk about a president. And that's one of the things I have been asking for when we talk about a public education campaign, because most young people don't understand how the system works, what their role is as a voter. And I think one of the things coming through this election is an opportunity for whichever party wins to really get down to the brass tacks and do some more work in public education. It cannot hurt. In fact, you're asking people at 18 to vote when most persons at 18, by the time they're 16, they vote who, where. And you're left to the household, to the community, the constituency to tell you who to vote for. You're not given the tools to understand what your role is as a citizen. So I take the point. Youth engagement is important. How it's being done has to improve. And I want to throw something out. We talk about low voter turnout. Have we considered lowering the voting age, the age group, voting age? I went looking to see how many areas or whichever jurisdictions have 16. Austria, Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, Nicaragua, Germany, Scotland and Wales. And then, of course, I think the UK also have had discussions about lowering the voting age. If we want to increase participation, we have to start engaging the youth. We must have a civics education campaign going from young to old, different age groups, so people understand their role.
Paul Ashley, I've had the opportunity to interact with a few political campaigns, the management team, and I've noticed that a lot of the people on these teams are young people. Why, therefore, are we having a hard time getting out the young vote?
Times have changed, The internet, the cell phone, makes for easy communication. People in Jamaica here, they don't bother watch local television anymore.
It's TikTok.
They're on the phone, man. People say still watch local news. No, people tell you what is happening in America. People tell you what is happening in British football. People tell you people start to gamble now. In fact, they're betting on what is happening elsewhere. Look here, politics is not really that interesting to them, They can get by without politics and politicians. They look on politicians as a set of opportunists who give you promises that they can't keep. They give you lyrics. Come there with politics, right? 6 or 1, half a dozen or the other. Look here, you see if you know.
6 for a 9.
6 for a 9, right? Why you want more time, right? 2 terms are enough. Thief no likes a thief with long bag. Thank you very much. Corruption is inherent in politics. Everywhere in the world you have corruption in politics. Well, if after 10 years you haven't stolen enough, then you're a done thief. Time to change for another thief.
So, Paul, I want to follow up on your social media question, but I want to throw it to Clyde first. So, I have seen both political leaders talk about housing.
Yes.
They're reaching out to the young people, different policies on either side. Is it enough?
All right, I just want to quickly refer to the comment about the engagement of young people. Now, this, and I say this because of the dominance polls in terms of how it has looked at it. So the last polls showed 35% 18 to 24 intending to vote, 35. 42%, 25 to 34%. A decline in percentage points on the poll conducted August 2 to 11. A decline. So as the race progressed, they are on the poll findings are losing interest in terms of turnout. On the contrary, Donald is phone for the category 45 to 54 and 55 to 64, over 64% increase. In the case of 45 to 54, 67% no saying, I intend to vote. And 64% of the 55 to 64 saying I'm intending to vote. And a growth of 10 percentage points on average, 8 percentage points between the August poll, the early one, and the now poll. So as a strategist on both political parties, I've been looking at these polls and saying this is interesting. So I've been making sure that on my list, all of the golden age, all of the older people, all of them, and oops. So that's why I would be positioning in terms of strategy going into the thing. Now, I would be very concerned if I'm on the other side of the young vote, because the JLP on the polls are attracting more of the younger votes, and the PMP attracting some more of the older votes. So if I'm on the JLP strategy team, I'm looking to see if I can shore up the young vote in every single constituency, because that's where my power is and strength is.
All right. So go ahead, Daniel.
I hear we talk about these polls, and this is why tonight's outturn is going to be important. Have many of the persons who've indicated that they intend to vote been enumerated?
Yes, well, I think...
no, I'm just saying generally.
Yes,
so
yes.
when you talk about the numbers of persons who intend to vote, notice what the young person said.
Yes.
People, how they get enumerated. Do they know their names are on the list?
Well, a lot of younger people don't know this. But the old time people, the 40 and the upwards, we all know this. We all know that you must take the opportunity to go and enumerate, and you have to verify your address and so forth and so on. So you're correct on that.
I did it as soon as I turned 18.
Yes,
there's some young people who are interested in
it. So
it.
the question is,
yes,
which I find politics is so interesting. Since 2016, the JLP recognized that the younger vote, but I don't think they did enough and have done enough amongst this demographic to ensure.
So we'll see. We'll see.
That's exactly what we'll see.
So lively discussion, as you can see here. So we are going back to our focus group to look at something that we brought up earlier, the perception of corruption. How important is that to the Jamaican electorate?
Integrity, lack of corruption. I remember Jamaica for a number of years now, we're sliding on the corruption index, sliding down, wrong direction. And we have legislated ICC, right? Integrity Commission. But that coming like a joke, basically, because when the head of the country cannot get his 3 years now not signed, and then the whole thing of investigation, I'm not investigated, but you're referred to the FID. So speak truth, come to the people straight. That is obvious that something is wrong. So integrity to me is number one. If you can't be straight about matters related to your finances, etc., income and so, who should really trust you? Come on. We're not fools. We're not fools, So I think politicians need to stop the foolishness and come straight to people. It better you come straight and say, look, well, there are some issues I need to straighten out. Humbly, the Bible says, he that humbleth himself shall be exalted. He that exalts himself shall be abased. So the people watch the debate and we can see through the smoke screen.
Corruption definitely plays a significant role in my voting choice. And I believe that the reason why this generation doesn't really see the necessity to vote is because they see it as this gimmick thing, because when Portia Simpson Miller came out and said we found money, and then you have the Petrojam scandal, the same thing with the Integrity Commission a while ago, Rural Read, and the whole thing with the education. It's it's just like what's even the sense of voting when it's like all parties are the same? And really and truly, when somebody asks you why don't you want to vote, you don't want to just say, oh, all parties are the same, but what's the common between the two?
Corruption for me is very mid. I think Jamaica has a culture in which corruption is endemic. So people will tell you that they care about corruption, but behind closed doors, if you ask them what they would do if they were in the position, they would do the same thing. A politician will come to see you, and their reasoning is, if I am your political representative and I'm not driving a Benz, that means nothing is not going on for me. Who wants to vote for somebody that can't afford to buy a proper car? I think it's important to recognize that in our culture, we have an eat-a-food mentality. And that eat-a-food mentality means that while we think high-level corruption, because it looks bad to the international community, is important, on the lower scale, people in our country are very willing to take bribes, cut corners. We don't have a culture of integrity at home. We see the people who are corrupt being rewarded. And so young people say, this is the way. This is why young men are chopping the line.
All right, so clearly corruption is still an issue for the Jamaican electorate. How big of an issue is it? Is it played out?
Look here. If you study the history of Jamaican politics, what we call corruption today is a constant feature. You had a man called L.C. Mackenzie who gave some money to Wilton Hill. And Wilton Hill says, he's my friend. My friend can always give me a gift. So when is a gift not a gift? But that time, we all said, yeah, there was Minister Lightburn, who was known as Mr. 10%. You never gave him money in his hand. When you went to visit and you wanted drinks, he says, the ice is in the freezer. That meant you carried the money and put the money in the freezer. And then you had your drink, and then, so you didn't give money to him. There have been politicians who have paid money for the sons to get jobs in certain ministries, and in fact, being directors. You had Michael Manley getting a big box of cash, put at his feet at the annual conference. That behavior is now not tolerated at all. Let me say, there have been moves afoot to put some guidelines in store. And it's a farcical move because politicians are supposed to spend a certain amount. Politicians, everyone conforms to it, and it's a ritual when they fill out the form, right? Nobody ever spends more than the stipulated amount. But there is nothing. There's a group called Friends of the.
That's right.
XYZ.
That's right.
So you are your friend, yeah. And your friend can pay any amount of money, give you anything he wants. He may not give you holidays. You can stay in his house. You can use his car, everything. You can use his wife and his girlfriends. Oh. Right? Party. You get many things, man.
Okay.
What has happened? It is now being the people who are the beneficiaries are now complaining that the ministers and those in power and authority or can do things are demanding so much, not only of the elected ones, even the ones who are not elected. You have to pay. And no,
the question
you have to pay them to get anything.
Paul, the question is the corruption perception so significant as to change the outcome of an election? So hold on, hang on. I think Daniel wants to come in on that. Because if the election is close and the corruption perception is of significance, then it could move it one way or the other. And the question is, how significant is corruption?
And who is more affected? Which party is more affected by that?
I think where you want to do it now is to look at what's before us. This is the first time in our history where you have a prime minister who is in the throes of defending his reputation for allegations of illicit enrichment. It has split the population, with those asking for greater accountability against those who come around to coalesce to protect him. That's where it is. And the reality is that it is not that it is a perception anymore. The documents are there to demonstrate that there is an investigation into the prime minister because there are questions surrounding his wealth.
But one would say it's not conclusive.
But that's not the issue. The fact is that you do have those investigations. It's been sent to the FID for investigations. And then you've had that, what do you call it? That thing that occurred where you now put somebody in that looks favorable to him. So even if it is FID. That it's FID, if it's not, there's no charge because they said we need further information. Yes. The fact is that there are questions surrounding your own integrity. Yes. And that is a question that we've never had to answer before because in this jurisdiction, the leader doesn't step aside. In other jurisdictions, I bet you any dollar I have.
From a mere accusation.
From a mere accusation, you step down and wait the outcome and then you will decide whether or not you're going to go back or not. Here, it doesn't happen. And so you have those around him who are saying, oh, no, can't touch my 1 p.m., no, go so. Yes. There are those who are saying it's wrong because every other Jamaican has to declare when they go to the bank their source of funding.
So, Claude, he's taken a beating on it. Has he defended himself sufficiently?
Well, can I tell you, I'm not his lawyer to determine whether he's defended himself or not. I must tell you, bringing the judicial review suit has amplified the issues in the society because it is now available for everybody to read the affidavits. That's the evidence sworn before a JP filed on paper that the Prime Minister and his legal team sought to have some aspects of it struck out as being scandalous and so on. Before the litigation, you wouldn't have access to some of this information.
Right.
Now this information is filed in court. So I don't know what's the end game, because even if the Prime Minister succeeds in quashing that report, they still have to go back to answering the same set of questions that had been asked previously. Because, and it would have about 2 more years to go after that. So I don't know what the end.
Don't forget what happened with FID, you know, because the international community has often recommended that it becomes an independent body.
Absolutely.
Not one that is not one that's attached to a ministry. Yes. So the questions now will arise. You see, it's a catch-22. The labor rights are saying we're defending our 1 p.m. There has been a historic growth. All is going well. The PNP are taking up what many persons in civil society, whether they're on the voters list or not, they're the ones who are saying this don't look good and now are making this demand. Whether it comes out tonight into the ballot is going to be decisive. But it doesn't change though, Paul, the impact that people will be demanding greater integrity and accountability going forward.
Okay. Go ahead, Paul.
You see, like, Jamaica is a very complex society. Drug dealers really weren't afraid of Jamaican police, you know. It's when you had a thing called extradition, right? That is when scammers and drug dealers, get freed, right? Catch them freed. It's the same thing with these corrupt beneficiaries. United States is watching, you know, and United States is aware. You can think you're smart and you can get very wealthy and you don't know where you get your 3-4 motor cars and where you get your wealth from. When United States decides to look here, Mr. Politician, you can't hold office any longer.
It depends on if that lines up with their own
interest.
That's right.
There you go. That's a good one.
That's a good one. Remember, they're the ones who also indicated and have made steps to say bribery is acceptable. Gifts
that is why
gifts are acceptable.
Yeah, but that is well aware. There are certain people who had promising political futures that don't have it anymore. Don't have it anymore.
So here is what.
Go ahead, Claude.
And I say corruption perception because the process is ongoing, as Daniel just pointed out.
Right.
The file has been sent to FID for further investigation. The investigator from the Integrity Commission said, I just don't have the capacity within the Integrity Commission to deal with what needs to be dealt with and so on. As we all know,
they hired an
yes, but
auditor,
I'm just saying what he said in his report.
Okay.
As we all know, the Prime Minister is testing whether or not sending it to FID, it having come to Parliament, is a breach of the procedure in relation to that. That's what he's testing, not whether they have enough or not, just testing that. That's what judicial review is about, not the substance, but the steps and the procedures, whether were followed by law. Because remember, that report did not go to corruption prosecutor for a determination in the Integrity Commission and a charge. It didn't go, that's a normal route. Investigate, send it up to corruption prosecutor, director of corruption prosecution. That person then determines whether or not they have enough evidence to proceed on the charge and so forth and so on, before it's tabled in Parliament. So that's what's being tested, and that's important for us to make sure we understand what's being tested. The question of whether or not this court is not going to decide on the substantive questions as to whether he can answer the questions concerning the source of income that is at the heart of some of the issues that he's facing now. But it is bad. And what we will know, that there's a cloud hanging over insofar as an investigation. We will know later the extent to which Jamaicans still consider this to be significant. And I just close on this one thing, corruption. Sure. When you said drugs earlier, Paul, the society is a little complex because in my country, you know, in Hanover and Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth Center, now I'm going to say them ganja farming as drugs, you know. So during that time, that's correct, they would only see cocaine as a transshipment point, not them ganja farming. And if anybody know anything in Jamaica, a whole heap of people build them edifice and them castle on the basis, and a whole heap of you go school and turn doctor, lawyer, and Indian chief on the basis of ganja farming.
Yeah.
A long time Jamaica should have liberated the ganja farmers.
So I want to
time.
turn to another. Go ahead.
Before you finish that, it's not only the Prime Minister one. If we are to believe Marky G, right? If we are to believe what he says, right? He says there are 10 individuals from the other side on the investigation. 10. So we're talking about something looking like Alibaba and the 40s.
No, I wouldn't go as far as
I'm not going there.
So we're looking at something like.
So I want to go on the flip side now. So given the integrity divide, where some people say like the Integrity Commission was wrong, or didn't do things the right way, is there a concern? Right. Is there a concern about the confidence that the Jamaican people will have in the Integrity Commission itself?
Yeah, man. Once politician accost them, the Jamaican people who said about do a good job. Once politician cussing them, Jamaican, especially when they're in government. What I have a challenge with is that with all the perceptions we have had, we have never really successfully prosecuted any real serious politician except Jack Smith.
And that Bobby, because he would say chicken feed.
That's exactly what he would be, that he has said in terms of monies and so on. Yeah. Jack Smith and one judge, one magistrate, as I recall, who is in halfway tree for corruption, name has eluded me now. Those are the only two persons in the different branches of our government I've ever seen
go to prison.
Yes, or convicted. I don't remember, just convicted. And remember, we have had a lot of corruption perception. The JLP won an election, and Audley was the man who just released everything, revealed everything, the corruption. But we have not had, which means that there's something amiss. And we need to find out what's amiss and fix it. Otherwise, it's fight.
We've got passion, we've got determination. And if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
We always felt like our content.
Things. The cost of energy is just too much. And until we fix that, but the cost of corruption, 5 to 6% is estimated of the value of your economy. Corruption eats out.
Right. We have to also in the discussion recognize that the PMP have some individuals who are running for office who have been involved in corruption.
Well, I was speaking about politicians
generally. Yes,
but it's more dangerous when they're in government.
Yes.
Typically, and that's
you only get corrupt when you're in government.
Absolutely, because
but guys, we're both saying the same thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That there is and there exists corruption on both sides, and the population is, I would use a very euphemistic word, disgusted, tired of it. But there's no, I think tonight you'll determine if there's an appetite to change that, because the question still stands. If politicians, regardless of whether they're orange or they're green, are all corrupt, does it make a difference?
The question is question is who carries the heavier baggage tonight. Robust discussion. Stay with us as the Jamaica Observer continues to cover election night, election day 2025. We'll be right back.
We're gonna take a break from the live stream coming into us from the Jamaica Observer. We're gonna go over to PBCJ Jamaica for what they're saying over there. It is election night in Jamaica, and for all of us who are just joining us, we're gonna have a panel discussion ourselves too. But I need to hear what is going on, and there's a live robust discussion a while ago with Clyde Williams and Paul Ashley, and along with Daniel Archer. And I see some people in the chat room stating that there's no corruption within the other side. And people, we must do our history, I'm going to go down to that road tonight, but let's do our history, though. We're going to switch over to what's going on PBCJ Jamaica to hear what's going on with them over there. I think the only person who can get the live feed from the EOJ office is authorized personnels. You'd have to pay for it, and I don't have that money to pay to get that live feed. So what we're going to do, we're going to pay back on PBC Jamaica and other media. We're going to have some robust discussion here on the Make We Talk program here. It is election night in Jamaica. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stand by. Jamaica. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica. As we go over to PBCJ, I don't know what this is. PBCJ. Let's listen to what is going on over there. I know a lot of people are going to say they're going to come off and whatever. Well, there's nothing I can do about it, but this is where we're getting the live coverage from.
That can touch this with a barge pole, and you know barge poles are long. We have all the technology here to make us a cut above the rest. And then when you put the talent that we have on top of it, it's almost a guaranteed thing. The augmented reality is a virtual feature. No, Cliff wanted us to be able to talk to Andrew Holness or Mark Golding, depending on how the election goes. But we're not quite there yet, but we're going to get there eventually. But what will happen is that the figures you see, the gentleman standing on the stage later will be the winner. So we'll be able to project that image of Mark Golding or Andrew Holness in the way that we've displayed here as the evening grows old and the picture becomes clear in terms of where most Jamaicans have cast their ballots on this day of our Lord, September 3, 2025.
There are the two main contenders for power tonight, yeah? Mark or Andrew. Also, there's another element to the set, yes?
Yeah.
That I hope our director is ready for us. If we were to say the JLP's candidate in central Manchester,
Rhoda Moy
Crawford, has won.
Yes.
Has retained her seat.
Yes.
What will happen?
Well, what will happen is that Rhoda Moy Crawford, well, we'll
There
have...
it goes. Yes. You notice what is happening? It's turning green.
The lights.
Yes.
The lights. So if you look at under the Revo TV sign, because I know some of you maybe, there's so many colors, so it's hard to pick up clips.
Okay, let's move away from this for a bit. I think they're not ready yet. I think what PBCJ is doing is picking up this because what happened, this station here has the exclusive right from the EOJ to bring this live. So that's what they're doing. Let's go back over to what is going on other channels that we can get the election, because the polls have not closed as yet.
From what will be
there is nothing counting as yet.
Also an announcement.
We're just standing by to join it.
Traditional TV polls that we're coming for you. We have the talent, we have the technology, and we are coming. Usurp means to seize wrongfully. We won't usurp you because it's nothing that we're seizing wrongfully. We're coming to overthrow. And this is a message this evening. This is a democratic country. I exercise my democratic right today. Let me speak democratically. I'm sending a message that we are here and we're coming for the throne. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to take our first break. It is just about, what time is it?
It's 5:45.
5:45. We should start having some early results in another 15-20 minutes, okay? But let's take the first break. And of course, tell you, we're coming to you on Revo TV. Yes, right here, Revo TV, nationwide, election coverage, race to 32 on Revo TV. And of course, Revo, George, tell us about Revo.
Yeah, revonews.ai. That's the main portal, the website. The Revo app is also available through the popular places, the App Store and the Google Play Store. Revo is revolutionizing how you digest your news content.
Okay, we're going to break away from this for a bit. And soon as they're ready for us, because apparently they have the technology to bring the system live. Many of you are saying you don't want to watch this, but this is where we're going to get it from. And, you know, as I said, the EOJ doesn't give exclusive right to bloggers to have their feed. So wherever we get the feed from, we'll bring it to you live. This is Make We Talk, election night in Jamaica. We're standing by to see, as what we're being told, that results going to start coming in the next 15 minutes or so. Let us see what's going to happen. Who will win the 2025 general election in Jamaica? Will it be Mark Golding become the 10th Prime Minister of Jamaica? Or will it be Andrew Holness retaining his seat as Prime Minister? We're standing by to get all of that, to impact all of that to you. This has been a consequential election in our history. And as soon as the polls start coming, we will bring them to you. I will give it to you on this program here. For those who want to call into the program to speak to us about any issues that you may be having in your neck of the wood, and what do you think about this election coming up right here on the Make We Talk program, you can call. The numbers is 954-529 954-529-8030. The race to 32. It's election coverage right here on Make We Talk, Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. You know, if this election goes the way how many of us want it to go, it will be a momentous night in Jamaican history. And when I say that is because there are so many young people who has joined the political arena. And I speak none other of Donishka Williams, Gabriella Morris, Christopher Henry, young Raymond Price. He has been in there for a little bit, but young Raymond Price, Zalika Jess, Miranda Wellington, those and many others who has been in the outskirts of Jamaica looking on this side to enter politics, because what is going on in our country, the level of nepotism, the level of cronyism, and that is why many of them has gone into the political arena and say to ourselves, we cannot allow this anymore. We cannot stand by to allow what is going on in Jamaica anymore. It is now 6:50, 5:50 in the land of wood and water. Where we're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. This is Make We Talk, coming to you live right here on the Make We Talk program. It is election night in Jamaica. And as we stand by to join the feed that is going to bring you the bowl by bowl coverage of election night and the results that's coming out. Remember to like, share, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Like, share, and subscribe to the YouTube channel as we have people come on to the program here in just a moment. We're going to have some people coming on to speak to us, but I think we have some videos to show. I think what's going on here is that we had some videos here to show, to see what happened on the grounds of Jamaica today during the election coverage, or during people voting today. Let me see what's going on here. Let me do this, because we need to let it be clear, let it be known out there that the Jamaican people will not stand by anymore. And I hope the Jamaican people go out and vote. Vote as if your life depends on it. Vote as if your life depends on it. Do not. I hope you didn't stay home. And for those who are still in line, at the polling stations, don't come out. You can still exercise your right to vote. We can still exercise your right to vote, because it is something that we need to do. Let me go over to what is going on the other side of the platform here, and we can get some people to speak to us. It seems as if both JIS, the Jamaican Information Service, and other network are going over to the Rupa TV. That's what they're having. Let's listen to what this man is saying, and then we do something else.
And nothing from NWC. These are some of the little but important and critical issues. And I hope that politicians need to. But you see that them only talk now, you know. After election done, a time to spend money.
I'm actually glad that he said, most politicians, they think Jamaicans are idiots. Them no know say right now we are gaining our sense of identity. We know who we are, and we know that we deserve more than this. Now, why should I get up and say, oh, mega vote, but still yet the road in my community full of beer pothole and all of them things? Why should I get up and vote when, and I'm talking about lived experiences. Why should I get up and vote when my mother is struggling day to day, living hand to mouth?
All right, so we are joined on set now by O'Neill Madden. O'Neill, I want to start with you. The members of the focus group talked about garbage collection, cleaning the drains, fixing potholes, not having running water at times. Why aren't we there? Why are we still struggling in 2025?
A very good question, and I can relate to some of what what was said in the clip just now. Having grown up in a rural community, I've seen some of these things being manifested. I think our leaders and our systems, those who are in charge, the garbage collection unit and stuff, they have really not been playing their role as to how they should have been doing that. And these are basic things that should be addressed. Like, these are basic necessities that you'd imagine that any decent running country should have under control. And, we just came out of another year of independence, and having gone over 60 years of independence, one would imagine that these are things that would have been, on par with other places in the world. And so I just feel like our leaders have, I heard the conversation earlier about corruption and money going elsewhere. Our leaders have failed us in that regard to really implement things in place and to reach people and to give them the basic things that will make their lives easier.
So it's the short-term mentality that's a big part of our problem. The waste management Jamaica situation in Jamaica is in crisis. It's not just the collection from your home. Jamaica does not have one sanitary landfill. And that we mean that a landfill where you put the waste that meet international standard in terms of environment and so forth. Not one. The largest landfill is on a riverhead, that in river where it puts out, that's Riverton. That's why it's called Riverton. That's where we have the waste. 60% of the waste in the country roughly ends up in Riverton. I hear them talking about waste for energy. We have organic waste. That is not good material to transform. You might get enough to run the plant on the premises and probably light a few street lights here and there. What we need to do is to find a way to have proper sanitary landfills built and operated on the license contract by private sector. They then benefit from tipping fees when the trucks come to tip. We need to shift NWSMA out of operations and get them to become real regulators and invite the private sector to deal with some of the operational sides, say commercial waste, waste that is biohazard waste. All of that kind of things should be dealt with by private sector on contract with the commercial entities. So what we have is the polluter pays principle. The more you pollute, the more you import pollutants in the country, the more you pay. So until we have a system, the PNP had begun it under Paddison. That's why we got the NSW in the late something under with assistance from the World Bank, International Development Bank. Mm-hmm. But we didn't go the distance. So what happened? They canceled the rest of the loan. More than 60% of the loan was canceled because we were not putting up the matching funds as a government. So it was a joint project. We weren't putting the matching funds, so they canceled it. The waste management is in a crisis. We depend on our environment as one of the major things. Small island state, our environment is everything. And then I looked in the manifestos. The JLP has a little bit more. But when I looked to the PNP side, I saw bullet points. A small paragraph with bullet points on waste management. And I was just taken aback. I was like, these guys don't understand what's going on then. The JLP does have a little bit more. Didn't satisfy me. They didn't acknowledge the significance of the problem that we have. We're talking billions of dollars to outlay sanitary landfills,
Priorities. And I liked what Mary said. We have 50 diplomas, but we can't figure it out. And I'm not lie. If you book up one doctor or two in a civil service on one day in a small transaction, you're not doing your job because they're educated. They have the knowledge. I think we need to get to that point where I mentioned it earlier in terms of infrastructure. We don't build on the legacy of each government. We spend a lot of time tearing down what one government has done rather than appreciating it. It's a marathon. You may not have won, and I'm saying this today because both of them can't win.
So we've talked about the resources not being allocated to deal with these things, but O'Neill, I want to ask you about government efficiency. So you see long lines when you go to pay your taxes and to do to interact with other government agencies. How do we fix that?
Well, I think one of the things we can probably commend the Jamaica Labour Party government for doing is to start or continue to some extent the digitization process of getting a lot of these administrative things online. I've seen people commending different government associations, organizations, including PICA, with, like getting your passport sorted out in record time. So that's where we really need to get. And because my job, for example, is very flexible and I appreciate it. So I teach full-time, I lecture full-time, I can go to some of these business places in times when I don't have classes or days when I don't have classes. But I think about people who have a full 9 to 5 or 8 to 4, whatever the case is. At what point do you get time off work to go and do some administrative stuff that's going to take you 4 hours, 5 hours? Your day's pretty much wasted. Might as well you didn't go to work.
We have some news coming into us from the Electoral Office of Jamaica. We have some news coming into us from the Electoral Office of Jamaica. Stand by as I get this up to read to you. Let me do this. This is Make We Talk breaking news. The Electoral Office of Jamaica. Data from the Electoral Office of Jamaica shows that voter turnout in the general election climbed to 30.41% at 3 p.m. today. That's voter turnout in the general election in Jamaica at 3 p.m. today stands at 30.41%. There are 2 million Jamaicans eligible to vote, and the Electoral Office of Jamaica is saying at 1 minute after 7 o'clock, or 1 minute after 6 o'clock in Jamaica, they're saying that voter turnout in Jamaica stands at 30.41% at 3 p.m. this afternoon. That's voter turnout in Jamaica. General election at 3 o'clock stands at 30.41%. I would say 30.4% at 3 o'clock. That's what the EOJ office is saying, Electoral Office of Jamaica is saying. Well, now let's just show you. Let me go back here and see this here. Yes. It climbs to at 3 p.m. But first and all, it was showing this morning at 11 a.m. It was showing at 14.8%. Now it climbed to 30.4%. That is something that we need to rejoice about, yes, but not rejoice because we should have got more people to come out and vote. More people supposed to come out and vote. So what we're seeing here right now is the Electoral Office of Jamaica is saying as at 3 p.m., and the poll is supposed to be closed now, as at 3 p.m., voter turnout stands at 30.4%. Let me see what is going on over here. We see if we can get the first result coming in. Let's stand by and back up this here to hear what they're saying over here at Clyde Williams.
That more can be done for the poor. More can be done for the poor. No, I'm not saying about this. I'm just saying more can be done for the poor, because if we achieve that with a massive pay down on debt, because there was a time I thought we were paying no debt too hard. You owe the banker some money, but the banker say you can give him $20 every month and you want to give him $100. Right? You're not paying on the principal and you just go and give him $100 every month. So I thought we were paying on the debt, but I'm not an economist. I'm just saying, but we have to can fix the road them. and the broken pipe here, the healthcare, education. So when we get, I'm not boasting at 62% debt to GDP. I'm not boasting on that number. I'm saying we must get the debt thing in alignment, but that seemed to have been very steep, where we have left little for the maintenance of our sector. So I don't have the tools to answer the question, but I'm happy when the base is lifted. I'm happy when the base is lifted. Poor people can get better for themselves.
So speaking about poor people, O'Neill, the Prime Minister announced on Sunday that the Jamaica Labour Party in its next term will gradually increase double the minimum wage. Now, talking about macro versus micro, you see where both business leaders and ordinary man, teachers, nurses, other civil servants are complaining that they can't afford it. What's your take on that?
Well, I've seen the discussions. I know people are saying, all right, when both parties mentioned about whether the GLP is reducing
at Buchanan.
Sound, we're not hearing anything. I do apologize about that, people. I thought I had the sound on. Sorry about that. I'm here talking to Mr. Clark and the sound was on. Sorry about that, people. We're back on. I do apologize about that. And thank you so much. Let's go over to, is this Television Jamaica? I think it's Television Jamaica, yes? Or CVM? Listen to what Earl Maxim is saying. Okay, what's going on here? All right. Let me take this from here. We do apologize about that. I didn't know the mic was muted at all. I didn't know that at all about that. I thought I had the mic on, but the mic was muted. I do apologize about that. Let me stop this here and see if I can get something else up and going here. There is no audio coming from Television Jamaica. So let's stand by for that. Let me go back over to see what's going on in other neck of the woods to get you some live coverage. Okie dokie. We're standing by. Let me do this. Wherever you're listening, watching from around the world, I'm sorry about that. I thought I had the mic on. I do apologize about that, ladies and gentlemen, people. We're having to do this all by myself. Let me see something here. I saw some videos coming into us. Let's play this video until we can go.
The situation
as what I get, this video is the some constituency area where the Prime Minister's wife was.
The situation has getting a lot more intense on Beatrice Avenue at the Pentecostal Basic School, where lots of voters are denying the chance of exercising their rights because they denied the Prime Minister from entering the polling station.
You know, under the law, you know, the Prime Minister is supposed to be voted at where he's supposed to vote and either go home. The Prime Minister, no candidate is supposed to go to any other polling station at all.
Kiss me, rascal. Me I tell you, wickedness can't done.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I do apologize about that. Let me play.
The situation.
Kiss me, rascal.
The situation has getting a lot more intense on Beatrice Avenue at the Pentecostal Basic School, where lots of voters are denying the chance of exercising their rights because they denied the Prime Minister from entering the polling station.
The Prime Minister from entering the polling station. He has no right to be there if it's not where he's supposed to be voting. He has no right to be there. None whatsoever. If he's supposed to be voting at that polling station, then he has all right to be there. If not, he's supposed to go home. Go home. He has no right to be there. Let's stand by, see if we can get, okay, let's go over to, all right, let me go over to here then and get this up and going. You all can see what is going on and coming into us. It is now 12 minutes after 6 o'clock, after 7 o'clock, 12 after 6 o'clock in Jamaica. Let's do this here.
People are concerned about, you know, things like water, the roads within their communities and so forth, and not much has been done. And if you can flash your mind back to 2020, Michelle Charles would have won that constituency on a bevy of promises, significant promises that are largely unmet. So I think what you're seeing now possibly is the initial indication that people are dissatisfied, and people, you know, in these rural communities, those are the things that matters, the small issues that if it is that they're not answered and are not responded to, people you know, choose the alternative option.
Lord B. Smith, he mentioned the SHIP project, the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project. Even with that project that was happening was a number of restarts, because even when some of the works were taking place, the people complained about the quality of the road being laid, and there was a lot of frustration. I've covered many stories, or seen many stories that have been covered, about that same stretch of road. How much?
If you look at the bottom part of your screen, you can see wherein East Kingston and Port Royal, 2 of 91 boxes are in. Philip Paulwell of the People's National Party is in with 152 voted ballots counted so far. Meanwhile, Jamaica Labour Party, Conrad, okay, let's switch a while ago. Let's go over to St. Thomas Eastern. Michelle Charles, 166. And Renita Shaw, Ivan Shaw, 201 for the People's National Party. Look on the bottom part of your screen here. You will see what is going on over there on the what is going on. So let me go back over to what they're saying here on CVM.
His daughter does not seem to have that in her DNA. And I think it has affected her overall performance because, as I've been saying before, especially in rural constituencies, the country people like when you can relate to them in a certain personable way.
Okay, let me switch from here for a bit and go over to somewhere else because they're having some coverage of the live coverage of the voting coming into us. Over to here.
The PNP candidate is ahead right now with 201 to Dr. Michelle Charles 166. But again, very early numbers. These numbers are quite low. It suggests only a few boxes have been opened, but the map is starting to light up. And as we get more data coming in, we'll give further updates.
All right. So we're going to go now to the young people team, their perspective on how the day went and this debate we've been talking about voter turnout. Let me hear it from the youngsters.
Yes, Cliff. You know, very interestingly, you see, you're over here laughing, and you're going to find out why soon. But
laughing at us?
Oh, absolutely not. Well, you were talking about myth, but I was wondering, like, why not just come to the young people and ask? Yeah, like, why not? So, Swell, first, let me start with you. This idea that young people are.
Okay. I see something here. Let me go back over to CVM. That is a bit, they're having some technical difficulties over there. Let's go back over to CVM. As we switch all over the place tonight, we need to get the live coverage. The ballots are coming in. The numbers are coming in slowly. Very slowly, the numbers are coming in. But that's it.
Lack of job opportunities and so forth. So much of it could be fatigue with the member of parliament, who's a long-standing member of parliament. He's one of the winningest members of parliament who's contesting the 2025 general election.
Want to look more at some of these other constituencies as well that we have as marginals, but we are heading to a break. When we come back, we'll continue to look at the data from some of the marginal constituencies and also look at the numbers from Christoph Simpson and then get more analysis from our expert panel and also our partisan desk with Titania and Cleveland. Stick and stay with.
There you go. As they go off, we're going to go to something else to see if we can get this coverage up to you all. Listen to me. It is election night in Jamaica. Wherever you're listening, watching from around the world, and the Eastern Caribbean, it's election night in this country. Who will be the next Prime Minister of Jamaica? Will Mark Jefferson Golden comes out as the Prime Minister? Or will Andrew Holness remain as Prime Minister of Jamaica? We don't know. But stand by as we get live coverage of election night in Jamaica. There is a well-known politician back in the days who always said, you know, do not watch the crowd. Watch election night. And that is so right. Do not watch the crowd. Watch election night. And so tonight, as we watch what is coming on, they're taking a commercial break. All of them is taking a commercial break. We will come to you. We'll give you back the live coverage that is going on. I don't know what is going on with let me switch over to I don't know what is going on with the live coverage there of not this one. Not this one. Come on, not this one. Let me stand by here as we get this. As what is going on. Okay, this is not live. So I guess it's only PBCJ alone is live. I guess only PBCJ alone is live. But PBCJ is circling around as if they're circling around the block. All right, let's go over to this one here. Let's go over to this. Let's go over to this. Sorry about that. Let's do this.
% of the votes there. She is up against the incumbent who
Whoa.
is going back into the ring. That's Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. And Cuthbert Flynn has 43.9% of the votes. We're looking that now she's heading back to what she hopes will be a third term. Joan Gordon Webley trying to get back in the ring. St. Thomas Eastern, the seat that many of us are watching over in the East, it's Yvonne Shaw of the People's National Party already with 54.2% of the votes. That's 201 to Michelle Charles's 166. Michelle Charles, I must remind you, daughter of Pernell Charles Sr., sister of Pernell Charles Jr. Her brother is in Clarendon. We'll skedaddle over there sometime later on. But now, Portland Western, seat of Darrell Vaz, at least heading into this election. He has amassed 32.7%, 37 votes, 2 of 144. Very early days, but the PNP is taking the lead early out with 66.4%. That's Doreen Campbell Forbes. We're heading out west, and there should be some exciting times over there because Westmoreland Eastern, we're seeing the PNP's Dr. Dayton Campbell making another throw at the political ring in representational politics in this way. 49.6% of the votes, around 259 right there. And the seats, we're heading back to the Breadbasket Parish. This is where we see J.C. Hutchinson's older seat. So it's now time to discuss some of the data that we've been looking at with the political representatives in the room. Well, we are looking at the data. We're back at St. Elizabeth Northwestern, and we'd want to start with Titania. We've talked about ladies before gentlemen. That's what the women are saying, right?
Yes.
So, Titania, we've looked at the data. We've seen some changes made by the party. This is one of the seats. All right, we're still moving along. Let me just scotch beside you, and we're looking at. This is Manchester Central, the seat that we're watching over in Manchester closely, but heading back to some numbers eventually. What we want to know firstly, are there any concerns, Titania, about Rhoda Moy in this seat?
Concerns about Rhoda Moy in the seat as it relates to her constituent?
Do you see a win?
I think they absolutely love her. Do we see her win? I told Cleveland we never count Rhoda Moy Crawford out. Never. And so I expect this to be a fight to the bitter end. She is absolutely a powerhouse. The constituents on both sides of the fence love her. The data, however, based on the seat, we're looking at data. Again, politics is not just about feelings and vibes and energy, but also the numbers will show that it is predominantly a leaning People's National Party seat. But as I said, strength of a woman, never count Rhoda Moy Crawford out.
All right, and you seem to have mapped out quite a bit of things here. But let's talk to Cleveland. Are you convinced that Rhoda will bring it home again, or will your man in the ring, former, mayor, who stepped out of local government to go into the big politics, is he likely to take it home?
We can take the 2024 local government outcome as a precursor or a writing on the wall for Rhoda. She declared boldly before the close of the polls that she would win all 4 divisions in her constituency. She lost all 4 divisions. And I think that you can interpret that as what the writing on the wall would be for her and what the potential outcome will be tonight. We're confident that Manchester Central will return to the People's National Party. We appreciate that there were some challenges in the constituency in 2020. COVID, there were some divisions with respect to the political machinery and the organization, the unity of the comrades. It was a bit problematic in 2020. We have rebuilt that. We have united the comrades in that particular constituency. Donovan is a very strong candidate. He's a mayor of Mandeville. He has worked in his division. So we're expecting victory in that. If that is one seat for sure, I can say we'll take.
And he pointed with the inked finger, by the way. But we throw now to Jordan Fort, the man with the numbers at the scoreboard. Hey, Jordan.
Yeah, and you talked about some of the marginals that we have outlined. Remember, we've outlined 20, Nika, and we're watching them all night long. So we're going to see Manchester Central now. You were talking about Rhoda Moy Crawford, who was the last winner of that seat, who flipped it in the JLP's direction. Remember, we're tracking 5 general elections from 2002 all the way to 2020, and we're trying to find out where we're going to get to in 2025. Giovanni, here we can see where the lines had started to dissect between the PNP and the JLP, and they intersected here when Rhoda Moy Crawford actually secured victory for the Jamaica Labour Party at the 2020 general elections over Peter Bunting, and that is one of the seats we're watching.
I think this one is interesting. This in 2011, Danville Walker, a former director of customs, and also former director of elections as well, he ran and was the first person to poll over 10,000 votes and
not
still
win the seat.
Lose in Jamaica. And to date, that's still a record that he holds, an unwanted record. I want to get a comment from Christoph Simpson on this one, because as you notice, it's very close traditionally, although the PNP always takes this one. Christoph, how do you have this one listed in your spreadsheet?
But the JLP retaining the seat is not impossible. The PNP is showing, like Cleveland said, the PNP showing in the local government elections is something to look at. The PNP not only got more votes than the JLP in local government elections in the divisions in that constituency, but it got more votes than it got in the 2020 general elections.
I want to get some analysis on this from Lloyd B. Smith and our panelists in terms of a constituency like Manchester Central. Rhoda Moy Crawford was an unlikely victor in 2020 on this one. She has insisted that she's done the work, she's on the ground. When we have spoken to her, that's what she was telling our newsroom today when she was spoken to in the constituency by our reporter there. Does it matter what she does in the constituency, given the kind of history that we're seeing, that this seat leans PNP, and now in the early numbers as well, we're seeing a lead for the PNP? What sort of role does history play in this, despite her work, Lord B. Smith?
Well, I think generally what happens in these kinds of marginal situations is that whichever party has the bigger swing nationally tends to pull the candidates that are in the marginal seats along, give them a lift, a pull. And I suspect this is what is happening with Donovan Mitchell's situation and her. She has done reasonably well as a member of parliament, very likable. There were a number of, interesting developments regarding her personal life, which we can't get into here, but certainly at some point it seemed as if she had dipped somewhat in terms of her overall popularity, but she had managed to resurface and has been doing quite a lot of work resurfacing roads, that sort of thing, and moving around in her constituency much, much more than perhaps she had done before. So I suspect that in the final analysis, she will put up a good fight, but that seat has PNP DNA from the days of way back. And it's going to be difficult. And we must remember too that the situation with the person that she defeated, Bunting, there was some amount of fallout in the constituency, in the PNP
Peter
camp.
Bunting, an influential PNP figure.
A very influential person in the scheme of things, and himself, and that may have also helped to bring down Bunting's numbers. Now we gather that Mitchell has managed to pull all the contending forces together, and this particularly influential person is also now part and parcel of the network. So this could can tip the scale in
It will
favor
also
of
be
Mitchell.
interesting, Lord B. Smith, to see how Peter Bunting himself does in Manchester South, given that he is now running right there as well. But for now, we're getting some numbers in from Kingston Central, so we're going over to Nika.
All right, thanks, Gio. We are indeed heading over to this hotly contested seat. Kingston Central it is. We are seeing incumbent Donovan Williams of the Jamaica Labour Party only with 38 votes, but it is one of 80 boxes, and this is 69.1%. You understand what we're saying. Steve McGregor, the ex-policeman, he is 30.9% out in the ring, and that's 17 votes so far. We have to be mindful of where these ballots are coming from and what's happening now, because it's just over an hour since polls have closed. Of course, I want to invite Cleveland to respond to these numbers and create a picture, paint a picture for us, certainly, as to why Kingston Central is so important to the People's National Party.
Yeah, it's the constituency of former PNP president, former PNP giant Michael Manley. 2020 was a shocker for us, I'll be very honest. We did not expect that outcome in that particular constituency. But since then, we have worked significantly. If you look at the 2024 local government election, had it been a general election, the PNP would have won the constituency handsomely. We know that there were some distractions. And I say distractions. I forgot that young man's name who we removed from the ticket. I can't remember. I can't remember his name. But yeah, I know that there were significant efforts to undermine Steve. But I think we'll pull through, and we're confident of the efforts.
Final 30 seconds I give to you, Titania. Will he make it out? Donovan Williams, will he get a repeat?
That's the plan. It's a seat to watch. We ignoring the noise, but the people of Central Kingston, even under so many terms under the People's National Party, deserve better. If you tour that seat, you realize that they certainly deserve better than what they had before. So we're hoping Donovan will keep it for a second term and continue the job.
All right, there you have it. The views of the young politicians in the room, Titania Clark, Cleveland Tomlinson. Stay with us, Jamaica. We take a break.
There you have it. There you have it. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Stand by as we swing over to our next live feed coming into us right here on the Mecwe Talk program. It's election night in Jamaica. We're watching and listening from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. Welcome. We go over to Television Jamaica. Joan Gordon Webley leading. St. Andrew Western, St. Andrew West Central. No votes in as yet. St. Andrew East Central. No vote in as yet. St. Andrew Southwest. No, Portia Simpson Miller OC, no vote in as yet. Mark Goldenson seat. St. Andrew South Central, Southern rather. St. Andrew Southeast, Julian Robertson seat. The split between Patricia Duncan Sutherland. Oh, this seat is need to watch. Katie Knight, Stacey Knight against the minister. And this seat here with Christopher Henry. This seat also St. Andrew South Northwest, St. Andrew East Rural with Juliet Holness, St. Thomas Western with James Robertson. No vote in as yet. St. Thomas East, Shaw is leading. Portland Eastern, no vote is in as yet. And St. Thomas, Portland Western. Okay, there you have it. St. Mary Central, no vote in as yet. St. Mary Western at Bobby Montague, no vote in as yet. St. Anne Southeast, 44 for the PNP. St. Anne Northeast, no vote in as yet. Let me take this call here. There you have it. Let's go back over television Jamaica.
Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, vote 2025. I know you're seeing a lot of results with like 0 boxes, 0%. Don't worry, in a very short period of time, the results are going to be coming in thick and fast. In the meantime, Dwayne Anderson is at PNP HQ. Dwayne.
Historically, in some democracies, a low voter turnout favors the incumbent. Obviously, we're still waiting on the official count, but the last we got was around 30%, and with 2 hours to go, it's not certain it can go much further above 50%. So I'm now joined by Donna Scott Motley. She's a vice president here in the People's National Party. She was also a spokesperson in this campaign. Mrs. Scott Motley, what have you been hearing as to why the voter turnout would have been so slow and potentially so low today?
Well, let me just say, first of all, good evening to all your viewers. That is one of the disappointing things about today. The way in which the voting was conducted was very frustrating to our people who had just 3 hours in which to cast their vote. And some of the complaints we got was, for example, that people had to wait over 3 hours to vote. The fact that the electronic voting system just completely collapsed was another factor. And so people had to leave. I'm very disappointed about that, based on the momentum which we had experienced and based on going all across the island. We had anticipated that this was going to be a record voter turnout. But I will say that, in my opinion, it is clear that our voters turned out early, voted early, and we are going to see the results. You can see from the excitement here in the atmosphere that the persons here are energized and expectant that we will be the government of Jamaica.
You'd have been watching a short while ago where Mrs. Kamina Johnson-Smith of the JLP was speaking with our reporter up there at their headquarters. You want to respond to those claims that PNP was paying people to stay home?
Well, I am totally shocked because everybody knows that the JLP has always had more money than the People's National Party. It's very, very clear that they saved a lot of campaign money because they used the office of government to do their advertising. You had ads being promoted right up to the election day, but ostensibly coming from the office of the Prime Minister. We know that they were able to hold back cash. We expected that they would try to suppress the vote by trying to buy.
What happened there, we don't know.
Okay, we'll go back to Dwayne at the PNP headquarters a little later on. But first, any comment, Earl, coming out of those 2 interviews?
It's difficult. Well, both are, on the one hand, expressing confidence in the ultimate outcome.
Which they will do right up until they lose.
Right up until they lose, one or the other. But that undercurrent of disappointment in terms of the turnout and what might have been some of the causative factors is something to be taken into consideration very seriously. We have been at this this transition to electronic voting for quite some time now. And I think there will be questions after this as to why we have not reached where we need to reach in terms of perfecting that system.
Yeah, Emily, anything you heard there from either Mrs. Johnson-Smith or Donna Scott Motley?
No. I think the people now we're interested to hear where are we with the numbers. It is now an hour and a half since the official close of poll. We should be getting some numbers in. All of the postmortem about who paid what and who was saving what, we can have that later. But right now, I'm interested in the numbers, and I think the people are.
Well, having said that, it's back to electoral office with Kalisha.
Thank you so much, Dion. As you said earlier, the numbers are coming in steadily. I know a lot of people may be wondering why we're not getting the numbers a little bit faster, but things will definitely pick up as it gets closer to further in the evening. I can now say, Dion, looking at this chart behind me, the results dashboard, the People's National Party, still early days, I must say, People's National Party leading in 13 constituencies, while the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 9 constituencies. I'm going to read a few of the constituencies in terms of the progress so far, and we're seeing Clarendon with the largest progress so far, 20% of the boxes counted, and we're seeing the People's National Party leading in Clarendon North Central, 1,499 votes for the People's National Party, to the Jamaica Labour Party's 931 votes, and the other, the JPP, 3 votes in that constituency. I'm going to move over. I'm going to ask the videographer to just follow me as I go to the desk right here. For this, on this computer, we're seeing a map. Well, it went blank for a few minutes, but just bear with me while I try to bring it back up in terms of well, we try to bring up the maps a little later on, Dion. I'm looking at the specific candidates in some of the constituencies, having some issues there with the computer. But I can say, I know lots of persons may also be wondering why we have not received the final voter turnout for this evening. I've been trying to get some information from the Director of Elections, Glasspool Brown. He has not spoken to us all day. And the last time I checked, he informed us that he'll be doing one interview with all the media houses. So we are still waiting on that, waiting to see what the voter turnout will be like for this evening. So that's all we have for right now. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. So she says at this point, PNP leading 13, JLP leading in 9. Very, very early days yet, and we'll continue to update that. And even the results that we're seeing coming in are still pretty early. So you're seeing, for instance, in Catherine North Central, we're seeing the JLP's Neil Powell with 176 votes, Natalie Nita Garvey with 165. But again, that's 4 boxes out of 108 at this point. So Central Kingston, still just one box we're seeing. I think we saw that earlier on as well. Where the PNP's Steve McGregor is trying to unseat the JLP's Donovan Williams. So any surprises in relation to the speed at which we're seeing the results? Because I'm looking, it's 20 to 7 now. I mean...
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's going to step up. Some of these boxes are coming from rural Jamaica. Information may take a while to get there. So, I mean, the results are coming in, and that's the most important thing. And the Jamaican people can see that for themselves right here on TVJ. So my view, though, is that if we had so much, well, in some of the areas, we had some challenges today, then, of course, I think it's just going to carry out through the night. So we may experience some hiccups over there at the counting centers where we're getting the information from.
Seeing St. Thomas Eastern, there are 5 boxes out of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw. Okay, that changed. Portland Western, 2 boxes of 104. The PNP is Doreen Campbell with 75 votes. Darrell Vaz with 37 votes. Again, very, very early. And we see Michael Aiken there coming on the board. St. Anne Southeast, we have Kenneth Russell of the PNP, 44 votes to Adion Pearce, 9. Just 1 box counted so far out of 131.
If I could just come in here as well, one of the big seats that I'm certainly looking at for the night, Southwest St. Elizabeth. It's a weather vane seat. It has for the last 5 elections voted with a winning party. It is now held by Floyd Green. I'm seeing it is now, well, he has 71 votes to 16 to Miranda Wellington. It's just 1 box that's counted out of 113, but this is a crucial seat based on how the voting goes. It will give us an early indication as to what is likely.
Here's St. James Southern with Nikisha Burrell, 243 votes. The Homer Davis has 198, 4 boxes counted out of 110.
Right.
We're talking about that constituency a little bit earlier, watching it very closely. Westmoreland Central, 2 boxes out of 120. George Wright of the JLP, 101. Dwayne Vaz with 74. Kathleen Greenwood with 1. Don Foote, no votes so far, just 2 boxes out of 170.
Right. I'm seeing here for Central Kingston. Did you just touch Central Kingston?
Kind of came and went.
Okay, came and went. So that is...
I wanted to draw historical reference to that constituency, Central Kingston, because it's a constituency of great sentimental value to the PNP.
Yep.
First won by Michael Manley in 1967 over E.K. Powell, and it was a very, very tight election there.
Yes.
I think the percentage was Manley 49.68 and E.K. Powell 49.19. That was how close it was. And I don't know, perhaps it's returning to that kind of competitive contest in Kingston Central.
Right. Just one box so far for St. Elizabeth Southwestern. Floyd Green, 71 votes to 16 for Miranda Wellington.
And it depends on the particular division in which
it really does depend on the division.
She's strong. She is strong below, on the western side of the bridge, or as some would say, the northern side of the bridge in Black River and Brompton, those divisions. And Floyd Green is strong in Mountainside and the Pedro Plains division.
Okay, let's take a break. We'll be back shortly with more from our election results show. Will soon come.
There you have it, election results coming in. Fast and furious. It's coming a bit slow, but we will bring you live coverage. We're supposed to have my good friends coming on to the program. We had Marie on a while ago, but Marie, you know what happened? She ended up came off the program. We're just watching the results here coming into us. So as soon as they're ready for us, we go back live to them. They will be right back. Election night in Jamaica. The PNP is leading in 13 seats. Let's see if they can have the momentum go up. As you hear, the voter turnout was not good at all. Voter turnout was not good. You can see Danishka Williams in St. Ann Southwest. She's leading at 161 vote. Floyd Green is leading Miranda Wellington in St. Elizabeth. Southwest, 71 for Floyd Green, 16 for Miranda Wellington. Kingston West, no votes in as yet. Kingston Central, Donovan Williams leading in Kingston East and Port Royal. And in St. Andrew West Rural, you know who is leading there? Joan Gordon Webley. The constituency of the Prime Minister, no vote is in as yet. St. Andrew East Central, no vote in as yet. St. Andrew Southwest, the old seat of Portia Simpson Miller, the seat of the opposition leader Mark Golden, no vote in as yet. No vote in for St. Andrews Southeast. No vote in as yet for St. Andrew Eastern. No vote in as yet for St. Andrew Northeast, where Katie Knight daughter Stacey Knight is trying to take over from veteran politician over there. You can see there's no vote coming in for some of these seats as yet. The former speaker, there's no vote coming in for her as yet. St. Thomas Western, James Robertson, no seat in. St. Thomas Eastern, Yvonne Shaw is leading. No vote in as yet for Portland Eastern. Portland West, Darrell Vaz overtake. Wow. What's going on here? The votes are coming in. St. Mary Central, no vote in as yet. St. Mary Western with Bobby Montague, no vote in as yet. St. Anne Southeast. There you have it. I have with me, joining me now, is none other than my good friend Wilfred Rattigan. Mr. Rattigan, welcome to the program, sir.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. How are you?
I'm good, sir. What they're saying now, the Gleaner is reporting that as of 3 o'clock this evening, before the polling station closed, as at 3 o'clock this evening, let me go back to what the Gleaner was saying here, that there, here it is. The Electoral Office of Jamaica is reporting that 30.41% came out to vote. As at 3 p.m. this evening. That's low voter turnout.
Well, let's see what happens because the polls close at 5. So let's see what they'll come up with.
Hold on
later
for me,
on,
sir.
because that's
Let's go back to what TVJ is saying. Hold on a minute for me, please, sir.
Tonight. Then we move to West Rural St. Andrew, where Juliet Cuthbert is up against, Joan Gordon Webley, who was a former MP for East Rural St. Andrew. She won that seat in 1980 and retained it in the non-contested election in 1983, but lost in 1989. Now she's competing for the PMP. Again, that's also a major battle. Then we move over into St. Mary, where we have Norman Dunn, the current MP, up against Christopher Brown of the People's National Party. And that's a real intense battle. The JLP feel they have it. The PMP think they will be able to hold it for at the end of tonight, but let's see. And in Western St. Mary, where the JLP chairman, Robert Montague, is in an intense battle against Omar Woodbine. He lost all these the divisions, including, he lost the major division, the Gale division in, let me just go back to it. He lost the Gale division in 2024 in the local government election. That's a JLP stronghold, and many people have written him off, but Bobby Montague is a fighter, and the JLP believe they will be able to hold that seat. Then we move over into St. Anne. Northwest, it's not coming up, but that's where Krista Lee is up against Gabrielle Morris. That one is a very intense battle where the JLP believe that Crystal will be able to retain that seat. She defeated the former MP Dayton Campbell in 2020. Now we move into St. James, West Central St. James. Sorry, not sure why that's not coming up. West Central St. James, right? That's where the current MP Marlene Malou Fort, the Minister of Justice of Legal Affairs, she is up against Andre Horton. She defeated him in 2020, but Andre Horton has been in that constituency ever since. He's not left. He's doing a lot of work in there, and the PMP believe that's one of the seats that they will hold at the end of the night. Then in Hanover, Eastern Hanover, that's always been a swing seat, and the jail people believe, even though they lost all the divisions in that seat in the 2024 local government elections, they believe they will be able to hold on to that seat. And in Southwest St. Elizabeth, the Agriculture Minister Floyd Green is up against Miranda Wellington, a hometown girl as well, and that's an intense battle going on there. Generally, the party that wins the general election wins Southwest St. Elizabeth as well. So that's certainly a seat that we'll be watching as well. Northwest Clarendon, where Richard Azan, the former MP, is up against Warren Newby. Warren Newby went in that seat late. The JLP had some major problems. The man who was elected, Philip Enriquez, he literally just was absent. And that really affected the JLP organization in the seat. Warren Newby has gone in early this year, and it's hoped that he would have done enough. But even some JLP people believe that it's too late for Warren Newby to hold on to that seat for the JLP. And in Northern Clarendon, where you have the current MP, Dwight Sibley, up against the former cricketer, Wavell Hines, another intense battle. JLP insiders tell me that they think Sibley is home. PMP people believe that Wavell Hines will hit him for 6 out of the park and take it for the night. Those are some of the seats that must be won. We also have, I'm running out of time, East Central St. Catherine, where Raymond Price for the PMP is up against the MP Alonda Terrelong. A very, very intense battle between those two. And we'll watch and see what happens throughout the evening. Dion?
Thank you so very much, Milton. And, Milton mentioned a number of constituencies there that are really fascinating that I'm watching closely as well. But we are going to be going to our colleague at the Gleaner, Jovan Johnson, first of all, to give us a little hint and an insight into what's been going on at the Gleaner. Jovan?
Hi, thank you so much, Dion. We had a very strong network of correspondents and reporters across the country, giving us all kinds of stories so that we're able to deliver for our audience rich commentary and reportage on what has happened today in Jamaica's 19th general elections. And we had very interesting stories. We had my colleague Christopher Thomas out of Montego Bay had an interesting story from Nikisha, the party's candidate for St. James Southern, who said she was tearful, having been accompanied by her father to vote, and she's seeking to become the first woman to win or to represent that seat out west. And we also had in St. Thomas, the issue of inclusion is very important in our elections, and we had Tanisha out of St. Thomas.
Mr. Rattigan, welcome back to the program, sir. As we break away from that, let's come back to the program here. Your take on what is going on so far across Jamaica, Mr. Rattigan?
Hard to say. It's hard to say because you have some close races and you have some races that weren't supposed to be close that they seem to be close. But then again, it's too early to talk.
Too early to call, yes.
They've counted like 1 out of 120 boxes. So
yes,
it's way too early. Way too early.
Mm-hmm. With the voter turnout too, you think it's way too early to say that?
Yeah, because I wait until because we don't know because we're not there. We don't have any correspondence on the ground. So I would say let's wait until the EOJ, until the Electoral Commission, when they come back and tell us what the final numbers are. But as of right now, like look at this one right here with Philip Powell. It's box 2 of 91. So night is young, as we would say. Look at this one, box 1.
Kingston Central.
Right. So we'll see. We'll see as the
night goes on.
We'll see what's going on. Yeah. I mean, it depends on how fast they can count these ballots because this may take some time. This may, because I'm hearing that they had some challenges.
Yes, because
I don't know if you're going to have challenges with counting the ballots, but we shall see.
And I am being told that from our good friend here in St. Thomas, Mr. Clark, Marcel Clark, just sent me a message a while ago that where it is, yes, here it is, that PD 95 just finished voting. Let's go back to what they're saying over here. What is this? Is this some noise? This thing coming into us? Okay, there is St. Catherine. Okay. What do you think about the JPPP, Mr. Rattigan?
JPP.
Yes.
Look, it's a free country, so people can follow the rules and get on the ballot. But I've looked at the manifesto and I have some serious questions about what they're able to do should they win. We know they're not going to win, but what they're able to do, the promises they've made. And so, I don't know. That would be a question to ask the voters because I see here where they're getting 0, they're getting 1. But again, the night is young. Maybe they'll pick it up. But I don't think any of the candidates are in a position to win. Look at this one. He's got 2 votes.
It's in St. Elizabeth.
But have to start someplace. And I mean, it's a third party, and they said they're gonna start. So, it is what it is. So we shall see. Go back. Oh no, you don't have control over it. There's Kathleen Greenwood. She has 1. There's another one, Leon Cunningham with 1.
Nikisha Burchell is leading.
This one is pretty close.
Yes, it is. It's early time yet.
Yeah, see, look at this one. It's box 2. You know.
Wow.
Box 2.
Still
again.
early, but she's leading. Danishka Williams, newcomer to politics. Dr. Russell is leading in St. Anne's Southeast. Yet still early. I see where Darrell Vaz is coming up. He's leading in Western Portland rather, sorry. 144 votes in. Wow. Can I send you the link? Can you come on?
This one is box 5. Michelle Charles is losing there.
Hello? Can I send you the link? Can you come on? Yes.
Andrea was saying third party just take vote from other party. Well,
We have Fireman on line. Fireman, go ahead. We have Mr. Ortiga on the line here. Go ahead, Fireman.
Oh, hi, Jeffrey. How you doing? Hi, Will. What's going on?
Big up yourself. Big up yourself, my brother. Big up yourself.
Yeah, man. Every time.
Where are you now, Conrad?
You know, I am actually in Northeast Manchester.
Talk to us.
Just drove out of the Christian High School, where, from all accounts, it seems as if that particular cluster had gone to the JLP Audrey Marks over the PNP Valentin Wint, based on the early exit that I heard, poll that I heard the various people purloin there, you know? So, but what I'm hearing as well is that Mr. Wint may have polled heavily in other areas. So I am not able, I personally had that seat to go to the PNP, as you know, because I had been tracking that particular constituency for some time now, and I know that several polls that were done in
hold
there.
on for me, Conrad, hold on for me. We're going to go back over to the EOJ office. Hold on with Glasswell Brown. Hold on a minute, please.
Mr. Brown, we've seen today lots of concerns from persons in regards to the EVIS system, as well as persons waiting for hours in line. What went wrong today from the ECJ's perspective?
Well, we are doing our assessment. There are a number of things that we had some issues with, but there are some positives. The issue in terms of the line, in terms of the pace at which it moved, a number of our electors continue to come to the polling station with expired voting cards, and that extended the time, the period, the processing of it. So that impacted on it. However, by tomorrow, we'll be doing our detailed assessment in terms of what took place today.
But I'm sure, Mr. Brown, that would not cause the delays that we're hearing from some persons waiting for up to 4 hours. And then in one instance, when persons were told in the constituencies where you have the EVIS systems, 7 constituencies, the scanner was not working and persons could not use their ID. Why didn't the ECJ make arrangements for persons to just use their ID just in case the system failed?
No, that was in place. In other words, at one point we paused about 4 of the 7 constituencies. Bear in mind, we have 63 constituencies. Therefore, the assessment must be looked at the entire execution of the election across the island. In those 7 constituencies, we have an issue in terms of the machine. We paused and then went to the manual system in terms of 4 constituencies. The other 3 continued and it flowed properly. So I said, we're going to do the assessment in terms of all the issues, and we'll see where we go from there.
We're still waiting on the final voter turnout for this evening. Can you say if we can, the final voter turnout?
We are tallying the final vote now. Up to 3 p.m., it was approximately 30%. So we continue to that. In a short while, you know the total turnout for the day.
Thank you so much, Director of Elections, Glasswell Brown. And of course, we'll have some more updates with you as soon as possible.
Thank you so much. And, I just saw the results for St. Thomas Eastern on screen, but again, that kind of went by a little fast. We're just talking there about, we're just looking
Let's
at
go
5
back to Conrad O'Brien. Welcome back to the program. I want to give me a take on both what Glasswell Brown just said, Conrad, and Wilfred Rattigan.
Should I go first?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. I have major difficulty with what Glasswell Brown just said, and as the journalist, the interviewer, correctly asked the question, why weren't there backup system? Because this thing that Glasswell is talking about not having one's ID would have basically delayed the process. I can tell you that I personally voted today without ID, and I was out of that polling station within a few minutes, because it's a very, very simple process.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very, very simple process. Hello?
Yes, I'm hearing you, Conrad. Go ahead. We're hearing you. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a very simple process. First thing, where I was, I voted at PD 31 at Grove Road in Mandeville.
Yes.
And the young lady, I think it's the security personnel there, they came and they asked persons in the line, anybody in the line who doesn't have a current voter ID, and persons showed their hand. Well, they did say ID first, and then they said a voter's ID, because one gentleman who was there, he thought they mean ID generally, and he had his driver's license. So I had to instruct him to say, no, it's the voter's ID they're talking about. So suffice it to say, I'll share my own experience. When I went into the polling station, they asked a few questions of you, right? And you answer those questions in the affirmative. They ask you if you want to take an oath or you want to swear, and they they go through the oath with you. You follow after the person, and after that, they take your fingerprint, and then you sign that document. That is an extremely simple, very, very simple process. Very, very simple process that as I said before, you were out there in minutes. So this argument about, persons did not have their voters ID and so is absolutely nonsense. And, this election here was a very crucial election. And we had anticipated that everything would have basically flowed like a clockwork. We have been seeing from Friday, from the special persons who were supposed to vote, the police officers, the election day worker, we saw where there was a problem there. And, I commented on this Monday morning, and all week this week up to yesterday, I have been talking about these glitches in the system and so on, and was saying that I hope that the EOJ would basically have these corrected so nobody will be able to cry foul. But here it is, so far, and Glasswell is saying that they will be doing a proper analysis on that. But how do you speak to people who believe that they would have been disenfranchised candidates who believe that, listen, as a result of what happened, they would have lost and so on? It's a big problem here, and it's going to be very interesting to hear what the observers who observe this what their notes would be like when they submit their reports.
Yes. Mr. Rattigan, your take on it, because this is 2025 and we're 63 years old and we can't get this thing correct all now.
Yeah, it's kind of disappointing to hear the explanation provided by Mr. what's his name? Glasswell
Brown, yes.
Glasswell Brown, yeah. It was I don't know. This is something that
Michael, Conrad, mute your mic for me, please. Go ahead, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah, this is something that should have been. This is something that should have been handled way ahead of time. They're there for a purpose, and the mechanism is in place, and the mechanism should be tested before. But for him now to say, well, people showed up, and they showed up with expired voter cards, I don't know. And then I'm hearing stories now about I'm hearing stories, but one person just called me and told me that a relative went to vote, waited hours, didn't get to vote, left because the person had a meeting, person returned, waited hours again, and then when they went in, they found out that somebody had torn pages out of the black book, and so now they couldn't find names. So that, if it's true, and I believe it is, that this requires an investigation.
Conrad?
Well, I'll tell you this. I have a friend who is a legal person, and his sister was voting in Jamaica for the first time because she had lived overseas. She's 70 plus, I think, and when she had her voter's ID, it stated when they checked the record on the website, it stated where her polling station was. When they went to the polling station, her name was nowhere on the voters list, and she did not able to vote today. Excited about casting her vote for the first time because she deemed what is happening in Jamaica as very corrupt, and she wanted to basically register her protest against corruption, and she was basically disenfranchised.
But Mr. Rattigan and Conrad O'Brien, is this? Would you go as far and say that the electoral system in Jamaica look like it is being corrupted or something? One moment for me, please. Hold on to me, Conrad, before you answer that question. Let's go back over to TVG. I think they're having some live coverage here over by the JLP headquarters.
Long rather is going up against the PNP's Raymond Price. We also have an independent candidate here, Casey on Radcliffe from the JPP. On the Jamaica Labour Party's supporters are seemingly having an early celebration here while the ballots are being counted on the inside. There is a steady but consistent support here from the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Police officers are up ahead. On the other side of this crowd, you'll have the PNP supporters who are underneath their tents as well, taking it easy. But as you see, the celebration is really here with the JLP supporter. Now, this particular constituency is interesting because it's one of those steady but swing seats rather, and so the PNP rather would want to take this seat. Now, in this division, in this constituency, there are three divisions. Southborough, you have Portmore Pines and Gregory Park. In Portmore Pines, that is where the PNP support is large, and that is where they're trying to get more of their supporters to come out to see if they could make a difference. In Gregory Park, however, there's an equal number of PNP and JLP supporters here. As I said, on the other hand, the PNP supporters are there having their own party. We're going to walk through the crowd to get a little bit of the excitement.
Okay, let's break away from that for a moment and go back to Conrad O'Brien. Talk to us, Mr. O'Brien. This is 2025. I know we are hearing this nonsense from Glasswell Brown.
Hello?
Yes, sir. I'm saying to you, this is 2025. And now we are hearing this nonsense from Glasswell Brown.
I'm not hearing at all. It's going in and out.
Conrad, are you hearing us? Are you hearing us, Conrad?
No,
Conrad, are you hearing us?
Badly.
Hello?
Jeffrey? Wow.
Let me get back on O'Brien on this thing here because I think there's something going on with his system, not mine. Let's figure out something here. I think he has his mic muted, didn't realize it. Let's stand by to join by Conrad O'Brien right here. Conrad?
Yes.
Are you hearing us? Hello, Conrad, are you hearing us?
Yes,
Hello?
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Yes, I'm asking you. This is 2025. And we're hearing this nonsense from the EOJ office. You don't think this full time to get the act together?
Well, certainly, Jeffrey, what we're seeing here is actually a regression of the EOJ, because we have had election in the past where the system run without glitches, and we get up-to-date results and so on, and people were able to cast their vote in comfort, you know, or easily rather. So it seems as if we are going backwards at the EOJ under Glass-Paul Brown. We didn't have this sort of situation with, for example, Mr. Fisher when he was there. We didn't have it at all. So it begs the question: what is really going on?
Yes.
Is there a level of incompetency in the EOJ, or is something deliberate being done to basically disenfranchise people? And I must say to you, Jeffrey and Wilford, that majority of the people, if not all of the people that I know who are making complaint, are people who would want to poll their vote for the People's National Party.
I see we're in right now, Conrad.
I am not here casting any assertion, but that is just the information that is coming to me.
Yes, Conrad. I see we're in now Portland Eastern, 2 boxes, count of 104.
Wow. Jeffrey, I'm at a disadvantage. I'm driving. I'm trying to reach a location that I'll be able to talk properly, because the terrain is very, very
okay, no problem.
choppy.
No problem. No problem. Go ahead.
You for now and then.
Yes. For now, we just had Conrad O'Brien. Yes, Conrad, go ahead.
Jeffrey?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to leave you and I will catch up with you later on, because I'm driving and it's very, very choppy and it's not good for broadcasting.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right?
Thank you.
So I'll catch you as soon as I reach a comfortable location.
No problem, man. Go ahead. There you have it, Conrad O'Brien there. This is 2025 Wilfred Rattigan. And you think that these people have all of this thing corrected and make sure everything is okay. People will think totally different of the EOJ now, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah, but, you know, this is something that people should have looked into and try to do at least a test run, just to make sure. And maybe they did, I don't know. But it's not looking good, because we're getting mixed signals.
Give me a minute, Mr. Rattigan. Let's continue talking. Give me a minute, please. I got to turn off something. Give me a minute, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're getting mixed signals from the people in charge. We're getting mixed signals from the people on the ground. We're getting mixed signals from reporters. We're getting mixed signals from voters. So at this point, it just looks like a lot of unforced errors, because these things shouldn't have happened. You shouldn't have people standing outside, leaving, coming back, finding out that the pages are torn out of a book, and the pages had names on them for voters, and now voters show up and they can't find them names. Or as Conrad said, somebody flew in to vote, checked before flying out from her location, her name appeared on the voters list, and then in a constituency and a polling station, and then when she showed up, they said, your name is not on the list. This is not the way to do business. And especially, as Conrad said, in a pivotal election like this, where a decision could direct the path of the country in a wrong way, or in a bad way, where we know about the corruption there, and people have been saying they want to get rid of the corruption, and we've seen a steady flow of people flying to vote, and we've seen a groundswell of support to vote against the corruption we've witnessed. And then now we're hearing that people were not allowed to vote. We're hearing, and in several ways, we're hearing that they were forced to wait for long periods, so much so that they got frustrated and they left. And we're also hearing that people who checked to make sure that their names were on the list, when they got there, they were told their name's not on the list. And the thing about it is that to say we're gonna do as Mr. Glasspool Brown said, we're gonna do an analysis tomorrow or the day after. It's too late.
Utter nonsense, man.
It's too late. Remember, people, remember what I said weeks, if not months ago. I said that they should call in the Carter Center. Remember? I don't know if they did, but the one thing I can tell you, I don't think the Carter Center is there. I believe OAS people are there, but
yes,
then
that's true.
That's just a belief. I don't know who and I don't know where they're located. But we haven't heard from them. Maybe somebody should be reaching out to OAS to find out, hey, what's going on? What are you people seeing? Are you aware that these things are happening somewhere else? Because where they are, everything might be fine. And it may be deliberately done to say, okay, we're not going to conduct our shenanigans where these people are. Let's do it somewhere else, far from where they are. We don't know.
The person who's heading the OAS is the former Prime Minister of St. Lucia, Dr. Kenny Anthony. He's the one who's leading the OAS delegations to Jamaica.
Well, they need to hear from him and register complaints that they have with him to say, look, this, they should have had an office with a phone number, a dedicated line that people could call in if they're experiencing issues. I don't know if that was done. I don't know.
Maybe that wasn't done at all, Mr. Rattigan, because this whole thing happened in the local government election. Good night, make we talk. You're live.
Jeffrey.
So Bruce, yes, you're live. Go ahead. What's going on?
Oh, that Michael Aiken there when we say at Portland. I miss a new man, then Michael Aiken.
I don't know. You're live on air, you know, so I don't know. May you talk later, no?
All right.
Okay. Yes, what is going on here is there is some live feed, I think, coming in from is it the People's National Party headquarters? I think I see something here. Yes. There's a live feed here coming from the People's National. Okay, it's strip away from there.
Talking about too was that a lot of.
Let's go back over to what is going on with the election at okay. There are some results coming in from Hanover. Let's go back over to TVJ. Remove this from here. This is not looking good at all. Although it is early, Mr. Rattigan, based on what Glasspool Brown just said, it's not looking good at all.
Well, no, it's not. Well, not based on what he's saying, based on what the questions the reporter asked him. It's not looking good at all, because she's the one saying to him, all these things are happening. And his response was, first, people showed up with expired voter cards, and that they're going to look into it tomorrow. But there are other things going on as well. Like, for example, the long lines where people decided that they weren't going to stand any longer and they left. And from what I'm being told, they hired a lot of people, and the training, I think, was for a day or two, but it wasn't enough, and they didn't get enough qualified people who can follow instructions, because I'm hearing that there were problems with people with workers assigned to EOJ, that they couldn't provide proper directions, instructions for the voters. And so that caused a lot of problems, because people were asking questions and they really couldn't answer, which is a shame, because you would think that these people would be well schooled and very prepared for this event. But we're finding out that it's not the case. I even heard of a case where somebody said to me up at Meadowbrook High School, they had nine workers who called in sick. All 9 of them called in sick today, and that the PNP had to, hurriedly find. I think they found 8 people.
That doesn't look good at all. Something went on there.
Yeah.
But Mr. Rattigan, it cost taxpayers of this country nearly $1 billion to run this election, and all this nonsense happening. The EOJ get nearly $1 billion to run this election.
Yeah, but at this point, I would say yeah, there were issues there. I want to know what the OS, what's their role, where they're stationed, are they aware of all these things that are going on, and what are the consequences? What do you do when you discover all of these things? Do you just let them go? Somebody asked, can you do a do-over? Not sure. No, I'm not familiar
I've
with
never heard about that
rules
before in Jamaica.
So I don't know, but we shall see. Still early, and mistakes are still being made.
Yes.
Or mistakes were made. Plenty of mistakes were made. Well, we don't even know if it's mistakes, but let's say that the rules weren't properly followed. So, and then people just call out sick. You imagine that? 9 people assigned to a polling station, and all 9 of them just say, right, no, boy, I'm sick.
It look like some money dropped there, so Mr. Rattigan.
Something happened. And like I said, they should have reached out for the Carter Center, because the Carter Center, they are experts at this kind of thing.
Yes.
Don't know if somebody called on them, but there were suspicions way before now that irregularities would occur. And here we are. Here we are with the anticipated irregularities, and we don't know if we're coming or going. So, but again, we shall see. We shall see.
At 7:24 in Jamaica, 8:24 here in the United States, and the voting counts are just trickling bit by bit, one by one, and we're spending over $1 billion. That's so much money to upgrade the electoral system in Jamaica. Why the voting taking so long? This doesn't look good at all. Okay. Everall, whoa, this man is leading Everall Warmington a bit. 6 box counted of 147.
Long way to go.
Long way to go. Long way to go. Long way to go, people. Long way to go. It's going to be a long night tonight. As we come to you live right here on the Mekwe Talk program, I have in studio here with me none other than the man himself, Jamaica's fearless leader, Wilfred Rattigan, who has been sounding the alarm from when that they should have called in the Carter Center. And it seems that the People's National Party didn't pay us any mind. And now, look what is going on.
They should have called in the center, and the center. I mean, this is one of the things that they do very, very well.
Yes. Hold on for me, Mr. Rattigan. Let me get this thing. What this lady is saying on TVJ. Okay, where it is? Here we go.
The JLP's General Secretary, Dr. Horace Chang, has also arrived, and he said that the JLP at this point is feeling pretty comfortable. But for now, I'm going to talk to our reporter, Laverne Barrett from The Gleaner, senior reporter from The Gleaner. Laverne, good evening. Thanks for joining us on TVJ. You were in a number of constituencies today, including Kingston Central. Talk to me about what happened on the ground.
Indeed. Myself and my colleague, Ashanti Lawson, we were in Kingston Central and we were in St. Andrew Eastern. Just like, everywhere else is reporting, there were pockets of issues. For example, at Kingston Technical High School, we saw the PNP supporters objecting to the JLP's candidate, Donovan Williams, going onto the compound. But the police, they quickly came in and they quelled that by explaining to the PNP supporters that he is allowed on the premises for 5 minutes in each polling divisions. Now, there are 8 polling divisions in Kingston Technical High School, which means he would have been allowed there for about 40 minutes. Elsewhere, as we spoke off camera, Almond Town is an area that was dominated by the PNP for decades. What we saw today in Almond Town was people openly wearing JLP paraphernalia, saying, look, the issues that matters to us is what the MP, Donovan Williams, has delivered. Roads, light, you name it. What they have said is that, look, we have gone through years of People's National Party representation, and what have we to show for it? nothing. So why not give somebody else an opportunity to do for us what we want them to assist us with?
And that's not surprising, Laverne, because I was on the ground as well in Kingston Central doing a constituency profile. And that was a little surprising as well when you went into Allman Town, a traditional PNP stronghold with individuals there. Some even told me that they had switched political parties at the time. Did you happen to see Mr. Lawrence Rowe?
No, I did not. I did not see him during all of my traverse in the constituency today. But what I can tell you is that those people in Alban Town, they are not afraid to let it be known that they are not going back to the People's National Party.
Okay, well, we'll wait to see what happens later on when the results come out. But what about the other constituencies, very quickly? Where else did you go?
St. Andrew Eastern. And one of the things that we did, we were talking to some of the voters, asking them to tell us what motivated them, what pushed them to come out to cast their ballots. And one of them very pointedly said to me that the proposal he heard from the PNP candidate about creating a university town in that space. As you know, the University of Technology is there, the University of the West Indies is there, and what they've said is that that idea specifically appeals to him, and that is the reason why he came out to vote. Some people raise the issue of corruption, others the issue of tradition. My father would vote JLP, my mother vote PNP. You know, so those are some of the issues that people were talking about.
Thank you very much. Laverne Barrett there, our colleague from the Gleaner, giving us his experience about what happened on the ground today. Dion?
Thank you so very much, Andrea. Let's go to a break. We'll be back with our live coverage of the 2025 elections right after this.
There you have it, live coverage of the 2025 election. Just give us a moment here. We'll take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to you. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Mecwi Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Mecwi Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica. Welcome back to election coverage. You can see right now Babsy Grange is leading in St. Catherine Central. St. Catherine West Central, Christopher Tufton is leading. 2 boxes count of 126. Welcome back to the program, everyone. You can see Flavor Williams is leading in St. Andrew Eastern. 6 boxes counted rather of 111. Based on all of this, though, something not adding up here. The time, it is early time, yes. St. Andrew Northwestern, 2 boxes count. Member Williams is leading. Wow. Glasswell Brown we need to get some answers from this man, though. In Manchester Southern, Peter Bunting is leading. 6 boxes count. Good night, Mecwi Talk, you're live.
Sir Jeffrey, afternoon. Ratty, afternoon.
Bless up.
Something not right with the people of Jamaica. There's no way we could be preaching and teaching these people. And they still went and make a mockery of themselves. It only shows that Jamaica people are a set of dunce and them don't want to do anything for themselves and they just want box food and live from hand to mouth every day. Diaspora.
I would
don't feel
hold on
sorry
there.
for them, diaspora.
I wouldn't call them a bad dunce, you know. Don't do that, man.
Come on, Jeffrey, man. You can't. The Bible tell us that. Listen, man. People tell us that don't save who don't want to be saved. You know? You hear me say? Don't save who don't want to be saved. You bring the horse of the water. You can't tell him to drink the water. So yeah, what? Anything want to them done. They live in a corruption and live on capture and hungry by. Hey, listen. You see next 2 weeks. Look how much of them are called up here. But me have some set of family who say green. Make them there. That's me a word. Look more.
Hold on there before you go. Hold on there. I see we're in. Oh Lord, it's early time yet. My heart leaped a while ago. Before you go, my friend, based on what you're seeing here now, it's early time yet, but based on what you're seeing now, don't you think there's something wrong with the EOJ? Because look at this.
Of course.
Look at this. Somebody.
Clear. Favour Williams shouldn't have one vote. Not even the man in the purple should have get more vote than Favour Williams. Favour Williams cannot construct a sentence. Favour Williams don't know numbers. And if you have the finance, the Minister of Finance, who is the second highest in the she below the Prime Minister.
Mm.
And she can't construct a debate without have to read. Come on, man. It's simple show you say the people of Jamaica.
Hold on for me. Go over to the PNP headquarters. Hold on a minute.
Here in southeastern St. Andrew. And I say that because with each passing minute, the PNP supporters are just flooding into here, just glancing at the crowd right now. I'd say about 400 or 500 people are here. And they're here confident that their party is going to win tonight. But among the people here tonight is my colleague from the Gleaner, senior reporter, Kimon Francis. Kimon, you were on the road today. You went in parts of St. Catherine, parts of St. Andrew and Kingston. What did you observe specifically in those battleground seats?
It was a bit strange today, and I say strange in the sense that customarily in elections, you see the parties' bases, they're out in their numbers. Today, I had to literally go into the garrisons, deep into the garrisons, to see the base and to hear from them. What I saw in a lot of the communities was really the middle income earners, working class, upper middle.
Give me a minute, Kimon. I'm sorry, we're doing a live on TV, so could you just step back and give me a couple minutes, please? Thank you. You can speak to me afterwards. Kimon, you were saying about the middle class voters?
Right, we were seeing middle income earners, upper middle income, just lining up, waiting for hours to vote. We didn't see much of the base support, as I said previously.
Continue speaking, it's fine.
Interestingly, when I spoke to a senior member of the People's National Party, what they said to me was that we have 14 and the goal is to keep that 14, and we're really looking at 21 more minimum to add to that to take us across the line.
No, we've been hearing complaints left, right, and center about slow voting, low turning. It's fine. Thank you very much. But one particular thing that we must note that here in Jamaica is that employers are required and encouraged to send home their workers a little bit early so they can vote. While coming through Western St. Andrew, in particular on Spanish Town Road, we saw this massive buildup of traffic where I'm imagining some voters would have been in that traffic. You were able to find out what was going on. What happened for those 2-3 hours where people were just stuck in traffic?
And what was happening was that supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party, I don't want to say clash, but they met. And what I saw was actually a sight for sore eyes, given our history. They were dancing. So the police were working to try and clear the traffic, but not aggressively. They wanted people to interact, but it did cause, a pileup.
Thank you. Kimon and I, we're here at the PNP's headquarters, and I'm imagining based on how slow the voting is going, we could be here until around midnight or 1 a.m., but we'll be sure to bring you whatever newsworthy happens. It's back to you in the studio. Dion.
Thank you so much, Dwayne. Well, as we were saying earlier, though, a lot of times what you have is...
There you go, caller.
Yeah, man, I'm here,
yes.
Jeffrey.
Have another call coming in, so let's wrap up for me now, please.
Yeah, man, what I'm saying, man, it is a shame how the people of Jamaica see how this man deal with them. Lick down their house, even the taxi man them, raise up all these type of fees and tickets for them.
Yes.
And them still up over this like one end of the power. Come on, man.
All right, my friend.
No, man. Ratty. Sir, Ratty.
Yeah.
Boy, nobody send up your blood pressure too much over them people. You live your life, my friend. Go and go travel the world with your family and go enjoy your retirement money and leave Jamaican people alone. Then I want nothing out of life. As Granny would say, set a non-ambitious, productive elements. You hear me, sir?
I hear you, sir.
There's no way the JLP have no numbers when I see up there, sir. You hear me, sir?
It kind of early still, It kind of early still.
But me say, Mr. Ratty, favor enough you have no vote.
I
My math
understand.
teacher was dead and gone. My math teacher, she used to rush me. Let me say this before me go. My maths teacher, she used to rush me because I never good for maths. I hear she tell me, say, you have to count for surviving in this world. He say, if you can count, you will survive. Favor can't count. You hear me say? Favor cannot count. It is sad, Mr. Rattigan. But thanks to you, Jeffrey, Andre, and hold on, we're open. Because it seems like we only reach probably 60% of Jamaica or 50% we reach. And guess what? It's out of the 50 we reach, Mr. Ratti.
Right.
Whenever they get children, let's hope they'll be able to teach them what you guys have taught us. And we can carry it on. Because nobody can take me for fool in politics again. You hear me say? You guys are the reason why me did decide to vote this year. And one reason make me not come vote. Oh no, give me a chance at life. You say, boy, go vote. Give the other side a chance. Based on everything on the put on the table. My wife is not from Jamaica. When my wife sit down and listen to her and say, yo, that's how your country is. I can't believe Jamaica is like that. That's what you guys get for paying the hotel? And you guys treat us so good when we come there? Come on, Mr. Ratty, man. We only go on like say we're nice when and treat the people them nice. But we are live like dog and under slave masters, man. And we are vote for these people. See me, I put them in a power. Come on, man. Mr. Ratty. You come like so we have to go renown with citizenship and go down there go run Jamaica the right way. Come in ready, you know.
You're ready.
Jamaica,
Right.
I'm ready.
You're ready.
Go
All
down
right.
there.
Your wife ready for you go?
Ready.
Your wife ready for you go? Your wife ready for go with you or ready for you go?
Right now she ready to come with me because she has said nobody not to live under them the circumstances. You hear me say?
All right. Make
ready for
examine the plan there.
If PNP lose, Mr. Ratty, me ready. Jeffrey save my number. I say me ready. Because Jamaica can't continue so. We can't continue to breed dunce people because no intelligent people are going to do that unless them get back pay money. The intelligent one will make millions and then thief. Unless them thief and they say, I can make some money under the JLP, you know. Let me vote for them. More than my family come. But no smarty one sensible doctor, one sensible nurse. Now I go get up and make them a full decision there. The people them go to hospital and they don't a cardboard them asleep on. And most of them, you know, right now, in the labor right jumping up and down sit there. They can't get medication, they can't get food. Mr. Ratty, me come down there, what do you know? And me come with that little bit of money. And I say this a hold me at Jamaica. Mr. Ratty, money don't serve me 2 days good. I have to call up a yard and say, yo, transfer XYZ to my account. Because me is a man like me not spend drift, you know. But me like help people.
Right.
You can't survive at Jamaica no more, Mr. Ratty.
All right, my friend.
And the idiot them a vote, oh God, man. Them the numbers when I see I must buy vote go on, Mr. Ratty. Something not right.
All right, my
yeah,
friend.
but them shouldn't even the buy vote thing. They take the money and you vote your conscience, you know.
No, what them I do, Ratty? When them buy a vote, you know, you have to ink your finger same time, you know. You have to ink your finger. When them buy a vote, you have to ink your finger same time.
Well, they say we don't talk about that before. Remember, we have said there are ways that you can go around. You can. There are ways that you can deal with that problem. There, you know. There are ways that you can deal with it, but we just didn't see where people decided to deal with it. Is this correct? That this money will lead James?
I'm disappointed in Jamaica.
Yes,
May I tell you right now? May I tell you the truth?
It is. Yeah, call. I gotta run. I have a next call coming in.
Yeah, man. Take care.
Cool.
All right, my brother. Take care of yourself.
Good night. Make we talk here live.
Good night. I want to ask you.
I'm not hearing you, ma'am. Can you speak a little louder, please?
Ask Mr. Rattigan a question.
I am not hearing you at all, ma'am.
I need to ask Mr. Rattigan a question.
Yes, ma'am. But can you speak a little louder, please?
Okay, Mr. Rattigan, you are suggesting that they should call in the Carter Center. But on your live, you also said in order for the Carter Center to come in, the Prime Minister would have to do it. So what's the purpose of you saying that?
No, but
the Prime Minister is not going to do that.
Hold on, ma'am. What Mr. Rattigan was saying, that the opposition should ask the Prime Minister calling the Carter Center. Is that so, Mr. Rattigan?
Yes, indeed. Ma'am, I don't know if you listen to me carefully.
Mr. Rattigan said it would be the Prime Minister who would have to do that.
But
No. I said something. No, I said something beyond that. What I said was that the opposition should then petition the government to bring in publicly. I said they should go public and say, listen, we don't know if this thing is going to be free and fair. So we're asking the government to ask the Carter Center to come in. And then if the government didn't respond within a certain time period, then they should get a draft with including civil society, and then send it to the Carter Center and said, we suspect that there might be election impropriety, and so we're asking you to consider coming. And then they would probably reach out to the Jamaican government, but at least you would get it on record. But yeah, I think what you said, I said is halfway there, but not the full way, because I did say that the opposition cannot petition the Carter Center to come in. It has to be done by the government.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah. However, what they should have done, and I don't know, do you remember me saying that they should go public with it and ask the government to have the Carter Center come in? Do you remember that?
Okay, I didn't.
Okay, because that's exactly what I said. I said what they should do is they should ask the government, and they should do it publicly. They should come out in their press conference, one of the press conferences, and say that we're asking the government to petition the Carter Center to come in. And then if the government didn't do it within a certain time period, then they should then get all the support they could get from civil society, from organizations of faith, from academia, and from elsewhere, and draft something and send it to them saying, we suspect that there will be improprieties here, and we asked the government, they didn't respond, so we're letting you know. So maybe you can reach out to the government and say, and it's just to have something in the record, because right now I don't think they have anything in the record. Right.
Okay, ma'am. Thanks for calling in.
All right,
thank you. Good night. Make we talk here live. Hello, good night. Make we talk here live. Let's go ahead.
Yes, Jeffrey. Just want to say one thing, man, to that guy we are calling a cry, man. Just tell him what you race, yeah?
All right, my
brother.
Forward to the people.
Yeah, man. It's young.
It's race is long. Now watch the early results, man. Watch the whole race, man.
Yes, true. All right,
Early.
much.
All right.
Good night. Make we talk here live. Fort William, go ahead.
Yes, Jeffrey.
Yes, sir.
Listen, we are at 1% and all. If you look at all the votes are being counted, none of them were 500, man, between two candidates. It's too early. You talk about it. Look, what when you vote, when it's 50%, 60 bucks out of 120. I said the target. Then we start getting to the details. See the vote them are coming in. Peter Bolton announced a win already. Relax, man. Too early.
All right, my friend.
You have 500 votes counted. 250 58, we have 100. And everybody picks up their hand. The call up before was right.
All right, man.
The call before, but they turn on there.
Yeah, man.
Wait, man. No, relax.
All right, man. Here's this call. Thank you. Good night. Make we talk here live. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes. 2 minutes, rather. Sorry, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead. Hello? Hello? Okay. They're saying that Peter Bunting is declared a winner already. Let me figure that out. Let me see if I get in a sound from here.
I'm drinking tea. Them a drink tea, viewers and listeners. Them a drink tea. Always a good thing to do. Yes, when you're in Jamaica.
Good night. Make we talk here live. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good night, Mr. Travis. Good night, Mr. Ratty. What's up? We the here and we are watching thing, and we not gonna get ourselves work up because right now we know so time come and the PNP are gonna take it over. So we not worry ourselves. We not young.
Okay, hold on there. There's a projected winner in St. Elizabeth Northwest. A projected winner in St. Elizabeth Northwest, Andrew Moran. Andrew Morris. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Andrew Morris.
Morris, rather, yes. 5,555 votes to Patricia Forrester. 3,831 votes. And the People's Progressive Party, 39. So the JLP going home with that seat in St. Elizabeth Northwest. Paul, are you there?
Yeah, man, I'm here. So the night's still young. We just watch the race.
All right, man. Thanks much.
All right, good night.
Good night. Wow. Peter Bunting is leading with 8,500.
No, he's won. He's won. He's
Won
won.
the seat, yes. The former Minister of National Security, Peter Murcutt Bunting, has won his seat in Manchester Southern. Let's go back over to the EOJ office.
Numbers to our viewers, but we just saw a significant jump in the numbers here at the ECJ. Now, right behind me, I can see some of the constituencies where the counting has been completed. Manchester Southern, one of those constituencies that we have been watching closely. We're now seeing the People's National Party in that constituency 8,573 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's 7,903 votes. I know this is a lot for our viewers to digest, so I'll not go through every one of them, but now looking at another one where I'm seeing that the counting has been completed. St. Elizabeth Northwestern, we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party 5,555 votes and the People's National Party 3,831 votes. Now I'll get back to that board in a bit in another update, but right now I'm joined with my colleague from the Gleaner, Karen Madden. Karen, thank you so much for joining me. I know today we've been hearing about the concerns about persons being in line for hours. I voted in Southern St. Catherine. I got there around 10:18. I didn't leave until around 10:45. Some people may say it doesn't seem long, but there are only two persons in front of me. And what was your experience?
My experience is similar to yours, Kalisha. Same constituency. I voted at Belmont Park Primary School, a very busy polling station with probably about 15 PDs. So when I got there just after 7 o'clock, my mantra is early voting. So I got there just after 7 o'clock. When I got there, I joined a line outside the polling division, the polling station, which is very unusual. Probably about 15 or 17 people in that line. And then we went inside and had to line up again in front of your particular PD, and we were there in the steaming sun. It took about 40 minutes for the process to be completed, and everybody in the line was also saying that, and many experienced voters were saying that, that this is very, very unusual.
Okay, thank you so much, Karen. I'm going to go back to the board a bit, and we're seeing the People's National Party is leading in 30 constituencies, and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 constituencies. And as I mentioned earlier, we've seen a significant jump in terms of the progress in each constituency. Moving now to even St. Andrew Southeastern, where 89% of the boxes counted there. We're seeing the People's National Party 4,710 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party 2,827 votes. Going back to another constituency, I'm going down now to, St. Andrew Northeastern, where 94% of the boxes have been counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in that constituency, 4,883 votes to the People's National Party's 3,555 votes. Karen, anything, and I know you covered in 2020, are you seeing anything that is really, I know there are some seats we've been watching closely, 12 of which, the Jamaica Labour Party won in 2020 that it hadn't won in years. Was there a particular constituency you were watching closely coming into this election?
Yes, certainly. I grew up in East Rural St. Andrew, so that's always a seat that is of interest to me. So I was watching that as among the seats that I was watching. I expected things to be different. I'm not an election expert by any means, but I expected things to be different in a non-COVID times as it was in 2020.
Thank you so much, my colleague from the Gleaner, Karen Madden. And Dion, of course, I'll have some more updates for you when you join me in a few in the next live report. Reporting from the ECJ, I'm Kalisha Williams. It's back to you, Dion, in studio.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. And just to repeat what Kalisha just said in terms of the latest seats. What should I say? Where they're leaning, JLP leading at this moment in 33, PNP leading in 30. We have up St. Andrew East Rural, but this is from way back when. I suspect the counting has changed significantly here. This is 3 boxes of 137. PNP's, okay, let's go to St. Thomas Western, 26 boxes of 163. JLP's James Robertson, 1223. The PNP's Hubert Williams, now 1060, and Carleen Affleck of the Progressive Party with 9 votes. Okay, let's take a break and we'll come back. We'll get some more comment and lots more results.
Wow, based on what you're hearing, Mr. Rattigan, early time yet, sir?
Yeah, man. I'm not tell you, it's early, man. Early.
Wow, the numbers according to the program is 954-529-8030. It's going to be a night to remember. 954-529-8030. Call into the program, tell us what you think, what is going on. You can see some of the people in the chat room giving their good night. Make we talk here live.
Jeffrey.
Yes.
Who win the election?
I don't know what election at all, you know.
Oh, your people I heard win. Your people win, Jeffrey.
My people win.
Yeah.
Who is my people?
The JLP.
No. It will never be my people. They need to go to prison, all of them.
Be careful on your talk, Jeffrey.
No, man. Mr. Rattigan, you know who this person is, sir?
I don't know anything, sir.
Get hard on it, Jeffrey.
You don't know who this person is?
No, sir. I don't know anything, sir. I don't know.
All right, caller. We're going to continue watching and see what's going to happen, all right?
Be careful, Jeffrey. They're watching you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Good night. Make me talk here live.
Listen.
Turn off TV in the background, please.
Hold on.
Jesus, she hung up. The numbers to call is 954-529-80. Oh, God, no, man. 954-529-8030. What do you think? It's early time now? It's early time yet? Go ahead, Mr. Rattigan.
No, there's not much to say. It's early, you know. Give it about another 2 hours, man, and then we can talk, you know.
Indeed. 954-529-8030 is the numbers to call into the program. Good night, make we talk here live. Hello, good night. Good night, make we talk here live.
Good night, sir.
Can you turn off your TV in the background? When you call to the program, please turn off your device in the background. Go ahead for me, sir. Hello?
Good night.
Good night, sir. Go ahead.
Now I'm just watching this thing unfolding in Jamaica, and I know you guys expect to see a different result, but I think the incumbent gonna go back.
Okay.
Yeah, I know the EOJ have some issues, but that was something both the opposition should have really looked into and get it resolved before election day. Now we're getting all these, things going on.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm saying I know the EOJ have some issues with their without the voting go, but that's something the opposition should have worked on way before and make sure all that stuff is resolved before
the
election day.
I agree with you, sir. Thanks so much for calling in.
Okay, no problem.
Good night, make we talk here live. You only have 2 minutes. Go ahead, please. When you call the program, sir, please turn off your device in the background. Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
I mean, this Labour Party.
I'm not hearing one thing you're saying, sir. Hello? Good night, make we talk your live.
Hello?
Turn off the TV in the background, please. Go ahead, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question. Do you think war will break out if the JLP wins? That's all I wanted to ask you guys.
I didn't hear you.
Hello?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I was saying, do you think war will break out in Jamaica if the JLP wins? That's what I wanted to ask you.
You're talking a bit too fast. I didn't hear the question you're asking, please.
I was asking you, do you think that war will break out in Jamaica if the JLP wins?
I don't think they're gonna happen at all, ma'am. I don't think Jamaicans.
Okay.
I don't think Jamaicans will go that far, like in the 1980s at all.
Okay.
All right, ma'am.
Well, we will see. Thank you.
You're welcome, my dear. Thanks much. When you call the program, please do not call the program with the TV on in the background. We can't hear you. Oh, Lord. Good night, make we talk you live. It seems as if the veteran Delroy Chuck is leading. Veteran politician daughter Katie Knight. The number to call is 954-529-8030. When you call the program, please turn off your TV or device in the background. Good night, make we talk here live. The number to call is 954-529-8030. If you call the program with your TV on in the background, I'm going to cut you off because I can't hear you. Matthew Samuda is leading in St. Anne's. We can see Zelika Jess is leading in St. Elizabeth Northeast. 86 box count so far for 125. The UIC Joseph Patterson only have 8 votes. Let me see if we can get some audio here.
And that is the JLP's Andrew Morris taking that seat with 100% of the boxes counted. It's 5, 5, 5, 5, not 6, 6, 6, 6. To the PNP.
Has only ever been won by the PNP once, Mel Brown in 1993.
Yes. And the PNP's number there is 3831. So the JLP's Andrew Morris taking over there from J.C. Hutchinson, yes, has won that seat. It's a school teacher, school principal face-off in this particular one. And it is Andrew Morris who has held on to that for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Good.
Okay, starting to see things shaping up here. And here is another of those we're watching closely. Clarendon Northwestern, 99 boxes out of 108. The PNP's Richard Azan has ahead at this point with 6,356. The JLP's Warren Newby, 5,895. Kevin Palmer of the Progressive Party, 24 votes. That's 99 boxes.
Good night, make we talk here live.
Hello, pleasant good night to you, sir.
Good night, ma'am.
I'm calling out of Florida. No, to be frank, I just sense it's in my spirit, something not right with this election, okay? That's all I have to say. But in God we put our trust. Yes, something not right.
Okay, ma'am.
Yep. Yeah, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
And 45, Joy Johnson Roy with 15 votes of the Jamaica Progressive Party.
East Central St. Catherine, big one we're watching. Orlando Terrelong is trying to hold off Raymond Price there. Approximately 82% of the votes counted. And Orlando Terrelong is leading by 1,300 votes. He has 5,498. And the PNP's Raymond Price is 4,198 with 82% of the boxes counted in St. Catherine East Central.
Okay.
Western St. Mary.
Bobby Montague.
Just 1.4% of the boxes counted in Western St. Mary. and it is 96 JLP, 43 PNP early yet.
Okay, I think we need another break. So stay tuned. We'll be back with more results.
Good night, Make We Talk, you're live.
Hi, good night, Mr. Tavares.
Good night.
It's evident that the voodoo was very strong and it seems like it's working in their favor.
It's early hours yet, you know, my dear. It's early hours. It's just 3
I
minutes after 8 o'clock in
understand.
Jamaica.
I understand, and I'm watching it, and I'm watching your channel and what's going on, but we know how it works. Yeah,
I won't say anything as yet until I see what's going on at that, you know. As I said, it's early hours.
I know. So I'm waiting out to see anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Good. And the second thing again, if Jamaicans don't realize that the country is going to turn republic and everything is going to go bad, and people are going to be crying and talking another week or two or another month from now, but listen and look, they are going to be sorry. I'm sorry for them. As much as I'm a Jamaican not living there, I'm sorry for them. You have a good night.
Good night, my dear. Thanks much. Good night, Make We Talk, you're live.
Jeffrey, good night.
Good night, sir.
I'm disappointed in my Jamaican people, though.
Don't be disappointed yet, man. It's early hours.
No, but our politics run in Jamaica, the indoor agents then would have give the general secretary the individual tally, you know. So the parties know who win already, you know. I just mere formalities we have got through right now. You get me? Every indoor agency, the report to the general secretary if them win the PD, if them lose the PD, and it would have tallied everything.
All right, man.
Already.
Yes, man.
So that's more formality.
Right.
And for the effort that Mr. Rattigan put in, what you put in, what other people put in, for the misrepresentation what the JP bestowed on the people. Come on, them team slave Jamaican, if you wake up, man.
All right,
Marcus Garvey said, them gonna know themselves when they're back against the wall in a brethren. So, Jeffrey, I like how you deal with things still, you know. Your balance. So you deal with things right. Deal with things right, you know.
Thank you much.
All right.
Amen. The number to call is Mr. Rattigan. Go ahead, sir.
No, it's still early, so you know there's no need to panic. And I see a lot of people panicking, and it's way too early. You need 32 seats, and we shall see. But there's no need right now to, you know, panic and run for the hills, because I think they've only like about 3 or 4 seats that have been settled so far. Yeah, so we still have a ways. We still have distance to go. So just kick back, relax, and just watch the ride.
Indeed. Good night, Mr. Talk live. You have. Sorry, what Mr.
Yeah, Mr. Stavis. Election don't look too good for the PMP at all. Can't believe Jamaican people them so dumb.
Hold on for me, sir. It is early hours, you know. It is just 8:06 in Jamaica. It's early hours. They haven't finished counting the boxes.
Yeah, man. It make me get scary, me I tell him, my friend. Yeah.
That's our fate, man.
All right, sir. May I watch it. All right,
man. Cool.
Good up yourself.
Yes,
all right, not take a leave, you know, Jeffrey. I might come back. Not sure yet. I'll take a run right now.
All right, man. Cool. Thanks so much for coming on. There you have it. Jamaicans from all walks of life. The number to call is 954-529-8030. I was supposed to have my good friend Justice. He can call back. Good night, Make We Talk, you're live.
Yes, hi, good night.
Yes, go ahead, ma'am, you're live, go ahead.
Yes. So what I'm saying is that I know that most of the comrades are losing their confidence, but I just want to tell the comrades out there, Energy goes a far way. So we cannot drop the energy. It's still early. Let's keep the energy high, and that is what's going to make everything happen.
Okay, ma'am.
That is what I have to say.
Thanks much.
Thank you.
Good night. Make we talk here live. 2 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm watching live, and I hope that my Jamaica people do the right thing and send back Mr. Holness back into the Jamaica house.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
954-529-8030. The numbers to call into the program. You can see what's going on. Let me go and put this over here to listen to what they're saying.
8. That's one of those that the PNP was hoping to pick up, but it's still close. Too close to call now.
And early.
St. James Southern, very tight, 50 out of 110 bucks. Nikisha Bertel of the PNP, 2,776 to the incumbent Homer Davis, 2,007.
Good night. Make we talk here live. 2 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. What I want to say, I'm listening to a lot of conversations going on, actually looking at it online. And I heard a lot of people talking about, like, first, everyone need to understand that politicians always going to talk politics, whether it's the People's National Party or the Jamaica Labor Party. Politics always going to be politics. And if you look at politics and you calculate everything, it's called politricks. So a lot of people seem like they're getting very emotional. And when you put your mind in something, you get too emotional. I think what we need to understand that it is not about this person or that person. It's about a collective body of people come together to actually work together to enhance the country and to build off each other. And whenever time people understand the importance of what it is to be a Jamaican or Trinidadian or whatever it is, they will understand the importance of it. And what I want to say here, I was listening to debate, and what I want to say here, it's for me to really listen to somebody, a political science guy, and when I listen to the debate that somebody says that you have a lot of houses, you are running for a country, think about it, and you don't have a house in that country, is that person tell you that they love the country or they love the people? Brothers, we need to wake up. The essence about it, we are people. And until we realize that this is only their politicians, no matter who they are.
Yes, sir.
They are politicians.
Okay.
It all is going to be like
all right,
that.
Thanks much. I got to go over to TVJ where Mr. Donan is going to speak. Thank you.
Don't know if you're on mute. Okay, let's try and sort that out and come back. Okay, so we're back with St. Catherine Northwestern, 37 boxes of 122. The PNP's Damian Crawford with 1,823. The JLP's Newton Amos, 1,618. Three boxes for Lloyd Smith of the JPP.
Good night, Mr. Jeffrey. Mr. Jeffrey?
Yes, ma'am.
What I'm seeing right now,
Where did we get last time?
I'm just thinking in my mind, what is wrong with the mind of Jamaican people? But guess what?
Hold on. Hold on. It is early time.
50% of the way there.
It is early time.
Apart from that, let me be clear.
And one Clive Warren of the JPP.
If that's what Jamaican people want, they go on. They go ahead, because some people still don't believe what Andrew Holness have done. I've talked to people up to today, and they're beginning to refer to the mandate of him taxing them around. That no, really. So I mean, they don't believe. They don't believe that these things that he has done happen. So therefore, I'm saying, if that's what Jamaica people want, to vote in, even if PNP win, and vote, still they will get seats. They will still get seats. The JP will still get seats. It won't be a landslide. It won't be. Then that's what they want. Take it. But there's a lot coming for them. And I hope they don't call and asking for no help and a GoFundMe. Go ask their prime minister, go ask Andrew or them parliamentarian. You understand? You have to call a spade a spade. Jamaican
hold on
people,
for me. Hold on for me. I gotta go to TVJ. Dan Anderson is gonna speak now. You need to listen to Mr. Dan Anderson. One moment, please.
All right, okay. All right.
I'm hearing you all right. Can you hear me?
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We're hearing you now, Don. Go ahead.
All right. Good night.
Tell us what you're seeing.
Dion.
We're hearing you, Don. Can you? We need. Okay, Don. Can you turn off your? Okay, let's sort that out and come back to Don, shall we? Let's go to St. Andrew Western. 7 boxes of 134. George, this is Tony Hilton, 37.99. To the JLP's Corey Dunkley, 26.65. And the JPP's Carla Francis Edie with 48 votes. Here's St. Andrew West Central, the PM's constituency. He is leading with 4,081.
Good night. Make we talk here live. 2 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Hi, good night, Jeffrey.
Good night.
Hi. I like the policies of the PNP party, but one thing I can tell you, that PNP supporters, them not have no faith, them weak-minded. They're weak-minded because the counting just started and them start fret out the thing already. They have no faith. You all can't stand it, they need to go sleep and wake up tomorrow and hear who win or go pray.
Yeah.
It annoys me to hear them start fret out the thing already and it doesn't reach halfway yet. Come on, man. If one was so willing and want the other side to go out of whatever, come on, have some faith. Have some backbone. If you believe in God, you have a belief, so you have a win. Carry it out all the way to the end. Stop calling and talking about this and that and the other. And then I talk about, well, if who lose, them not to beg again. A lot of us in America didn't want Donald Trump to win. And even some of us Jamaicans vote for Donald Trump. So they need for us to have some faith. That's my few words. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much. Good night. Let's go back over to what Dan Jackson Miller is saying.
7 and Kemar Lynch of the JPP picked up 34 votes.
Good night. Make we talk here live.
Brother Jeffrey.
Yes, sir. Good night, Justice.
Good night, man. These people are panicking too early in the game, man. You know, we don't reach anywhere yet. As a matter of fact.
Okay, hold on for me.
West Rural.
The Minister of Finance has won back her seat.
The votes counted there. Juliet.
Yeah, we saw.
Hold on.
Is now leading with 5,778 over Joan Gordon Webley's 4,999. That's about 750 or more votes she's leading by in that constituency at the moment.
That's 97 boxes out of 140. Here's East Rural.
Go ahead for me, Justice.
Yes. Yeah, I was saying, you know, I mean, we're way early in the race for people to be panicking. You know, the night is still young. We have seen though that Peter Bunting has won his seat, which is a pickup for the PNP. You know, the magic number is 32. I think with all that has been happening in the country, people were looking for somewhat of a landslide victory to the PNP. But even if it's not a landslide victory, folks, we wait and see who gets to the magic number first. And thus far, we're still in it. And, have faith. Have faith. Keep your fingers crossed. A lot of people voted today, and they can't give an account as to why they're voting for this party versus the other. There are some that's just voting because of the color. They have not taken any time to study the policies that
yes,
the parties are proposing. So it's as one caller said before, politics is politics, and some people pay attention, others don't. But
indeed.
I want to just say to the comrades, uh, don't get weary just yet. We still have a way to go. And congratulations again to Peter Bunting for securing that seat and put it back in the hands of the People's National Party.
Indeed. Thank you so much for coming on, sir.
All right, Chief. God bless.
God bless. Wow. The number to call into the program is 954-529-8030. Thanks for keeping my company. Thanks for keeping my company. Thank you all very much. Make talk house you need to. I don't control anything for Portmore. I can't provide anything. Whatever is given on the screen here from the EOJ office, that's what I'm doing. Good night. Make talk here live.
Good night, Mr. Jeffrey.
Turn off the TV in the background, please, mommy.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Jeffrey, you know what? I'm surprised. Minister of Finance and Darrell Vaz and his wife really win.
Darrell
I
Vaz
think
win?
something is wrong. No, they him leading by some, and then I
Yes.
look for them get nothing at all.
Why?
So I think something really wrong with this election.
Hold on there now. Why you believing they don't get anything?
Because them two thief. Them thief. Yeah. I'm favor Williams. To me, she not even bright enough where she should have get. And then I look for them get none at all.
Well,
Me I look for Isaac Buchanan and take home the victory altogether. Come and watch everything, me update with everything. So then I look for them get none. So
I keep on telling people,
really
what you fail to understand. Crowd do not win an election.
No, I'm not talking about the crowd, Mr. Jeffrey. I'm not talking about the crowd. I'm talking with all the evidence where we watch pan.
Yes, but the Jamaican people don't think about it. Think about their party.
Well, me think about it because
for them.
Me look pan it, Mr. Jeffrey. If me go at somebody else and thief something, me I go get locked up. So how those people do so much thieving and people still vote them in?
Oh.
You understand me say? Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good night. Make we talk here live.
Good night, Mr. Jeffrey.
Good night.
I hope PNP pull it off tonight, and me I tell you how me feel. And 9 years me I expose Andrew Holness. And if PNP no win tonight, me done with Jamaica for life.
Why you done with Jamaica for life?
Because that would have tell me say the Jamaican people really see all this corruption and then sign off to the devil. Yeah, man. Alrighty.
All right, my friend. Thanks much. Well, let's go back over to TVJ.
First of all, I want to look at the whole question of the turnout. All during the day, it appeared as if we were going to get a pretty low turnout. I gather the turnout has been about 46, 47%. You can correct me if it's wrong. Yes. I gather it's between 47% thereabout. So it has not reached where we thought it would, based on the in line with what I anticipated it to be, because generally when we do polls and we ask persons about the likely turnout, it is always overstated by a couple percentage points, and therefore we're not surprised that it is not 50%. But at some point during the day today, it didn't look like it would get to 45%. So
Hold
I think
on,
this
please.
is not a
Stand by.
bad
Hold on, please.
number, but obviously is a question, is a cause
Okay,
for
thank
concern
you.
that we haven't topped 50% on this particular situation after really about a year and a half of canvassing, campaigning, polling, and what have you. So that's the first comment. The second comment is that it is turning out to be as competitive as I anticipated it to be. And I think we still have to watch a few more seats before we can declare the winner of this election. But it is, in fact, a very competitive election, and it is exactly how we anticipated it would be.
All right, thank you so much, Don. And in fact, Clifford is saying he's not giving up the ghost yet.
No, not yet. I think there's still enough room for movement to happen.
No reason to, because the fat lady has.
Good night, make we talk. You're live.
Hello, good night.
Good night. You're live.
Thank you. I'm calling from the Bahamas and I'm watching. And I am pleased with the broadcast so far. I just want to say thank you for keeping up the good work.
Thank you.
And keeping us in tune.
Thank you. Wow. Thanks much for calling from the Bahamas. Thank you very much. Let's go back over to what is going on here at Television Jamaica. Back over to the EOJ.
Indeed. I don't have an update in terms of the voter turnout, but what I can tell you is that there have been some changes on the board. We're seeing now where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 36 of the constituencies, while the People's National Party is leading in 27. Now, again, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 36 constituencies and the People's National Party leading in 27. Now, we're seeing steady progress in terms of the counting. And earlier, Dion, we did mention that for St. Andrews South Eastern, 100% of the boxes have been completed. And in St. Andrew Eastern, 100% of the boxes completed as well. Now, looking at some of the other constituencies in Kingston East and Port Royal, 75% completed. And the People's National Party leading in that constituency. Now, moving over to St. Ann North Eastern, and we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency, over 8,100 votes. The People's National Party, 5,873 votes. Again, we're still waiting in terms of the final update in some of the areas. We're seeing where some constituencies, for instance, Clarendon Southeastern, only 15% of the boxes counted so far. In St. Catherine Southeastern, 21% of the boxes counted. Dion, I'll continue to monitor what's happening here and provide you with the latest figures as they become available. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kelisha. So JLP leading in 36 seats right now, PNP with 27. And Ron?
As I've been saying all night, you know, we will win. We will win. We're looking good. We're looking good. Yes, we have lost some seats, yes. But you could see that the Labour Party prepared for this moment. How we campaigned throughout Jamaica, you know, choosing Jamaica, sticking to the performance that we did for the last 9 years. And so how we campaigned is a result of what you're seeing today. There are some seats where you saw the energy, the PNP brought the energy, but on the day you see the Labour Party winning comfortably. And there is one in Kingston that could be a surprise tonight.
Would that be Central Kingston?
Yes, we're talking about Central Kingston.
Well, I figured it wouldn't have been Western Kingston, which we just saw declared for. That's one Mackenzie.
It's on the screen now. There
Okay, there's Central Kingston, 75 boxes out of 80. Donovan Williams leading with 4,575 votes to Steve McGregor's 4,375. So that's about an 800 vote difference at this point with 5 boxes left to go.
Not 800. 190 something.
All right, I can't
Almost
count.
200 votes.
I need to give
A
up
shade
trying to do
a
maths.
shade on
I
the
need to-
200
I need to give up trying to
Five
do
bucks.
maths in my head.
But
All right.
he won that seat by only 300 in the last election. And it
Yes.
seems to me that the early lead from Steve McGregor in the night, those boxes were probably coming from Almond Town, which is
Right.
their stronger of the two divisions. So perhaps it's the Raytown boxes coming in now, but let's see what happens for the rest of the 5 or so that's outstanding.
East Kingston and Port Royal declared for Philip Paulwell of the PNP.
Good night. One moment, please. East Kingston and Port Royal declare for the People's National Party. That's East Kingston and Port Royal has declared for the People's National Party, Philip Paulwell. Caller, welcome to the program. You're live.
Hi, Jeffrey. Good night. How are you doing?
I'm here, my friend.
Doing a good job.
One moment for me, please. One moment for me, please. Delroy Chuck has taken St. Andrew Northeast, beating veteran politician daughter Katie Knight. 4,884 for Delroy Chuck. And the Stacey Knight for 3,000. The party leader of the People's National Party has gained back his seat in St. Andrew Southern with 7,052 to the JLP 645. Julian Robinson has taken back his seat in St. Andrew Southeast. He polls 5,481 to the JLP. St. Andrew North Central is still a ding-dong battle going on up there where Delano Seabright is polling 4,345 to Christopher Henry 2,465.
Hello?
Yes, and hold on there for me, sir. In St. Thomas Eastern, Rose Shaw is leading 4,356 to Michelle Charles 3,912. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. And what I'm talking about is that when Andrew win, I hope everybody get 32% minimum wage increase.
That can never happen, sir.
All right.
That can never happen, sir.
Well, if I that them I vote for them, I'll get it. I'm good for it.
All right, sir. Thanks so much for calling in.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. The number to call is 954. I see where James Robinson of the Labour Party is leading 1,889. Sorry, 899 rather, in St. Thomas Western to Hubert Williams of the People's National Party, 1,703. The PPP, Jamaica Progressive Party rather, is 13 votes so far. One moment for me, please. Let's see this. Let's go over to here. Okay, what's going on? We are not seeing. Okay. It seems as if, let me go back to Television Jamaica and hear what's going on here.
Thank you, Dion. Things have gotten exciting here at the JLP headquarters. As you can hear, as the results are coming in, the supporters are shouting, they're ringing their bells, and it's an overall jubilant atmosphere here so far. I am now joined by two supporters who have interrupted their celebrations. Aisha and Renardo, good night. You're live on TVJ. First of all, why was it important for you to be here this evening?
We are confident of victory, and we are sure of at least 35 seats. So we have no other reason but to be at the headquarters to celebrate this coming victory. Third term is here.
And you, Aisha, I know you have your bell right there.
Third term, third term, victory. Victory is ours. Feel nice, happy about everything.
Which constituency you voted today?
East East.
Kingston.
St. Andrew.
And you?
The Mother Vicar, West Kingston. I'm right here.
And I'm pretty sure Desmond McKenzie will be winning back his seat.
No doubt about that.
So as the results come in, how are you feeling?
You know what? I'm actually feeling confident because the PNP numbers are not looking impressive as how we have started to have been for the last 12 months. So far the numbers are looking steady and it's coming in the way how I would like it to come in.
And it's a family affair for you. You're here alone?
No, I'm here. I'm actually two of my nephews and my little cousin.
What about you, Aisha?
With friends. I'm here with friends.
Okay.
Rest of them soon come.
All right, going back to ringing your bell. Sorry to interrupt you. Thank you very much, Renardo and Aisha. Dion, it's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so very much for that, Andrea. And of course, we'll continue to touch base with the two headquarters as the night progresses. And we're going to be going to some more results, but let's take a break and we'll be back.
There you have it. The JLP leading 36 in 36 constituencies and 36 seats, and the PNP leading in only 27. We don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break here. Oh, hold on. Good night. Make we talk here live.
Yes. Jeffrey,
Yes, sir.
you see with all these numbers being so close, right? Because we're coming out to the nitty-gritty in another half hour to an hour. The JP has declared, that was declared for them. It's only 4 seats and the PNP declared 3. That's where the standing right is. 4 for JP and 3 for PNP. Right? So we're still in the vacant. No need to panic. They might be leading it in more 4 seats for now, but depends on the amount of backs that come in. Just to help you, when you call the figures, could you follow up with the amount of boxes that is already counted?
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, do that. All right, thanks.
Okay. It's going to be a long night. It is now 9:35 in Jamaica, 8:35 in the land of wood and water. It's election night in Jamaica, where we're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica. Good night, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Good night to all those in the chat room. Thank you all very much. You could be elsewhere. Thank you all very much. Good night, Pauline Robinson. Pauline Robinson, good night to you. It's election night here in Kingston City, Jamaica, from Negril Point to Moran Point. We're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. Remember, it is election night in Jamaica. Who will go home and who will be Jamaica's next prime minister? Will it be Mark Jefferson Golden, or will Andrew Holness retain as prime minister? We don't know. The Jamaican people will decide. Let's go back over to Television Jamaica.
Here we are, the latest information that we had in terms of who is leading in how many seats. First of all, in terms of confirmed seats, the national count, we have the JLP with 9, we have the PNP with 9. what we had heard from Kelisha, who is at the electoral office. The last time we touched base
One
with her
moment,
about
please.
15 or so minutes ago, she had said the JLP was leading in 36, the PNP was leading in 27. And of course, as the results continue to come in, those numbers are going to be shifting and changing. And of course, we're updating with you as we go along right here.
Good night, caller. Welcome to the program. You're live.
Seen.
Good night. Why in Central Kingston, why the Labour right going when they buy their vote? That's what they do. So that's why PNP don't have any chance because they buy their vote.
Well, you shouldn't hang up. You should make me talk. You shouldn't hang up the phone. The Jamaican people want to buy. Hold on for me. What's going on here? Let's go back over to the Isaac Buchanan is leading.
PNP's Isaac Buchanan leading with 3,552. The JLP's Anne-Marie Vaz, 3,293. Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris of the Progressive Party with 19 votes. So this is with
Early days
61
still.
boxes of 140 counted. And I won't attempt a subtraction.
I know.
Oh, here's Manchester Northeastern. The JLP is Audrey Marks with 5,003 votes. The PNP's Valentin Wint, 3,414. Clive Warren of the JPP, 18 votes and 68 boxes of 111. Clarendon Southeastern, we have the JLP's Pernell Charles Jr., 1,431. Sian Barneswell of the PNP, former mayor, 1,005. Sian there. Sian Thomas of the JPP with 11 votes. That's pretty early still. 22 boxes out, 144.
Been like this for a while now.
Yeah, I think we've been stuck there. Earl, let me hand over to you for the next few.
That's the old Bustamante and Hugh Shearer seat. Strong, yes, a strong JLP seat. Manchester Northwestern, 66 of 104 boxes. Michael Phillips continues to lead for the PNP, 4,258 to Damian Young of the JLP, 3,661. Tricia Stewart Angus of the JPP, 20 votes. Manchester Central, 117 of 139 boxes. Donovan Mitchell, 7,617 votes to the incumbent Rhoda Crawford, 7,335. It's tight, but it's getting close to the end.
Let's go back now to PNP headquarters with Dwayne.
Still 20. No, big man.
Yeah, I think we've been stuck there. Earl, let me hand over to you.
Thank you so much. So the seat counts is very close, and the actual votes in the constituencies are even closer. And as an indication of how close it is, these PNP supporters, they still believe that they can win. And in fact, if you ask them, they are winning. I'm joined now by two of these hundreds of PNP supporters who have gathered here at the party's headquarters, interestingly named Mr. Green, who is a People's National Party supporter. Mr. Green, what do you make of your party's performance so far? What do you make of your party's performance so far?
Well, it's very good. It's a good performance. And I think we can win this election tonight. Too early to call, but I think we can win it.
Why are you so confident?
Because if you look at the seats, they are very close. And the last election, they were like by 2010 and so on. So this time around, the PNP people have come out, not so much like we want them to come out, but they come out. Understand? So I'm looking positively for the People's National Party to take it tonight.
I remember some of your fellow supporters and even some of the leaders in the party were saying that you could get around 38, 40 seats. It doesn't look like that will happen tonight. What are you predicting now?
Well, I'm predicting that 32, 31.
Oh, that would be very close. The interestingly named Mr. Green, who is a People's National Party supporter. I'm joined by a younger member of the People's National Party. Sir, remind me your name, please, and tell Jamaica what's your name.
Mr. Forbes. His name is Mr. Forbes. Yes. So today we are here and marching on to victory. We are started Manchester, gathering it back, and we are moving forward. Progress. We are moving forward.
It's a little bit close. Is it closer than you would have wanted?
Well, the race is not finished as yet. The fat lady has not yet seen. So we are here and waiting on the best to come.
Do you have the fat lady's number? What is she telling you?
Well, the fat lady is already calling me now, you know, so I know it's victory. March, we marching.
Well, as soon as you get the results from the fat lady, I'm hoping you share it with me. As you can imagine, as I explained earlier.
Good night, make we talk, you're live.
Hello?
Good night, you're live.
Yes, I'm live. So I'm calling because I don't reside at Jamaica, but me hear my mother listen to the debate and I listen to it. So, me I call in for just say this. Labour right to win. See? Okay, when nobody wants to. And the caller before I say JLP rob money. You did that when JLP the thief no money?
You know, I am not going to tolerate certain things on the program here tonight. Good night, make we talk, you're live.
Yeah, man, oh, go on. I was trying to call you from earlier, you know.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I was sending a message to the nation and to the PNP supporters from early today that no matter what you hear them say, no matter what is going on, I guarantee a PNP victory. I was predicting a 45, but I have to reserve back that. But I'm sure, I'm confident that the People's National Party will form the next government of Jamaica.
Okay,
I'm not just saying that, I am confident.
All right, ma'am. Early days, early
right.
time now. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks very much. You know, I am convinced there's a lot of people who want to be heard. And because they have a platform to call, they're calling. I would advise Jamaicans, go, you have a smartphone in your hand, go and Google what is going on in Jamaica. Neither myself, Wilfred Rattigan, or any other blogger on social media that I know. I can speak about myself and Wilfred Rattigan and Mystic Sensation and even Wayne Lonesome and Andre Stevenson. When it comes on to giving information, we do not come out here and spreading the propaganda. What we do our research. For the people who keep on calling about where did Labour Party thief money, there's a thing that called access for information. You can Google that too, and you can get the email address and ask questions. You're supposed to get what the report you asked for. $3 trillion of taxpayers' money is unaccountable for. But why should we say anything? The Jamaican people don't believe us. The number to call is 954-529-8030. Huh. 954-529. Jeffrey, I can't believe a woman beater doing what? Listen to me. This is Jamaica, you know. This is Jamaica. And I said it to you all a long time, you know, but, you know, let me keep my mouth shut. And wait until the last ballot is counted in this country to see what's going on. It is 946 rather, 846 in Jamaica. We're very listening watching from around the world. This is Make We Talk right here. Good night, Make We Talk, you're live. Okay. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica. It's election night in Jamaica, of course. From Negril Point to Moran Point in the east, it's election night in the land of wood and water. Jamaicans Decide 2025.
You are listening or viewing this coverage on. Now, I think at this point, though, what we can say is that it's not going to be a landslide for either side. And I have to say, I think that's good for the parliament and good for democracy overall. Okay, here we go again. Earl, let me let you take this.
St. Elizabeth Southwest, one of the seats to watch. Floyd Green, the incumbent, is leading with 4,949 votes to Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 4,349. So he has a fairly comfortable lead at the moment in the context of that constituency. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, very close. Norman Scott of the PNP, 1,004 votes. The incumbent Franklin Witter, 991. And Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, he has 11 votes. Westmoreland Central, Dwayne Vaz seems to be headed back to Parliament, 7,547 to the incumbent, George Wright, 6,074. Kathleen Greenwood has 31, she's from the JPP, and Don Foote, 29.
I'm seeing a message here from one of our reporters. We're hearing that ballot boxes were still coming in at the counting center in Trelawney just up to some minutes ago. We're told that there was heavy traffic. That's why we weren't seeing a lot. Go ahead, Earl.
Early days still in Westmoreland Western, but the JLP's Garfield James, a former PNP member, he has 50.5% to Ian Hales of the PNP, 48.6%. And Ian Hales is a former JLP member, so that's quite an interesting. Yes. Gilbert James, 0.7%, 13 votes, and Bertland Madden of the JPP, 4 votes. Hanover Eastern, 58 of 99 boxes. Andrea Perkis of the PNP, 54%, that's 3,334, to Dave Brown, the incumbent of the JLP, 2,789. Craig Eubanks of the JPP, 19 votes. And Jordan Cunningham of the UIC, 9 votes. Hanover Western, Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP, 5,499. Tamika Davis, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,728. Leonard Sharp of the JPP, 51. That's 96 of 116 boxes. It seems the PNP might be on its way to retaking both Hanover seats. Portland Eastern, 96 boxes of 140. It's looking good for the PNP. Isaac Buchanan with 5,636 votes. Anne-Marie Vaz of the JLP, she's the incumbent, 5,224. But there are many boxes to be counted yet. Portland Western, 74 of 104. And Daryl Vaz, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,164 to Doreen Campbell of the PNP, 3,350. Michael Aiken of the JPP, he has 12 votes.
And just to call our viewers and listeners' attention, call our viewers' attention and let our listeners know. If you look at a little icon at the bottom right-hand side of the screen, that's telling you the number of seats that have been completed and declared. So you're seeing there 11 for the JLP, 9 for the PNP. So of course, just to make the distinction, those are the ones that have been completed, as opposed to what we get when we go to Kalisha at EOJ, which is a broader look at who is leading.
In St. Anne Southwestern, it looks like order has been restored. Xavier Main of the JLP, he has 4,426. Danishka Williams of the PNP, 3,221. Clive Edwards of the JPP, 26 votes. So it's a comfortable lead at the moment for Xavier Main.
And speaking of Kalisha, let's go to her at EOJ.
Thank you so much, Dion. Just a quick update in terms of what we're seeing on our end here at the ECJ. So far, again, an update in terms of the lead. So far, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 34 seats. The People's National Party now leading in 29 seats. I know the last time we spoke, I said the JLP was leading in 36 seats and the PNP was leading in 27 seats. So we've seen a change now. JLP leading in 34 seats and the People's National Party leading in 29 seats. I also saw the final count for St. Catherine East Central, and I can say the Jamaica Labour Party won that Party's Raymond Price going against the Jamaica Labour Party's Orlando Terrelong. And that's one of the seats where the People's National Party has not won it. The only one that's seat once since it was created, and the Jamaica Labour Party has won that seat twice since it was created in 2011. If you would just move with me, I'm going. So we're technical issue here. I'm going to throw back to you until next time.
Okay, thank you so much for that update, Kalisha. Just to repeat for you, the JLP now leading in 34 seats, PNP leading in 29. And again, the icon at the bottom of the screen, the JLP has so far won 11 seats, the PNP has won 9. Okay, here St. Ann Northwestern, the JLP's Crystal Lee now in front with 5,408 votes to the PNP's Gabriella Morris, 5,011, 93 boxes of 135.
Very, very tight in that seat. I just want to go back to Xavier main seat. Mr. Moxham said order has been restored. Hardworking member of parliament, also good organizer. And so I'm not surprised by that.
Trelawney Northern on screen, 84 boxes of 146. The PNP's Wickham McNeil, 4,468 votes. The Tova Hamilton of the JLP, 4,132, 84 boxes of 146. And here's Trelawney South, 21 boxes of 96. The JLP's Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 1,352. Paul Patmore of the PNP, 1,246. And we go now to St. James South. Haven't seen this for a bit, I think. 79 boxes of 110. The PNP's Nikisha Burchell, 4,471. The JLP's Homer Davis, 4,307. Leon Cunningham of the JPP has 12 votes. St. James West Central, 58 boxes of 106, so they're about halfway there. The JLP's Marlene Malahoo Fort, the incumbent, 3,332. Andre Horton of the PNP, 2,921. Clifford Barnett, 13 votes. St. James East Central, 94 boxes of 117. Ed Bartlett of the JLP, 5,850. Rochelle Reed Knott of the PNP, 3,782. And we are moving on to, let's see, here's St. Thomas Eastern. Let's see, this is 105 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, 5,982. The JLP is Michelle Charles, the incumbent, 5,595. Claudius Wong has 28 votes. Jovian Blair of the JPP has 20.
I think Yvonne Rosemary Shaw used to be a member of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Mm-hmm.
I think she actually worked very closely with Dr. Michelle Charles's father, Pernell Charles Sr., for many years. And she was a former mayor in Morant Bay as well,
yes, yeah.
right,
Yes.
Earl?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And so she's putting up a fight, and it seems as if the JLP is going to lose one of the St. Thomas seats.
Here's the other one up there, St. Thomas Western, 105 of 163. James Robertson of the JLP, 5,443. The PNP's Hubert Williams, 4,806. Carlene Affleck of the JPP, 35 votes. And St. Catherine Southeastern, this is the one I think you've been saying we hadn't seen. Yeah. This is about not quite 50% there, 48 boxes of 135. Alfred Dawes of the PNP, 2,716. Robert Miller of the JLP, 2,617. No, go again, 2,615. Casey and Radcliffe of the JPP, 30 votes. I think this is literally the first time we've seen this one all night.
My count is a little bit
One
farther
second
than
for me.
this,
St.
yeah?
Catherine Northwestern, 83 boxes of 122. Damian Crawford of the PNP, 4,328. Newton Amos of the JLP, 3,598. Lloyd Smith has 12 votes of the JPP. And we go to St. Andrew East Central, 63 boxes of 113. Dennis Gordon of the PNP, 3,301. Davian Vassell of the JLP, 2,774. Princess Ford of the JPP, 57. You are saying this is Peter Phillips'
Yes.
old constituency.
Young candidate, going well so far, going well. Mr. Vassell.
DK Duncan's constituency in another lifetime as well.
Here's Juliet Holness, St. Andrew East Rural, 77 boxes of 137. She has 4,925 votes to the PNP's Patrick Peterkin, 4,545. Kamisha Hendricks, 29 votes of UIC. Purchell Jackson of the JPP, 23 votes.
Speaker of the House.
Former,
yes.
I don't think we've seen this one for a while. St. Andrew West Rural, 124 boxes of 140. And the incumbent, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, with 7,152. To Joan Gordon Webley of the PNP, 6,213. George Roach of the JPP, 62 votes.
And only 16 boxes to go.
Yeah. Earl, let me let you take over.
Manchester Northeastern, Audrey Marks of the PNP, 56%, 6,472 votes. To Valentin Wint of the PNP, 5,144. Clive Warren of the JPP, 30. That's a seat that was dominated by Audley Shaw for quite a while. And Manchester Northwestern, 83 of 104 boxes. Michael Phillips of the PNP, 5,625. Damian Young of the JLP, 4,521. Tricia Stewart Angus of the JPP, 28 votes. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, Norman Scott continues to lead, but is only 17 of 109 boxes. He has 1,004 votes to Franklin Witter, 991. Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, 11 votes. St. Catherine Eastern, Denise Daly of the PNP, 6,589. Dwight Peku rather, of the JLP, 4,387. Lance Watson of the JPP, 74 votes. Clarendon Northern, Wabel Hines continues to lead there. It's 81 of 100 boxes, and he has 4,380 votes to Dwight Sibley's, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,303. Jodelyn Casey Edwards of the JPP, 19 votes. Clarendon North Central, Robert Morgan seems to be headed to retaining that seat, 85 of 104 boxes, 4,527 votes for Robert Morgan, and R.J. Dixon, 3,406. Joy Johnson Roy, 24 votes, and she's from the JPP. And in Clarendon Southeastern, 25 boxes of 144, Pernell Charles Jr. continues to lead handily with 1,639 votes to Sian Barnswell, 1,132 votes. Sian Thomas of the JPP, 12 votes. St. Catherine Northwestern, Damian Crawford, 4,608 votes for the PNP, and Newton Amos for the JLP, 3,781. Lloyd Smith of the JPP, 13 votes, 89 boxes of 122.
Hello, good night, Michael Talk, you're live.
Good night, Jeffrey, man. How you doing? Michael here.
Hey, Michael, I sent you the link.
But yeah, man, I know, but because...
Hello?
Yes, yeah, Jeffrey, but because I have so many things going on, doing back down, linking down, back in the hometown, finding out a lot of things. So that's why I didn't come on. But I just, I just called to give you my 2 cents.
Yes, go ahead. You only have 2 minutes because I got to go back to what they're saying on the thing here.
Yes, man. Quickly, from what have you gotten out of Westmoreland?
I hear nothing from Westmoreland all now.
Okay, so from Westmoreland, Eastern Westmoreland, Dr. Dayton Campbell has defeated the incumbent Danny Lawrence. You remember there was a lot of talk about that seat. Dr. Dayton Campbell is heading back to the parliament. He was victorious.
Mm-hmm. And that is
Central.
hold on there. That is something that you can confirm that is true.
I am confirming that 110%.
All right, go ahead.
So Eastern Westmoreland has gone into the columns of the People's National Party. The People's National Party General Secretary, Dr. Dayton Campbell, he has defeated the incumbent, Donnie Lawrence.
Okay.
All right. In Central Westmoreland was also called for Dwayne Vaz. So Dwayne Vaz has defeated the incumbent George Wright. That also has called for Dwayne Vaz. In Eastern Westmoreland, Western Westmoreland. Western Westmoreland, that's where Ian Hales is going up against Dr. Garfield James. That is too early to call. That's one was too early to call. When I get back to you, I'm going to give you the figures, the numbers, when I get back to you.
Okay.
That's what I'm working on to give you for those 3 seats. But the 3, they are trending in the West, going back into the columns of the People's National Party. Likewise, the People's National Party is also leading in Hanover in those 2 constituencies as well.
All right, my friend. Thank you very much.
I'll keep you posted, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a long night. 10:04. I know some people have been calling. You can call back because I wanted to hear the results on the thing here. The number to call is 954-52980. I wasn't ignoring your calls. I was just trying to get some stuff going. Good night, Make We Talk Here Live. Hello, good night, Make We Talk Here Live. Good night, Make We Talk Here Live.
Yes.
Let me figure out something here. I'm trying to see. Good night, Make We Talk Here Live. Hello, good night. Good night, Make We Talk Here Live.
Jeffrey, me again. I want to ask you, do me a favor. The JPP, the third party, they're doing better than the UIC. Yes. I'd love you to interview these people for me on your program.
But I don't have any number for them, you know.
Okay, I know they'll try to get in touch with you. They're doing good. They're doing good. You know, for a party that hasn't been advertising themselves, they're doing good. And they slate a lot of candidates.
Okay.
Far better than UIC.
True. All right, man.
Yeah, okay, sir. All right.
Good night, Make We Talk. Good night, Make We Talk Here Live.
Yeah, man. I notice a lot of the incumbents falling, man. So if the incumbent them falling like that, the PMP will win. They're flipping the seats.
I beg your pardon, sir?
I said, this is what I say. It looks like the PMP flipping the seat, flipping some of the incumbents. And if the PMP continue to flip the incumbent, the PMP will win.
Okay. Yes, sir, I'm hearing you, sir. Good night, Make We Talk Here Live.
I would like to say that PMP are thief and murderers.
Yes, and if they're thief and murderers, I think you're a thief. I think you're a thief and a murderer too. You're classing your own Jamaicans as thief and murderers. You're sick. You're mentally sick. You need to see a psychiatrist. Make We Talk. Good night. You're live.
Yeah. Good night, sir.
Good night.
I feel such a shame to know that people in the Clarendon are voting the PNP. I don't feel good about it. In a darkness, we in a darkness every day of our life. And the MP and the man, they live in a light. And we're the same type of people. All right, good night.
Good night, sir. Good. Good night, Mr. Chalky.
Yeah, good night. Yeah, Mr. Jeffrey. You know, I want you to bring back a semblance of dignity to the program because I know why these callers saying all this stupidity. We need practical matters. We want to see the numbers and see where it's going.
So let me ask you a question,
Indeed,
sir.
many people.
Hold on for me. Hold on for me, sir. If they call the program and say what they said, sir, do I have a control over that, sir?
No, but that's what I'm saying. You do what you need. You do what you need to. You've been doing a good job. You know, chopping them off of the foot.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because I want to see the results of the election. I don't want to hear the unnecessary commentary and the derogatory stuff.
Right,
I want facts and figures to come forward. Yes, sir?
Yes. All right,
good job.
Thanks much.
Thank you, Dion. Another.
Good night, Mr. Chalky Live. Good night, Mr. Chalky Live.
But no, from what I'm looking at on the chart again, the People's National Party is back to leading at 29 seats and the Jamaica Labour Party 34 seats. I'm going to move over to this chart to my right. And one of the constituencies we've been monitoring closely, Dion, that's Trelawney Northern. As you know, in the last general election, the Jamaica Labour Party won that seat. It was a surprise for many people because the Jamaica Labour Party had not won that seat in decades. And we're seeing now the People's National Party's Wickham McNeil leading in that constituency, 6,637 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's Tova Hamilton, 5,686 votes. Another constituency, Dion, that we have been monitoring closely, that's Manchester Central, where the Jamaica Labour Party won for the first time in decades in 2020. But what we're seeing now, well, it's still close in that constituency. Just 130 of the 139 boxes counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party Jamaica Labour Party's Rhoda Moy Crawford leading by 8,399 votes to the PNP's 8,314 votes. I'm going to ask the videographer to just come with me to the other screen I'm looking at right now. Going again to St. James Southern. Another one we've been watching, we're seeing where the People's National Party has a slight lead in that constituency. The Nikisha Burchell leading their 5,870 votes to the former mayor, Homer Davis, 5,644 votes. Going now over to St. Thomas Eastern, and we're seeing where the People's National Party's Yvonne Shaw, she's leading by 6,600, well, her tally now is 6,604 votes to the incumbent, Dr. Michelle Charles, 6,177 votes. Another one that people have been watching, and many people are saying that it seems as if it is a surprise to them. We're seeing for Portland Eastern, the People's National Party is leading in that constituency. As many people know, the Jamaica Labour Party's Anne-Marie Vaz won that constituency in 2020 after a 30-year drought for the Jamaica Labour Party, and Isaac Buchanan of the People's National Party is leading in that constituency, 96 of 140 boxes counted. Now, Dion, overall, we're seeing an 85.2% of the boxes completed, and I'll have some more updates for you as soon as they become available. But again, Dion, the race is heating up. It's back to you.
All right, thank you.
$471 votes compared to.
And they have not been able to, and
South St. James was the most likely one. Right, Desmond?
Yes.
That was the most likely one. That's a Derek Kelly seat that they held for several terms. Yeah. And Nikisha Burchell, a young woman from the area, put up a spirited fight. Yeah. But she has been defeated by the old hand of Homer Davis. You know, Homer Davis has quite a history in that seat. He contested it 3 times and lost 3 times to Derek Kelly before he actually won in 2020.
You know what I want to point out though, and you should, both of you can help me with this. I remember it may have been a local government election in Hanover where there was a winner declared on election night by say 50 odd votes. And when it went to the recount, the loser ended up winning by 300 and odd votes. So I just say that to say that
some of them are
these things will be settled in the coming days, but this is just preliminary results. But the preliminary results do suggest that the JLP has performed, well, according to some analysts, they've overperformed. But according to them, they'll tell you that they always had St. James as a safe space for them and that they didn't expect to relinquish any of the seats they had because they held all the cards in the parish.
They would be disappointed, the JLP, that is, that they didn't hold on to Eastern Hanover. They really thought Dave Brown had turned it around in Eastern Hanover. Another one we need to watch, what's happening in Northern Trelawney? That's where Wickham McNeil is up against Tova Hamilton. What is happening there?
Right. The last information we have, your team might have something more updated, but the last information coming into the board is that he is ahead by around 300 or so votes, 4,468 for Wickham McNeil to Tova Hamilton's 4,132. And they still had quite a bit to go based on this information. This was at 67 box counted. So
67 of how many?
Of 135.
Oh, that's a lot more, still quite a way to go.
So they still have quite a way to go. We'll wait to see what comes in the next update. George looks like he has more recent information than I do.
I have something. Well, not on that one. I'm not troubling you on that one, Janae.
Okay.
I'm being told reliably that in Southeast St. Elizabeth at 9:13 p.m., it's now 9:14, that Frank Witter is leading Norman Scott by 1,700 votes. I don't know how old that race is, but it has to be quite old, the count. Frank Witter ahead by 1,700 in Southeast St. Elizabeth. Another significant obstacle in the PNP's route to Jamaica House.
Yes. And in Northeast St. Elizabeth, the PNP has picked up Northeast St. Elizabeth. Zulika Jess has defeated Delroy Slowly. Yes. She polled, according to one of my sources in the constituency, Jess won with 8,254 to Slowly's 7,523. And she says, jubilation in Northeast St. Elizabeth. Yes. Yeah. So, and that again was a must win, must pick up for the PNP.
And also Floyd Green seat.
Yes, but Floyd Green, what's the latest on that one?
I'm going to tell you in short order. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to get that update. In fact, Wayne is still online. Wayne, are you there? Is Wayne hearing us? Not yet. All right. We're gonna get from Wayne what that board there is showing them. But let's do the declaration first and come back with the update. See if we can get Southwest St. Elizabeth in.
Well, the latest I have from Southwest St. Elizabeth, 94% of the votes in JLP, 9,044 for Floyd Green, well ahead of Miranda Wellington, 7,650. If Floyd Green wins this, then it's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
I need to get how old the Frank Witter count is, because that, if Southeast St. Elizabeth is over and then we add Southwest St. Elizabeth, we can have an early night. We don't have to stay here all night, because if those two go along with Eastern St. Andrew and Western St. Mary seems headed to the labor rights with Bobby Montague, then we can call it a night.
Okay, Wayne?
Yes, I'm here. You hear me?
Yes. What more can you tell us in terms of the numbers?
You hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you. We're hearing you, Wayne.
Yes, I can give you an update on the Twitter
Oh, Lord.
situation. It's 84% of the vote.
What the hell is happening? Hold on. Hold on, Wayne. Hold on, Wayne. The audio is wobbling again.
We are going to
Yes.
break away from this and go back
Wayne,
over to television
wanna try
Jamaica
again?
to see what's going on. Stand by, please. As we go back over to television Jamaica. Okay, let's go over to television Jamaica. Stand by, please.
Fitzjackson and St. Catherine Central, Olivia Babsy Grange. So we're kind of moving fast through those. Okay, here we go. St. Elizabeth Southwestern, and as they sound the room, Earl, you get to do the honors here. Read the next couple for me.
Floyd Green of the JLP, he's the incumbent, 9,044. Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 7,650. And the significance of this particular seat is that it always goes to the party that wins nationally. So that may be one of the reasons why there's celebration at JLP headquarters at the moment.
Yes.
Clarendon Southeastern, Pernell Charles Jr. of the JLP, 1,824. Sian Barnswell of the PNP, 1,284. And Sian Thomas of the JPP, 13 votes. That's 27 boxes of 144. Clarendon Northern, Wavell Hines, the cricketer, 5,623 to Dwight Sibley's of the JLP, 5,407. Judilyn Casey Edwards of the JPP, 24 votes. That's 95 boxes of 104. Of 100, rather. St. Thomas Eastern, 114 of 128 boxes. Yvonne Shaw continues to lead, 6,597. And the incumbent, Michelle Charles of the JLP, 6,188. Claudius Wong is on 31. And Jovian Blair of the JPP, 26. St. Thomas Western, James Robertson, the incumbent, 6,836. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 5,696. And Carleen Affleck of the JPP, 39 votes. That's 125 of 163 boxes rather. St. Andrew West Central, the constituency of the Prime Minister, very, very tight. 87 boxes of 105. Paul Buchanan of the PNP is now leading, 4,867 votes to Andrew Holness, 4,762.
What you said, Earl?
Are you stunned?
You don't see one having a sip.
Manchester Northeastern. You have Audrey Marks of the JLP performing according to tradition there. 6,589 to Valentin Wint of the PNP, 5,207. And Clive Warren of the JPP, he has 30 votes. If you could go back to that West Central for a moment. The PNP used to dominate that in the days of Dudley Thompson and David Core and AJ Nicholson.
Yes. Yes.
So it's a 1% lead at the moment for Paul Buchanan.
If we could go to St. Elizabeth again, let's see what the other weather vane is saying. Southwest St. Elizabeth.
Wow. Norman Scott of the PNP, 1,004 votes. Franklin Witter, the incumbent from the JLP, 991, but it's only 17 of 109 boxes. Portland Eastern, 96 of 140 boxes. Isaac Buchanan of the PNP, 5,636. Anne-Marie Vaz, the incumbent of the JLP, 5,224. So it's a 4-point lead for Buchanan, and there are 23 votes for the JPP's Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris. I think, Dion, we need to remind the listeners that we call out these figures because we also have listeners on radio.
This one. Yes.
Yes. Trelawney Northern, Tova Hamilton has taken the lead now over Wickham McNeil, 6,826 to McNeil, 6,792, and it's 123 of 146 boxes. So we're seeing the finish line up ahead. And Marissa Dalrymple Philibert has restored order in Trelawney Southern, 1,787 to Paul Patmore, 1,486. That's 26 of 96 boxes, though. St. Mary's Southeastern, Norman Dunn, the incumbent, he is being tracked very closely by Christopher Brown. So Norman Dunn has 5,235, Christopher Brown 5,112, and Mark Hutchinson has 20 votes for the JPP. St. Mary Western, Robert Montague continues to dominate there, 7,219 to Omar Woodbine, 6,398, and Chase Neal, 25 votes.
And this is another weather vane seat that indicates to the country as well what is likely to happen. Same for Southwest St. Elizabeth and the other one you mentioned a moment before. So we will see how Mr. Woodbine fares.
And in St. Andrew East Central, Dennis Gordon of the PNP, he's now doing very well, 6,425 to Davion Vassell of the JLP, 3,949, and Princess Ford of the JPP, 82, 106 boxes of 113.
Okay, here's St. Andrew West Rural. This is 136 boxes out of 140. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn of the JLP, 7,909 votes. The PNP's Joan Gordon Webley, 6,994. And that's been called for Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. St. Andrew Northwestern, 101 of 112 boxes. Dwayne Smith of the JLP, 5,648. Ethne Miller Simpson, 4,124. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 106. Here we are back in St. Andrew East Rural, 123 boxes of 137. Juliet Holness, 8,445. Patrick Peterkin, 7,487. Kamisha Hendricks, 45 votes of the UIC. Purchell Jackson of the JPP, 35 votes. Eastern Portland, 130. Did we just read this? Has it moved?
That is, has moved.
It has?
That's tightened.
Okay, 131 of 140 boxes. The PNP's Isaac Buchanan, 7,932. Anne-Marie Vaz of the JLP, 7,699. Portland West, this is nearly finished, and 102 of 104 boxes. The JLP's Darrell Val, 6,022 to the PNP's Doreen Campbell, 4,809. Michael Aiken of the JPP, 22 votes. St. James Central, 103 boxes of 104. So this has gone to Heroy Clark now. 6,486. The PNP's Janice Allen, 4,620. Okay, and let's just take South and then we go to a break. St. James Southern. This is nearly completed, just one box left to be counted. And Nikisha Burchell, 6,398. Homer Davis of the JLP, 6,211. Leon Cunningham of the JPP, 16 votes. Let's go to a break. We'll be back in a moment.
15 leading the JLP over 14. What we're seeing here, if you want to like it, yes or no, if Floyd Green take home St. Elizabeth, that is it. Let us stand by. It's 100. Let us stand by to see what's going to go on. There is something coming into me, but I don't want to do this on air because I can't prove this. I cannot prove this. So let me not do it. But based on what I'm hearing and based on what I'm seeing, let me not go ahead and jump and do anything. Let us listen to what is going on both Television Jamaica and the EOJ. I will not jump the gun because I don't want to be the person who jumped the gun. And when I jump the gun, I am hearing something different. But what I see so far, Labour PNP supporters are on the streets of Jamaica right now. Let me see if I can show you some videos of it. But supporters of the People's National Party are at PNP headquarters, and they're on the streets of Jamaica. From Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. What I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, that the People's National Party has taken the entire western part of Jamaica, Westmoreland, Hanover. The only part they haven't taken as yet, and we pray and hope that that happens, that they will take over St. Elizabeth where Floyd Green is. But what we're seeing so far, the amount of vote that Floyd Green is getting does not look good for my good friend Miranda Wellington. But let us see. It's early time still. It is 10:28, 9:28 in Jamaica. We're listening, watching from around the world. In the Eastern Caribbean, it is Mekwe Talk. I want to say thanks to Walking in Divine Purpose, who has sit with me through thick and thin on this program here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. For those who are joining us, thank you all very much. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. We're standing by to rejoin the Television Jamaica. As soon as they're ready for us, we go back to Television Jamaica. Good night, Mekwe Talk. You're live. Hello? Hello? I don't know what's going on with this phone. I'm not hearing Michael at all. Hello, good night.
Hello?
Yes, good night. Go ahead.
Giving you some more update here now.
Well, the update that I'm getting, hold on there. I'm getting some update from Television Jamaica too.
Yes.
Let me see something here. Because I'm seeing something here. Go ahead for me. Go ahead.
All right. Isaac Buchanan has defeated Anne-Marie Vaz. Final count. Isaac Buchanan, 8,000, not final count, 8,290. Anne-Marie Vaz, 8,072 with one.
Hold on for me, because
with one box to go.
Hold on for me, my good friend. I'm trying to figure out something here. Where are you getting this count from? Because I'm trying to figure out where the count is coming in from. Because I see some count coming in to me, and I'm trying not to go over what is going on TVJ or wherever. So talk to me. Where are you getting
because I am getting it from right inside the EOJ's office. This is before it even come on the board, what I'm giving to you.
Okay, go ahead.
This is raw data I'm giving to you right now. So Anne-Marie Vaz, as I said, has been defeated by Isaac Buchanan. 8,290. Anne-Marie Vaz, 8,072 with one box to go. So that has been basically declared. One box to go.
Hold on for me. You can see here now, Alonda Turlan has defeated Raymond Price of the People's National Party. Turlan getting 6,364 votes to Raymond Price 5,379 votes. Go ahead for me. The PNP is leading in 17 seats. Go ahead.
Well, as it stands right now, the JLP, they have won 20. That has been declared for the PNP, the JLP, and 8 for the PNP. Floyd Green has also won not.
You're confusing me now. What has the read back the declare part again for me, please?
20 JLP, 8 PNP. Yeah. And Rhoda Mike Crawford has won Central Manchester. That has just been ringing in my ear. So she has won Central Manchester. She has defeated Donovan Mitchell.
Okay, let me see if I can get a hold of my good friend Isaac Buchanan to congratulate him live on air here.
So far the JLP has won 21 seats. The PNP has 8. So they are
seats?
on their eight.
Okay.
8. And the PNP, they have lost St. James. So all 5 seats in St. James has gone to the JLP.
Hold on. This is okay. All right. All right. It's a bit confusing to me.
No, it's not. It's not confusing. I'm just giving you raw data that you're not getting.
Okay. No problem. Thank you.
That you're not getting. So all 5 seats has gone to the JLP in St. James. The one that Burchell lost by 95 votes. That was the closest one.
Okay. All right. Thanks much.
Good.
Good. Thank you very much. Okie dokie. It seems as if
Your house burned down, him dead there. 9-night funeral, him dead there. Oh God, man. But be so excited for my MP. One turn long, never two.
what is going on here? I can see we're in.
All right, so that was Kimmy here on the Newlands Main Road. We are in St. Catherine East Central, where Alando Terrelong was declared the winner by the preliminary results. He is now the MP for the 3rd time here in St. Catherine East Central, where he defeated
That's telling me the House is calling the election already.
And there was an independent candidate from the JPP, that is Casion Radcliffe. I think her name is Casion Radcliffe. So that's it. Lots of excitement, as you can hear. And they are tuning in to TVJ News, getting the live updates here of what's happening on our results show. So there you have it. It's back to you in studio, Dion.
Thank you so much, Jamila. And of course, TVJ is exactly the place for you to get all your ongoing coverage of this election. Let's go over back now to the EOJ with Kalisha.
Yes, Dion, we're almost at the finish line. 93% of all the boxes counted. And earlier, it's similar to what we saw in the previous update. The Jamaica Labour Party was leading by, well, it was 32-31 at one point, and now we're seeing it's back at 30-33. So the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 constituencies to the People's National Party's 30. An interesting one, Dion, that you pointed to earlier. We're going to go to it. We're seeing in St. Andrew West Central, the Prime Minister's seat. We're seeing the People's National Party's candidate, Paul Buchanan, leading in that seat. And we have 87 of the 105 boxes counted. So it's almost 82% completed. And we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate leading in the Prime Minister's constituency. And we're going to move over now to St. Andrew Northwestern, where we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate, Ethne Miller Simpson. She is trailing the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, Dwayne Smith, in that constituency. Going down now to St. Andrew West Rural, where we're seeing, well, the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, the incumbent, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. She is leading in that constituency to 8,290 votes to the People's National Party's candidate, Joan Gordon Webley, 7,157 votes. Now, should the incumbent hold on to this seat, it will be the second time the Jamaica Labour Party has had 3 consecutive wins in that constituency in St. Andrew West Rural. And going over now, if the videographer could just come with me, we're going to St. Ann Northwestern, where we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate, Gabriella Morris, at 6,989 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, 7,383 votes in that constituency. Final one, Dion, before I come back to you, in Portland Eastern, we're seeing the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate still trailing the People's National Party's candidate, Anne-Marie Vaz, 8,072 votes to the People's National Party's Isaac Buchanan, 8,290 votes. So as I said, we're almost there, almost at the finish line for this evening, Dion. 93% of the boxes counted. And again, the People's National Party leading in 30 seats, the JLP leading in 33 seats. It's back to you.
Thank you so much. Really important to get that kind of global picture of what is happening. 33 to 30, and you heard as well, it seemed to have been moving a little bit up and down, but the latest figures there, 33.
Let me break away and give you an item of news that we're seeing here. There are other media houses is calling the election. Stand by for me, please. Yes, there are other media houses calling the election. So I'm trying to figure out something here. There is a media house right now. Stand by, please. Let me turn on this light here. Okay, here we have it. I think I said Buchanan, yes. I rather get this more than I jump the gun. I said Buchanan has been declared the winner.
Rhoda Crawford, the incumbent, has held on to defeat Donovan Mitchell. She secured 9,035 votes to Donovan Mitchell, 8,861. So that's one hold in Manchester for the JLP.
Strong candidate, hard-working member of parliament. She deserves to go back to parliament. Rhoda Moy Crawford, one of Jamaica's best talent in the parliament.
Manchester Northeastern, and Audrey Marks has taken it. 7,652 votes to Valentin Wint of the PNP, 6,209. Clive Warren of the JPP, 33 votes. And it's tightening again in St. Andrew West Central, the Prime Minister's constituency. Paul Buchanan, 4,867 to Dr. Andrew Holness, 4,762. That's 50.5% to 49.5%. Trelawney Northern, and you have Tova Hamilton, the incumbent, leading Dr. Wickham McNeil, 7,408 to McNeil, 7,198, 131 of 146 boxes. St. James Southern, Nikisha Burchell of the PNP, continues to lead.
Let me give you something here. One moment here. Good night. Make we talk here live.
PNP are thieves and murderers.
You know what? Let me report this idiot here to the authorities. PNP thief and murderers. Oh, Lord. I'm going to report this number to the authorities because he think that nobody can. The number is 1-876-481-8177. 1-876-481-8177. You're being reported to the authorities. You calling back this number? You're reported to the authorities. I'm tired of you and this stupidness. I am being told from other media houses that we're watching here online. There's a certain media house has given the election over to the Jamaica Labour Party. I don't understand what is going on. So as soon as TVJ can tell us what is going on, then I will end up saying something here. Let's go back to TVJ.
29 boxes out of 135. And we have the PNP's Alfred Dawes with 7,405 to Robert Miller of the JLP, 6,939. Casey and Radcliffe of the JPP with 64 votes. So 6 boxes left to count here. This was one of those seats that the PNP had some infighting in.
Yes.
And the question was whether it would have hurt Dawes. St. Mary's Southeastern. This is 109 boxes out of 112. And we have the PNP's Christopher Brown having pulled ahead a bit now with 6,313 votes. JLP's Norman Dunn, 6,293. Mark Hutchinson of the JPP with 25. I am sure I heard Ron said this one was taken for the JLP. I'm sure I heard that.
St. Mary
He
was
also said it was Dennis
the chairman's seat.
No, sir, I'm sure said the other one. But all right. St. Mary Western, 129 of 147. Bobby Montague, JLP chairman, with 8,182. Omar Wood, is this Woodbine?
Yes.
Of the PNP, 7,403. Chase Neal of the JPP with 31 votes. St. Ann Northwestern, 127 out of 135. Crystal Lee is holding on to the lead with 7,428 votes. The PNP's Gabriella Morris, 7,077. And here's St. Ann Southwest, 81 out of 105 boxes. The incumbent Xavier Main of the JLP, 5,561 votes to the PNP's Danishka Williams, 4,104. Clive Edwards of the JPP with 30 votes. Go ahead.
PNP has taken Kingston Central.
So you have to talk louder.
This is showing that the
PNP
PNP has
has
taken Kingston Central. Let me see. With 100% of the boxes counted. It's
okay. Here we have it on screen.
Oh.
Steve McGregor pulled ahead. This is okay. This is magisterial recount. 4,739 over Donovan Williams of the JLP. The incumbent 4,727. Swanee did the maths for me. 12 votes.
12, yes.
All right. This one is headed to a magisterial recount, but the preliminary vote shows Steve McGregor of the PNP the winner. Garth Barnett of the UIC with 23 votes. And just to say for viewers and listeners that when you have these kinds of close results, as I said, it's inevitable the parties are going to ask for a magisterial recount. When you see like 200 or 50, that sounds like a small margin, but you're not overturning that in a magisterial recount. 12 votes they might be hoping to overturn. Clarendon Southeastern, Pernell Charles Jr., 94 boxes out of 144, 6,004 votes. Sian Barneswell of the PNP, 4,805. Sian Thomas, 38 votes. So Clifford, you start perk up again. You know, I'm looking at the scales on the two sides. Yeah, at which point one is up and one is down. Here's Northern Clarendon, 95 boxes out of 100. The PNP's Wavell Hines, 5,000. Okay, this declared for Wavell Hines. So the cricketer heads the parliament. So we'll have a cricketer and an Olympian, it looks like.
Yeah. No, well, Nether Soul is another, but he played for Jamaica. He was another cricketer in Parliament years and years ago.
But even what's his name? Former PNP Gensec. His name is slipping me now. He's in St. Andrew.
Who? Julian?
Julian, he's a former cricketer.
At the youth level.
Yes, okay, good.
Yeah, we're talking. Yeah. 129 boxes of 135. St. Ann Northwest, Crystal Lee continues to lead, 7,547 votes to Gabriella Morris, 7,242.
That's limiting.
Manchester Northwestern, 99 boxes out of 104. And this one, okay, Michael Phillips of the PNP, 6,687. Damian Young of the JLP, 5,516. And Trisha Stewart Angus, 36 votes. Okay, let's just give you this last one and then we go to the break. So this is nearly completed. So we can say Everard Warmington, this has been declared. Everard Warmington retains his seat. Let's go to a break. Stay tuned. You can hear some of the critical seats. We're still waiting to hear final results. We're back in a moment.
I'm going to show you something here that is coming into us from a different station here. And I'm trying to figure out, Television Jamaica and CVM has not called the election, but this media house here has called the election. Well, there's a jubilee going on at the PNP headquarters. Let me see something here. Good night. Make we talk you live.
We're not criminal.
Well, there's a jubilee going on at the PNP headquarters. Let me report this person to the FBI now. Let me report this person to the FBI. because this is getting out of hand now. This number just called the program a while ago. Walking in Divine Purpose. Write this number down for me. Hold on there for me. The number that's called a William Andrews 1-860-834-3130. We're going to report this to the authorities.
7,242.
That's limiting. Imagine getting
Manchester Northwestern 19.
So this telephone number just called and threatened us a while ago. 1-860-834-3130. Name William Andrew Williams. Okay. I think I'm joking tonight. Yes, this is what I wanted to show you, but I think I'm showing you the wrong thing. Let's go back over to TVJ. Stand by and let us see what's going on here. If you believe that we can't find you, make a sad mistake. Standing by to see what's going on here. I see where in another media house has called the election. I am not prepared to do that until Television Jamaica has called the election. I will not do such thing because you remember the local government election when they call it? I'm not going to do so. Let's stand by and see what's going on here. Let's stand by. Take a quick break. We'll be right back. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica. It's election night in Jamaica. Indeed, it's election night in Jamaica. And we go right back to the Jamaica.
For staying with us as we continue our live coverage of the 2025 elections. This is Vote 2025. Kalisha is at the EOJ headquarters. Kalisha, what's the latest?
Thanks, Dion. So far, 96% of all boxes counted, and we're seeing the Jamaica Labour Party still maintaining the lead. 34 seats for the Jamaica Labour Party so far, to the People's National Party 29. Going over back to our chart here, looking at the Prime Minister's seat, that's St. Andrew West Central, we're still seeing where the People's National Party's candidate is maintaining the lead in that constituency. 87 of 105 boxes to go, so we're still not there as yet, Dion, so things could change in that constituency. Going over now to St. Andrew West Rural, where the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, the incumbent Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, she is still leading in that constituency, 8,290 votes to the People's National Party's candidate, Joan Gordon Webley. She is at 7,157 votes so far, 138 of 140 boxes right there. Now moving further to my right, well, we have some of the declared seats on top in terms of the Westmoreland Eastern, where the People's National Party won that seat. Going down now to Manchester Central, where just one box to go, and the Jamaica Labour Party is maintaining that lead in Manchester Central. Going over now to Portland Eastern, and all the boxes have been completed, and the People's National Party's candidate Isaac Buchanan has won that constituency. Now, Dion will be providing some more updates shortly because we're almost, as I said, almost there. 96% of the boxes counted. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kelisha, and really, really interesting here what it is we're seeing. And let me check in with our politicals and see how they're doing. Clifford?
I believe that there's still, I still believe there's way for us to go, but regardless of how it pans out, I think the big sign that we're getting from the people across the country is that they want change. They want to see some form of change. I think
this is a spinning that has
and I see that's a signal that we're getting. The people want change. We're seeing it in the Prime Minister's seat, and we're seeing it across the country as well.
Consistency is key. At the start of the night, I said we'd win, and we're there. We're almost there.
One owner did have it right because the two of you said you were going to win. So, you know.
Yeah, but it's clear when you look at seats. Rhoda Crawford winning, holding on to that seat. When you look at Xavier Main performance, when you look at Norman Dunn holding on in his St. Mary's seat.
Tell me what has surprised you.
A surprise is that Anne-Marie Vaz. It's a big surprise. I had Mrs. Vaz in my numbers. It was a seat I thought would have won. It's not to be based on what we're seeing so far, but that's a big surprise for me tonight.
Clifford, what's that surprised you?
Manchester Central was a surprise for me. I think that's a seat that we confidently could have taken. So seeing how well Rhoda played out, that was very much a surprise for me.
Okay. You did that, perhaps you misinterpreted or underestimated the kind of work she's been doing?
Yes. But I think in my head how I had it, or that her I guess win in 2020 was mainly because of how broken the PNP base was at the time. I think, and I thought at the time, Donovan may have done the necessary work to mend defenses in that seat. But I guess her being known to be a hard worker is enough to push her, or was enough rather to push her across the line.
Here's Clarendon Southeast, 120 boxes of 144. And we're seeing Pernell Charles Jr., 7,617. Cian Barneswell of the PNP, 6,832. Cian Thomas with 49 votes. And where are we going next? So one of the Charles siblings remains in Parliament. Trelawney, Northern, we still have 5 boxes left. Let me see what y'all think about. Oh, this is, all right, me and the maths. Tova Hamilton of the JLP, let's stick to the numbers. I can't go wrong reading numbers. 7,894 to the PNP's Wickham McNeil, 7,746. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, 94 out of 109. Franklin Witt of the JLP, 8,000. Okay, I think 8,220. And Norman Scott of the PNP, 6,176. Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, 39 votes. St. Andrew East Rural, 129 of 137. Juliet Holness, 8,617. Patrick Peterkin, 7,865. Kamisha Hendricks has 46 votes, and Purcell Jackson, 38. Purcell, I think. St. James West Central, here we go. Haven't seen this for a bit. 80 boxes of 106. The JLP's Marlene Malahoo Fort, 4,704. Andre Horton of the PNP, 4,122. Clifford Barnett, 15 votes. And St. Anne Southwestern, 86 boxes of 105. Xavier Main of the JLP, 5,837. Danishka Williams, 4,280. Clive Edwards of the JPP, 30 votes. St. Anne Northwestern, 133 out of 135 boxes. And Crystal Lee of the JLP, 7,971 to Gabriella Morris of the PNP, 7,317.
Oh.
Oh.
St. Mary Southeastern. 1 box left here, and Norman Dunn of the JLP 5,006. Let's start over. Norman Dunn of the JLP 6,592. Christopher Brown of the PNP 6,575. Mark Hutchinson 26.
That may be the seat I was thinking of in terms of the third candidate. Perhaps his vote making the difference. We don't know which way it might have gone, but,
but
it raises that possibility.
Central Kingston as well, because the independent in Central Kingston got 23.
Yes.
And there's a difference between Steve McGregor and Donovan Williams of 12. Trelawney Southern, 26 boxes of 96. Marissa, I feel like we've been stuck here. Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 1,787. Paul Patmore of the PNP, 1,486. But if we could just pause on the counting, on the numbers a little bit, because, you know, coming into this particular election, what I had and what I've been sharing throughout the night with Clifford are the seats that the PNP had to take back to win the election. Southeast on the screen now is a weather vane seat. It has voted for the winning party for the last 5 elections, and it has given the nod in this instance to Franklin Witter retaining Southeast. I suspect a similar thing is happening in Southwest, which is the other weather vane seat where Floyd Green there is
That is the case.
by
That's
Miranda
it.
Wellington. And I expect the same out of Western St. Mary. We see the results here for Southwest with some boxes to go where Xavier Main is leading Danishka. So I had about 21 seats that the PNP needed to topple tonight if they were going to win. There's Western St. Mary, the other weather vane, completely declared for Robert
Bobby
Montague,
Montague.
even though the polls going into this, some of them showed that he was treading water. So he's beaten hometown boy Omar Woodbine, not by a lot because he's coming from thousands, but he's won it. So against a 21 that I think the PNP needed to take, so far they have taken only 14. So the 14, as good as those are, they don't appear that they will be sufficient for them to win tonight. Okay, hold that thought. We're going over to Western Hanover, where Anthony Lugg is on location.
Thank you so much. So I'm just outside the Watson Taylor Park here in Western Hanover, where the counting is still going on over here. I'm now joined by a PNP supporter who is outside here. She's extremely excited. Talk to me about how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling extremely happy at this time because I know that Western Hanover is going up to the People's National Party. And I know that one by one that Damien Crawford said they are going great.
It's still early days yet.
I know.
The counting has not finished yet, but why is it that you're so confident?
Because of the votes that we already get so far. You know that we are leading. You understand me, though? I know that Heather Miller is going to be the winner for Western Hanover tonight.
All right, thank you so much. So, as she just said, Heather Miller is going up against the incumbent Tamika Davis of the Jamaica Labour Party. We will be here on the ground. We will be monitoring the situation. It's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so much, Anthony Lugg, for that. And as you can see, we have our reporters on the ground. And here you're seeing the numbers. This indeed has been called for Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP. Let me see, there's 1 box left, but the numbers here, 6,969 votes to Tamika Davis's 5,859. Leonard Sharp of the JPP picking up 54 votes. And we're back with West Central. Has this moved? This hasn't moved. This is the Prime Minister's constituency, listeners and viewers. And we've been seeing this result for a little while. So we're, of course, monitoring closely to see where it's going and what's happening here. That's St. Andrew West Central. Just to remind our viewers that we are on radio as well, which is why you hear us reading a lot of the results. This is Clarendon Southeast, 140 boxes of 144. Pernell Charles Jr.
9,207 votes to Sian Barneswell, 7,770. Called now for Pernell Charles officially. Had it been called before?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Okay.
And by the
So
way,
I think which one I haven't seen for a while is that other St. Elizabeth seat. But slowly.
that's Northeast.
Yeah, slowly.
Yes.
slowly
Zuleika won that.
We haven't seen it come
Didn't
up.
Zuleika take that?
Was it declared?
I think so.
Well,
Zuleika
it hasn't
just-
come up for
You could declare.
By the way, it's
Around
particularly
99% of the
important
votes are
because of what has happened with the telecom services.
Mhm.
Many people are actually listening on radio.
Right.
So it's very important that they get these results.
Yeah.
Here we go. This was with one box left to go, 124 boxes of 125. So the Ika Jess of the PNP, 8,283. So this indeed has been declared for Jess of the PNP over Delroy Slowly of the Jamaica Labour Party, who at this point had polled 7,693. And Myrie of the JPP picked up 20, and Joseph Patterson of the UIC picked up 11 votes.
This is a long-standing PNP seat. This is really just a rebalancing of everything with the anomaly of 2020. This is Kern Spencer, Raymond Price, and then Evan Redmond. This used to be a very strong PNP seat, so no surprises there.
I
Roger Clark's old seat as well.
I would say though that I think one of the things we have seen is, I mean, the rebalancing you're speaking of, sure, but at the same time also an indication that the voters can't be taken for granted.
No.
Look at Northern Trelawney, for instance, where we're seeing this. Has this been declared yet? Okay, Tova Hamilton, 8,062 votes. Wickham McNeil of the PNP, 7,788. So I take your point, Emily, but I also think that we are seeing a new generation of voters, and that seats that previously had been thought safe. I mean, Central Kingston is not going to be in anybody's safe column going forward. Declared now for Tova Hamilton. So Wickham McNeil, having traveled across Western Jamaica, wasn't successful in terms of getting back into Gordon House via Trelawney Northern. And again, this was a
PNP seat.
This my point exactly.
This is a big victory for the Labour
Big
Party.
victory there. I agree.
Tova Hamilton. She won in 2020 and she's back. She's going back to Parliament. Hard-working member of Parliament. I'm very happy for her, just as I'm happy for Rhoda Crawford and many other persons.
Okay, we in fact have Nakinsky Robinson, who is in Trelawney Northern. Let's go to her.
I'm now at the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium in Falmouth, where the counting has been concluded for the Trelawney Northern constituency. And the word that I'm getting from the election officials is that the seat was successfully retained by the incumbent member of parliament who was seeking a second term as MP, Tova Hamilton. Now, she is the first female member of parliament for Trelawney Northern, and she has successfully done so tonight from what we've heard. She was going up against the People's National Party representative, Dr. Wickham McNeil, who is the political juggernaut, who is not new to the scene at all. And so he was seeking redemption because he was unseated when he served as member of parliament for Western Westmoreland in the 2020 general election. We saw very frantic and chaotic scenes here tonight where even one of the Jamaica Labour Party supporters, in the height of their excitement and partying, she passed out and she was rushed to seek medical attention. We've not gotten any word as to her state right now, but we're hoping that she is recovering well. But now the place has been emptied out. The lot is really and truly emptying out right now. As you can see behind me, there's a huge Jamaica Urban Transit Company bus. And just before we started this video, we saw very long lines of traffic emptying out the lot, heading back onto the main road. So the polls have closed, the counting has ended, and it seemed to have been Miss Tova Hamilton from the Jamaica Labour Party who was first past the post tonight.
I think we were talking about the seat, and as I was saying, I think this exactly makes my point. The parties can no longer afford to be complacent and think of seats as, oh, safe PNP or safe JLP seats. And I think that's actually great for the country, great for the constituencies themselves, and overall, as I've been saying, great for democracy.
Yes, I agree.
Quite a few of the young women from the JLP who won in 2020 have been returned in 2025. Right.
Over Hamilton, Rhoda May Crawford.
Crystal Lee.
Okay, here is Juliet Holness's seat now. St. Andrew East Rural, 130 of 137 boxes declared for Juliet Holness. So the former speaker holds on to her seat.
Yes.
If we can spend a moment and try and figure out what is happening in West Central St. Andrew, when it comes up on the screen, I want to see what is going on with the Prime Minister.
Well, I mean, the numbers hadn't moved, so.
Right, but when we get our update, it will move in favor of the Labour Party.
The numbers,
right, so the same.
It's the same, that's what I'm saying. It's been the last 2 or 3 times it's come up, it's been the same. So I suspect the next time we see it, it'll probably be completed.
Yes.
I know a lot of the time, well, I get nothing. I know a lot of the time,
That
the
is
people
why-
who are
that-
watching the counting.
And that is why I'm saying when it's changed the next time, you'll see party leader Dr. Andrew Holness.
I mean, what we have here is that Northeastern, or what my side is saying, that Southeastern St. Mary has been called for Norman Dunn. Not Norman Dunn, for Christopher Brown.
Yeah. No,
So-
sorry, you just got yourself in a whole heap of trouble there with your party people there.
Well,
So
right now,
there it
right
is.
now,
Yeah.
Dr. Dunn is leading. Yes.
But he hasn't changed from where it was before.
Right. So there's only one box left there, and so you are saying that
You're saying it's been called for.
and that one box has given him.
That's what I'm getting.
Yeah.
That's my understanding as well. By 12, I understand
Another
Norman
one
Dunn
going
has
to
lost.
magisterial.
Another magisterial recount.
Yes, but we will see.
So whose column was that in for anybody?
That was a mistake for the PNP in my column. They needed to take back Southeast St. Mary. And they have, but again, I said, based on my count, it's still coming up a little short because of, the other areas that have not come fully. Yeah. So.
That's one of those cases, if indeed that win is confirmed, in which the PNP finally managed to take back a seat that has been with the JLP now for several terms.
Yes. Two. And they've taken as well the Southeast St. Catherine with Dr. Alfred Dawes. That is also a big win. Robert Miller losing there, I think we already showed that. But again, when they didn't manage to wrestle Central Manchester from Rhoda Moy, that's a big, really big win or hold for the Jamaica Labour Party. So you do take one there, but then you don't take the other, and the numbers just don't add up. Yeah. Marlene Malahoo Fort as well in West Central St. James. I think you were hoping to take that one.
Yes.
You may come up just a little short with that one, even though it's not yet officially completed in terms of counting, but we shall see.
Okay, let's just since you mentioned that, this is the latest we have from West Central St. James, 82 boxes of 106. The JLP's Marlene Malahoo Fort with 4,788. The JLP's Andre Horton, 4,192. Clifford Barnett, 15 votes. We'll go to a break. We're back with our live election show in just a moment.
Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with you from 7 a.m. in the morning until the polls are closed on election night. Join in the panel discussion with political analysts. We'll be live on Jam Talk Vibes Internet Radio Station and Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It's election night in Jamaica. Jamaicans Decide 2025. Join Make We Talk on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 for live coverage of Jamaica's election from Negril Point in the west to Moran Point in the east. We will be with
Night.
Good night.
I'm listening the count.
If one constituency has so many boxes leave, why are they declaring the seats?
I don't know, my dear.
Even in we call Patmore and Dalrymple, so many boxes leave. You can't declare the seats.
One thing I know tonight has taught many of us a great lesson.
Oh God, man, I'm so disappointed.
All right, my dear. Thanks much. Good night, make a talk your life.
Hello, good night.
Yes, good night. Why when you call the program, you cannot call the program with so many noise in the background. You cannot call the program with so many noise in the background. I must say congratulations to Isaac Buchanan. Congratulations, my good friend. You have fought a fight that no one thought. Many people thought you would never win it. But you hang on in there, and you have shown us that you are for the poor class of Jamaicans. And I want to say to you, Isaac, tonight, that I know you'll do a great job. I know you will fight for the people of Portland. I know you will stand up for the people of East Portland. I want to say to you once more, on behalf of my family, my wife and myself, congratulations to you, my good friend. Congratulations to you. I try to call you, but I know you're busy, so I won't get you tonight. But I will definitely call you in the morning to congratulate you officially. You have done a great job for the people of this country. And the people of Portland stood by you, knowing that you are a great lawyer, you're a poor people defender. And I want to say thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to go back over to what's going on at the Television Jamaica. We're having some live feed coming to us from the People's National Party headquarters. Let me see if I can break away from this for a while and go over to the People's National Party headquarters and see what's going on over there. Let's see what's going on over there. Here we go. Yep. That's what is going on by the People's National Party headquarters there on Hope Road. It's been a long day and a long night. A long day and a long night. Jamaicans have made their choice, and there's nothing that we can do. Let's hope and pray at the end of this, we may find victory in something that the Jamaican people who has fought so hard. Let's go back over to what's going on at Television Jamaica. Stand by, please.
From the RGR Gleaner Communications Group. Also with us, we have Ron Walsh. He is from Young Jamaica, an affiliate of the Jamaica Labour Party. Clifford James with us as well, from the PNP-YO, the youth arm of the People's National Party. Jamaica's parliament has 63 seats. Now, in the last election, 2020, the Jamaica Labour Party had won with a landslide, relegating the PNP to only 14 seats. So in this election, which party would get 32 seats first and would therefore form the government? And the last count we had got from our reporter who is at the electoral office tracking was 34 seats for here we go with the national count. Now, I think these are the declared seats, the completed seats, if I'm correct. 29 for the JLP and 28 for the PNP. The last count we had got, though, in terms of how all the seats were trending, was that the Jamaica Labour Party was leading. We had been told in 34 seats, and the PNP leading in 29. So there are a few critical seats that we have still been watching. And here we have St. Mary's Southeast. And the PNP's Christopher Brown has taken this with 6,642. He has defeated the incumbent Jamaica Labour Party's Norman Dunn, 6,631. And that is an 11 vote difference. Yes. Got it right that time.
Well, pause on that because this,
just 1 second. Mark Hutchinson of the JPP polled 26 votes.
I'm almost sure this is the second time for an 11 vote win in St. Mary Southeastern. Didn't Dr. Winston Green win by 11 over by the same Dr. Norman Dunn before? So this is interesting. We'll also head to a magisterial recount, but on the night, each of them having the 49.9%, but just split by 11 votes.
All right, we're still stuck on this, but just to remind our listeners as well, the count that takes place on election night is a preliminary count. Now, after tonight, then we will have what is called the final count. At the end of the final count, the parties then have the opportunity or the chance, if they wish to apply for what is called a magisterial recount, which a parish judge would do. Normally you do that when you have a very, very small margin. As I was saying a little bit earlier on in the evening, a margin of 200 votes or 100 might sound like a very small margin, but you're not going to get that overturned in a magisterial recount. That is when now the parties are going to scrutinize, and the judge would scrutinize every single ballot, and you start to get arguing over where this X was marked, and if this ballot was invalid, and if this one was discarded and should not have been discarded. So there is a process that is going to be put in train as soon as tonight's preliminary counts are over. Here we have Trelawney Southern now, box 44 of 96, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert with 2,823 votes, and the PNP's candidate Paul Patmore, 2,608 votes. Just a reminder for our viewers, for our listeners, you'll hear me, all of us, we are here reading out the counts. That is because we are live on not just radio, but also not just TV, not just the internet, but also radio. So we are accommodating our radio listeners as well. And we thank you all so much for being here with us, wherever it is in the world you are joining us from. We know we have a huge following in the diaspora. We're happy to have you here with us as well. So that one, that still looks like only about 50% gone there. And I know we had heard that Paul Patmore was
likely to do well.
Yes, yes, but we'll see what happens when the final numbers come in there. So I would ask you, Earl, is there anything that has surprised you so far?
No, I expected it to be very close, yes, and therefore I'm not surprised at how close it has turned out to be. I think for many persons, the fact that with 18 boxes left in West Central St. Andrew, that the Prime Minister is, at least by what we have seen, trailing at the moment. But there are still 18 boxes to go, so he could very well, bring it home still.
One of the things our listeners and viewers will have heard throughout the night is you will hear one of the panelists saying something like, it depends where the boxes are coming from. So in other words, you might have one candidate leading in a particular constituency, but if the boxes left to come in are coming from a stronghold of the other party, then you could see that result turned inside out. And that's basically what it is we're kind of seeing happening throughout the night. Sometimes you see the seesawing of the votes going between the two candidates. A lot of the times that's what's taking place. Okay, so now the issue in relation to what happens as soon as this is over, as we've said, the party that is declared the victory, we're going to be declared the victor. We're going to expect to hear, because of course, viewers and listeners, we are going to be with you until the end. So we are going to be waiting to hear whoever gives their victory speech, whoever gives their concession speech. And we were talking the other night, Earl, about a night, in fact, when there was no concession speech.
Yes, and that was 2007. I think it was 2007. It was that close, and Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller did not concede that night. They were awaiting some recounts.
Yeah.
But by the next day, it was clear that the JLP had won.
Just as though the JLP will win tonight again. So,
Well,
yes. Yeah.
So they all actually prepare 2 speeches. We're here, you have to have 2 speeches, or our people just come out and talk.
Well, I wouldn't know, but I'm sure that the leader of the Labour Party would have prepared 1 speech, because from the get-go, it was clear that Jamaicans would choose Jamaica, and we're seeing it tonight.
Okay, you never stop. You don't stop. You don't stop. Clifford, come.
I'm just curious, are they choosing Jamaica? Because from what I'm seeing, the PNP has gained massive ground in this election, regardless of who becomes the Prime Minister. I think that's one thing that the PNP should tap on his shoulder.
This is a sport, right? This is a sport. You have to have a winner. You have to have a loser. Tonight, you're the loser.
And clearly, the most honored Holness would not be the winner in this situation. Well,
of course, he's leading the Labour Party to victory.
St. Anne Southwest declared for Xavier Main, and we previously declared the previous seat, which kind of went fast.
Crystal
Lee.
And Danishko.
Right, declared
Danishko
for, there we go, declared for
Crystal
Lee of the Jamaica Labour Party. 8,050 votes to 7,488 for Gabriella Morris of the People's National Party.
Right.
Gabriella Morris had been a senator, throwing her hat here into the representational ring. So coming up short this time around.
This means there's no change at all in St. Anne. The PNP went in with Southeast, which is their bastion. They've held that. This is Lisa Hannah's seat, Foggy Mullins' old seat, crucial to the PNP base. Northeast St. Anne, which is Shahini Robinson's old seat, has been held by Matthew Samuda. St. Anne Northwest, Crystal Lee won that in 2020, and she has retained it. Fought off the challenge by Gabriella Morris. And then St. Anne Southwest, that's the Xavier Main seat that he has also held, that particular one. So there's no change between 2020 and 2025 in St. Anne.
So here's a question now. So let's assume.
Okay, I don't know what happened here. I think we have lost the feed. Let's hope we did not lose this feed. Obviously, I think we have. Stand by for us, please. We're going to figure out something here. As soon as the feed come back up, we bring it back to you. Let's go over to a different feed that is coming in. I don't know. I don't want to go back to this feed at all now because let's go back.
Look at this. It still is in many respects. So that what has emerged from 2020 is that the people are willing to re-elect a very hard-working member of parliament, even if that member of parliament started out as an anomaly in 2020, but they've continued to doing good work. So I say this, so I believe Rhoda Moore Crawford, I believe Crystal Lee and Tova Hamilton, who had some issues, she has clearly rebalanced them. And perhaps it is setting a new sort of trend. If we look at it that way, then perhaps for Mark Golding and the PNP, they shouldn't.
Good night, Paula. You're live.
Good night, Jeffrey. I don't understand. Look how long the Prime Minister's vote come in and they can't call it. It's stuck.
Turn off the TV in the background, my dear, please.
the Prime Minister's
Turn off the
vote.
TV in the background, please.
It is off. It is off.
Yes. I don't know. Maybe
I don't know.
maybe the ballot hasn't come in as yet. They have.
That is.
Pardon me.
No, I was going to say it has been there for almost an hour.
Yeah, but maybe the boxes hasn't come in as yet.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good night. Make a talk your life. I don't know why. When you call the number, please turn off your TV in the background. Good night. Make a talk your life.
Pleasant evening, sir.
Good night.
As it relates to the Prime Minister potentially losing his seat, what are the precedents as it relates to maintaining his prime ministership? He must be a member of parliament.
That's what I'm saying to you. We don't vote for prime ministers in Jamaica, sir. We vote for member of parliament.
Precisely.
So if he loses seat, he just loses seat. The JLP pick a person to become prime minister.
I got you. That's what I was thinking.
Okay, sir.
Thanks for your input.
Thank you.
Oh, what's going on?
Hello?
Yeah, good night.
One moment, please. I'll go over to EOJ office here.
The People's National Party leading in 30 constituencies, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33. Now, I'm going to tell you the areas where we're still waiting on all the boxes to be completed. St. Andrew West Central, 83%. The People's National Party leading in that area. Going down now to St. Andrew East Rural, the St. Andrew East Rural, where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Trelawney Southern, 78% of all boxes counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Moving over now to Clarendon Northern, 97% of all the boxes counted, and we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party, is trailing in that constituency in Clarendon Northern. We're going down. Well, I think that is it in terms of the progress report for all the constituencies so far. So we're waiting just on a few more constituencies to go. We're seeing where Trelawney Southern, that's the one where we're having only 70%, just over 70% of all the boxes counted in that constituency as well, Dion. So, well, we're seeing another change, Dion. I tell you, the things can change quite quickly here at the ECJ. I'm seeing now where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 34 constituencies, and the People's National Party is leading in 29 constituencies. And as I said, we're almost at the finish line. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. Great work that you have been doing for us throughout the night. And as you're saying, they just about an inch there from the finish line. So the whole issue now, in terms of the extremely close seats, I think it's 2 we've seen.
Yes, 2 so far.
Yeah.
The Central Kingston and the Southeast St. Mary, which is, I mean, there have been elections where we've seen quite a few more that have been very, very close. But we were talking there about the voter turnout because, again, this suggests that neither party is exciting the electorate beyond your narrow base. Mm-hmm. If we can't even get to 4 out of 10 registered voters deciding to come out to vote. So I'm not sure where that leaves us or where we're going with this project we call democracy.
By the way, despite all that has been said tonight about the individual performances of MPs, one wonders what impact the last-minute promises in terms of various forms of tax relief, etc.
Good night, make a talk your life.
Good night, Mr. Jeffrey.
Good night.
I know we can hear nothing more about West Central, St. Catherine and Minister Tufton declare as we not hear nothing. We not hear nothing more, so we don't know where we're going. We not hear the result if not win.
Well, hold on for me, my dear. Whenever the results come over to Television Jamaica, then they will put it over.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. We think it should have reached already. All right then.
Good night, Steve. You're live on air. Go ahead.
Good night, boss.
Good night. You're live on air, my friend. Go ahead. What's going on? What do you think what's going on with the election?
Why? You know, I'm here watching it, and I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
It seems that the Jamaican people hug up corruption and nepotism, Steve.
The thing what I love, total and divide now.
Yes. Yes. We did a great job with that one.
Yes. I love that.
Yes, we did a great job with that. Oh, hold on there now. The Prime Minister is leading in his constituency now at 5,387 to Buchanan 4,904. 93 boxes counted so far of 105. All of us suddenly start lead. God have mercy upon we.
Corruption is a key.
You know, I tell you something. You know, I people keep on saying to me, and I find it out tonight. The Electoral Office of Jamaica is not to be trusted. This has to go. The St. Trelawney Southern seat of Maurice Dalrymple and Paul Patmore has to go to a magisterial recount. 96 boxes out of 96. This has to go to a ministerial recount.
Yeah.
Steve, because she polled 6,832 and Patmore 5,215. So it has to go to a ministerial recount. Steve, your take on this as a taxi driver, a transport operator who own your own transport. Your take on what is going on right now, playing out in front of our eyes.
Why, I think what I can say, it look foggy for us. Right? Look very, very foggy for us.
We're seeing on the screen now the Prime Minister's wife and son. Let me go over to Television Jamaica. What's going on here? Hold a minute for me, Steve.
Of those conditions prevailing. So I think when the history books are written, there are a lot of pluses that have to go to the JLP, a lot of pluses too to Mark Golding for bringing back the PNP from near virtual electoral dead to making them reclaim some of the seats that they lost in 2020.
I think we're seeing live pictures here of the JLP headquarters.
Yes.
So we're waiting to go back to the headquarters and to hear what's happening.
Yes, Steve.
Yeah.
This don't look good on Jamaica's democracy, my friend.
Foggy.
The level of nepotism and the level of cronyism. Dalva still get back his seat in Portland.
Yeah, man.
This is to show you the Jamaican people.
Remember, I said Darrell Vaz don't have no person who really stand up. So like how Buchanan go and stand up against his wife, Darrell want somebody to stand up against him too.
True.
Understand? But that is something I love how it break up. You understand? So how many seats it Labour right win already?
32 to the PNP 29.
Going on close.
I don't know how Bradley Avenue called the election already.
Yeah.
Yes, Bradley Avenue called the election for the Labour Party. Bradley Avenue is saying that the Labour Party has won the election. I don't know, my friend. Thank you for calling in, Steve.
Okay.
Right, man. I'll talk to you off here.
Yeah, man.
Cool. there you have it tonight. The Jamaican people has spoken. We're going to stand by. Let's go back over to what TVJ is saying. Just a moment here.
Promise you would beat Andrew Holness, and you came pretty close to that because I didn't even look at West Central in my calculation because I thought it was a done deal. But he's done well. Yeah?
Clifford, you ready to concede it? There has to be a point.
I think regardless of who becomes the prime minister, who walks into
yes.
Gordon House as.
Good night, make a talk. You're live.
Hello, good night. How are you doing?
I'm here, man.
I've been here watching the election returns, and I'm somewhat disappointed because I don't understand how a Jamaican population put back government in power that has not served the people, but actually served themselves.
Well, I guess that's what they're loving us. I guess the people of our country love the whole
So
corruption and nepotism.
this is what they really want for their children and their children's children.
That's what they want.
I just can't believe it. I really can't believe it because honestly, I thought we would have grown up and would have matured. I'm going to give you an example.
Yes, sir.
I was born in Jamaica and I grew up in Jamaica.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You have a minute to go, sir, because our next call coming.
Yeah. I was born in Jamaica, grew up in Jamaica, Southeast Clarendon. Bustamante was the first person down there who was Prime Minister. Hugh Lawson Shearer was Prime Minister down there. And that place with Prime Ministers and MPs have never been developed in any way to justify people voting for them. And today, they're still voting for the JP.
Because they love that. Listen to me.
These people are sad.
But, sir, what you fail to understand, the Jamaican people rather their party over Jamaica. It's just about their party. It's about Jamaica, sir. You see,
it's about the party.
Yeah, people call me on this platform and keep on telling me that they were born a liberator, they're born a comrade, and they'll die a liberator, they'll die a comrade. They don't think about the country and themselves, sir.
So they don't have themselves any real reason to vote. They just vote because of what?
They vote because of their party, sir.
Well, it is sad. I've voted for Republican, I've voted for Democrats because I am voting for substance.
Not the Jamaican people, sir. The Jamaican people don't think about when they go to the hospital, what and what not happen. They don't think about that, sir. In the hype of the time, they collect how much money they can get. Some of them get 100,000, some get all 50,000 to go and vote or to stay home. And that's what they think about, sir. And when they drop down now, when they're sick now, they call the Jeffrey Tavares program or they call Whitford Rockingham program or they call Andre Stevenson program to put up GoFundMe for them. They don't think about it.
Well, they're not getting a penny. When I say not a penny from people like me, because they must justify their vote and they must vote for what they want. And if that is what they want, nepotism, cronyism, pilfering, stealing.
Hold on for me, sir. We're going to go over to the TV to hear what's going on over here.
A bit,
okay.
So the numbers shifted a bit. I'm going to speak to this supporter. When you saw the numbers shifted for the Prime Minister's constituency, what was going through your mind?
I mean, I wasn't devastated by that. If you recall the last election, when the count started for the Prime Minister's seat, he was also trailing. So if you look at the historic count of that seat, you see that the Prime Minister is always trailing, and then in the end, he became victorious. So tonight was no different for me because I understood what happened.
Hello, President. Good night to you again.
Good night, my dear.
I'm calling from Florida.
Yes,
it's another 5 rough years for Jamaican people again. I felt sorry for them, man. I felt sorry for them. Very, very much sorry for them.
Sorry for them.
God bless you, sir.
All right, hold on for me.
Rough years for
Hold on
them.
for me.
Another 5 years.
Hello.
Years.
Hold on for me, please. Why are you sorry for them? Are they sorry for themselves? No, sorry for them. They're not sorry for themselves.
Politics. I became a JLP supporter because I vote based on policies and not family lines and traditions. So I'm not a die-hearted comrade or a die-hearted JP. I vote based on policies and the history of Jamaica's politics as well. So the JP has always been better in terms of managing the economy. The JLP is founded out of a need to support the working class. I am a working class. I am looking forward to climb that corporate ladder. And the JLP has statistically in history done better for working class and for the economy. So I had to support the JLP.
Right, and very quickly before we go, because we got so excited to talk, I forget to ask you your name and which constituency you voted in.
So my name is Ramon Bradshaw, and I voted in Eastern St. Catherine. It's not PNP safety, but I still exercise my right to vote.
Thank you so much. And as you can see, Dion, the party-like atmosphere has started again here at Belmont Road, and we'll check in with you later.
Thank you so much, Andrew. So let me just go back to the voter turnout issue and give our listeners and our viewers a sense of where we're coming from. Just to remind you, you're watching TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 general election. I'm Dion Jackson Miller. Thank you all so much for staying with us across the platforms, on radio, on TV, on YouTube, on onespotmedia.com. Those of you here at home and those of you abroad, we are happy to have had you, and we hope you continue to us. We're taking you right till the end of.
Good night, make a talk your life.
Good night, Jeffrey. Good night. Good night. We just assume the people don't sorry for themselves, so why should we sorry for them? But my thing is now is the credibility of the EOJ. How can they go radio silent for almost 2 hours with 18 bucks left to count in a constituency where the Prime Minister would be?
They did not go radio silent, sir. Didn't you see Television Jamaica in the EOJ office reporting, sir?
Yes, but why no movement was on that constituency for 2 hours?
It all depends on how the box come in, sir.
I understand that, but you know, it's true in the credibility of someone. So look, it takes 2.5 or almost 2 hours to move the count.
All right, sir.
I know it's possible, but highly improbable.
All right, sir. What's going on here? The number to call is 954-529-8030. I have a point. I have. I'm not say it. Let's go back over to Television Jamaica.
For people who are not looking for that, I have not seen either party making any serious attempt to address to pull in everybody else.
But let me try and respond to it. I don't know the answer.
Good night, make a talk your life.
Jeffrey, I was just thinking the same thing as what that gentleman says. Is it that the EOJ is compromised? Because that the number with the Prime Minister constituency just stayed there all night, and then all of a sudden it changed. But me happy for Isaac, because we was ruling for Isaac. Me disappointed that the Jamaican people then make this decision. That's their decision, they have to live with it. So me don't fight. My fighting for the Jamaican people stop right here tonight.
Good night, sir.
Yeah.
Good night, make a talk your life. Hello, good night.
Hello.
Yes, good night.
Hello, good night. Jamaican people, what is this that they're doing?
Turn off your TV in the background, please, ma'am.
Hold on. Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Good night, make a talk your life.
Good night, Mr. Tavares. The Lord bless you.
Good night, ma'am.
Just want to say thank you for the great work you have been doing for us.
Thank you so much.
And I just want to say something here that, you know, Jamaican has spoken. I live in the diaspora. And it's time for you people now that do these talk show. It's time for us to stop sending our money to these people in Jamaica because they voted for what they wanted. All right? So it's time for us to stop sending our money to these people. They don't mean themselves any good.
Yes, ma'am.
Because they're calling good evil and they're calling evil good.
Indeed.
The Lord bless you again, sir. It's time for you people to stop asking us for help, that we'll send help to them. But I guess They don't need any better. God bless you, sir.
God bless
Have
you
a
too.
good night.
Good night, my good night, my good friend Luke George Cook. How you doing? Luke?
Yeah.
Luke, turn off the thing in the background. You're live on air.
Hold on. Jeffrey.
Yes.
Hi.
Good night, Steve.
I am still proud of the fight that the People's National Party put up tonight.
Mm-hmm.
The Jamaican people have made a decision with the low turnout. People say that they're undecided, so they have given power to the rise of evil. I hope more buses will be sprinkled with rum by the arrivals and the evil that this government that has now taken seat. That people said, "Oh, these were short PNP seats." I never trust a crowd, Jeffrey. A lot of people, a lot of people were building up this energy and this vibes, but deep down inside, they had no intention to exercise their democratic right. I don't think Mark Golden has anything to be ashamed of. The country was pitched between black and white, who was Jamaican and who is not Jamaican. As far as I'm concerned, Jamaica has the dumbest prime minister in the Caribbean because the majority of Jamaicans are not who are born here and have a birth certificate are not Jamaica. But Jamaica has to make a decision. If you are going to raise minimum wage to $35,000 per person, who are going to employ those people? And I'm happy that the Jamaican people will suffer for their poor decision, because let me tell you what they have done. They have issued to Andrew Holness and Julius Holness the ability to clean the coffer, and the generation to follow. We will never be able to pay for this terrible mistake that we have made.
You remember when Renita Adams said that Jamaica will pay dearly? No.
Dearly.
This is what Jamaica will pay dearly for. Jamaica will pay dearly for this.
Dearly. More people are going to die in our healthcare service. We are a set of liars, we the people of Jamaica. We are a set of liars, and I can tell you, I want one person come up to me and say something to me about, oh, this was a fair election. I believe the man at electoral office should be sent home. There was too much glitches, Jeffrey, in the voting this morning as I observed it. And I started to say this was all a setup. It looked like somebody was paid, or somebody was very happy. I've never seen anything that looks so disorganized in all my years, and I am now 50 years old.
Indeed, my friend. Luke, you there?
People, I see it as a win for the Jamaica Labour Party. Labour Party base, and I can't in good faith says that I have any faith in Andrew Holness. The things that came out in the debates, Jeffrey, made me became so aware of the fact that we the people, we don't have the ability and the capacity to think on our own and to look at the truth that was being told to us. Truth pressed down must rise up. But here what? I hope that the PMP don't go into this thing about being divided. I think that they should continue the campaign. They should continue to explain their position to the Jamaican people. People must hear what the broader vision for Jamaica is. And don't give up. Do not give up the fight. When I look at
Look, hold on a minute. I have about 10 calls coming in. Can you call back or give me the link? Can you come on?
Yeah, man, you can send me the link.
All right, thanks much. Good night. Make we talk here live.
Hello, Jeffrey. Good night.
Good night, my friend.
Labour right really win for you.
Pardon me?
Labour right party really win.
The Jamaican people have decided, sir.
Oh my God. So we can stop sending money to Jamaica to give people down here that's calling for help. Because if they choose for this man to keep in half the same way, that means they choose to live in starvation, and people have been dying from not getting properly care at the medical service and stuff like that. But I want to ask you a question that I hear earlier on since night from someone. Do Andrew Holness pay the police and the nurses and teachers 100% money since the election year to vote?
I don't think he has paid them anything, sir.
Okay, because that police lady there, the bald one that I think she live in Canada, I was listening to her. She said that Andrew Holness paid them how much in money, even young police that coming in the force know they can get loan and stuff. But that payment, if that payment should pay, that would be last week.
I don't know, sir. Maybe. I have a next call coming in. Thanks for calling in, sir.
All right.
Good night. Make a talk your life.
Yes, sir.
Good night.
Good night, sir. Yeah, I really regret that, the Labour Party have to win back again.
Yes, sir.
Shearer and Bustamante do so wrong thing to Clarendon people. All the people them in Mocto, Paws and all those.
Good night. Make a talk your life.
Hi, good night, Mr. Tavares. Okay. My little input, I've been watching, and it happened, things happen, so you move on.
Yeah, 2 minutes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I agree that Parliament will be balanced right now, but what I want to know, if Willett Holness will still be the Speaker of the House?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay.
They have to name a new cabinet.
Okay. All right. Good.
Okay, thanks. Good night. Make a talk your life.
Yeah, good night. Me again, Jeffrey. You know what an answered question is? I want to know what percentage of the electorate came out and voted today? That's the flip side of the coin. We didn't in Jamaica. I'm disappointed with the results. But to add what a gentleman said before, that the minimum wage, nobody's gonna employ them. The people what the Prime Minister is proposing right now is not a living wage. As much as I don't understand Jamaican dollar, the people need even more than the minimum wage that is in. So if we say who's gonna employ them, the people are underpaid as it is.
They don't think about that, sir. They think about
No,
their
okay.
party, what they can get from their party now, sir. They don't think about that.
No, this is not a partisan politics. Even though the Mama slogan choose Jamaica, I don't know which Jamaica them choose. Is it Jamaica we mean in which himself and not in the pocket?
Sir, if the Jamaican people don't think about themselves, sir, why should we kill ourselves about them?
That's through the country, Jeffrey.
But the people,
the
people made a decision, sir.
I understand and I respect the decision. I understand, but I want to know why those people who's complaining now didn't go out and vote. Don't complain tomorrow. Because I want to know what percentage of electorate voted.
Hold on for me. I'm going to go over to the People's National Party headquarters. Thank you for calling in.
All right.
Okay, so you're watching there a live feed from PNP headquarters. You can see that the president of the PNP, Mark Jefferson Golding, is getting ready to speak. As soon as he starts to speak, we'll go back. Let me just remind you, you're watching TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections. And with me all night, I've had from the RJR Gleaner Group, Emily Shields, as well as Earl Moxham. And with us as well from the PNP YO, we've had Clifford James and Ron Walsh from Young Jamaica, the affiliate. Let's go over to PNP headquarters.
Comrade General Secretary, comrade officers, all the comrades on the platform, all the comrades in the audience, all the people of Jamaica who are listening, watching. First of all, I think it's my duty as a believer in democracy to acknowledge and concede the result and to congratulate our opponents, Jamaica Labour Party, for their victory tonight. Jamaica's democracy is important and we must cherish it. Sometimes it brings bitter disappointments. Sometimes those disappointments are laced with a tinge of a sense that not all is fair and just, but it is very, very important that we put democracy ahead of all of those feelings. And I accept the result of these elections. And although obviously I'm very disappointed in the outcome, I think it is only correct to expressly acknowledge the success that our opponents have managed to gain today. I want to thank a lot of people. And first of all, I have to thank the comrades and supporters of South St. Andrew for standing with me, for coming out today in their numbers, and for giving us a decisive victory in the constituency, which I have the honor to serve. I also want to thank our campaign team, led by our campaign director, our general secretary, Dayton Campbell, Dr. Dayton Campbell. Also, a newly minted member of parliament. Congratulations to him on his victory in Eastern Westmoreland. And all the other members of the campaign team who worked with him. There are a number of names there. I don't want to attempt to go through all those names because I'm going to probably forget somebody and then I'll regret it. But they have done a tremendous job. The communications team, I want to thank them publicly for the work they have done. And that is a night and day kind of job. It starts very early in the morning and goes on till late at night. So their commitment to the task at hand is remarkable, and I want to thank them deeply for it. All of our candidates who ran in this election and their campaign teams, I want to thank them for their effort, for their commitment to the country, to the democratic process. I want to, of course, congratulate the 29 who have been successful tonight. And we have more than doubled our number of MPs tonight. And for those who were not first, and they still committed themselves extremely well. And I want to say that this was a wonderful demonstration of the maturity of Jamaica's political process, that we could go through such a closely fought election without any violence to speak of. And, we must all give ourselves a round of applause. In our homes, if you're listening, here at PNP headquarters, because that was not always the case. And I want to just thank all of the pioneers who led that process to where it is today, where I think we can safely say that Jamaica is a place that really cherishes and respects the democracy that we have built. I want to thank the people of Jamaica for having received us so well and having given us hundreds of thousands of votes and given us 29 seats. We don't take that for granted. We thank you for your time today. I know the voting was often painfully slow, and that's an issue which more will have to be said about, because it's an undemocratic situation when people, elderly and other people, have to be in the hot sun lining up to vote for sometimes hours. And it should not be that way. We should do better, and we have to do better. I must tell you that I'm proud of the platform that we put forward for the people of Jamaica. It was a truly progressive platform, a platform that offered a radical reform to the land tenure issues that have plagued this country for centuries. A radical platform that would have enhanced the standard of living and quality of life of those working families that are struggling to survive now by giving them significantly lower tax burdens on their income. Progressive in a social justice sense as well, around issues such as beach reform, contract work, and other things which really need to be addressed because there are injustices in our society which cannot be tolerated and should be modified and rejected in their current form. So I just want to thank all of the team that came together and developed those ideas and put them forward boldly and without reticence. And I think that for many Jamaicans, they saw the benefits and the power that that platform and those ideas and proposals would have delivered. So ladies and gentlemen, for us, it's a difficult night. This is not an easy speech to make. You know, one wasn't hoping for a result which is not success. And it means that the government will get its third term and we will have as a nation to deal with that going forward. But the People's National Party, I'm happy to tell you, is alive and well, is a powerful political organization. And has embraced modernity in its methods and has definitely, I think, over the last few years, come a long way towards being a competitive political force in Jamaica. And as the General Secretary said, the work begins right away to prepare ourselves for the next opportunity to offer ourselves to serve the nation in government. And I believe the people will, in due course, give us that chance. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, the word is love. Power to the people. God bless you all. Thank you for your support.
Listening there to the president of the People's National Party, Mark Golding, giving his concession speech. The final seat count, 34 seats to the Jamaica Labour Party, 29. You know, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that in case I mislead anyone. Just to remind everybody that what has been done tonight is a preliminary count. So the seat count at the end of the preliminary count is 34 for the Jamaica Labour Party, 29 for the People's National Party. The final count is going to take place, and then we're expecting, certainly in at least those two constituencies in which we saw razor-thin margins of about 11 and 12 votes, we are expecting those to go to magisterial recount, and then we'll see what happens after that. We are seeing on screen the Prime Minister at JLP headquarters, seeing there a jubilant Desmond McKenzie on the mic as well, seeing Delroy Chuck, and we will be handing over to the JLP headquarters soon as well. Babsy Grange, and you can...
Horace Chang.
Horace Chang, I saw Kamina Johnson Smith there as well.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And we're witnessing for the first time in contested elections a Jamaica Labour Party government that is having a third term. They had 2 terms between 1980 and 1983 was uncontested, and they faced the possibility of a third term in 1989, but 83 being uncontested. This is the first contested third consecutive term that they have won. And this says something about the organization as well, with all of the challenges that this particular man had and all that he was made to answer for, some of which will continue after this election and no doubt intensify because of the increased numbers on the opposition benches in the House of Parliament. So it does promise to be an interesting parliamentary year.
There's something else very interesting to the Andrew Holness story. In addition to getting a third successive term as Prime Minister, he also had that very small term from October 23, 2011 to
29th of December.
Actually to the 5th of January when he handed off to Portia Simpson Miller.
Just to remind our listeners and viewers, what Earl is referring to there is the fact that Bruce Golding, former Prime Minister, stepped down as Prime Minister. Andrew Holness was elected Prime Minister by his colleagues in Parliament.
By agreement, yes.
Yes, yes, I was trying to find the right word. Thank you so much, Emily. By his colleagues in Parliament, and on that occasion, he gave in to the call it call from the People's National Party to call an early election, which he lost. But he certainly, in the meantime, regrouped.
Yeah.
And you could see his political growth during that time in opposition.
And had he not survived that challenge in 2013, he would have gone into obscurity.
That's where I was getting to, because, you know, leader...
Sorry, challenge, remember?
Challenge, internal challenge from Audley.
Yes. Leader got the party just after the Mr. Golden stepped aside. And of course, there was some chaos inside the political movement. He navigated those difficult times, but not only that, he has really structured and organized this political party into a modern political party. 2013, challenge for leadership. 2016, won the election. 2020, massive landslide victory, right? 2025, again, Andrew Holness has led the Jamaica Labour Party to yet another election.
Okay, I know Clifford, we need to bring in Clifford, but before that, let me go back to Janello to show us what Gordon House will now be looking like.
Thank you so much, Dion. Well, when we started this broadcast, in fact, leading up to today's election, it was 49-14, but after the ballots have been counted, it is 34-29. Now, will Gordon House continue to look like this after the magisterial recount? Well, we will just have to wait and see, Dion. Until then, it's back to you.
Thank you so much, Janella. As we've been saying, one thing is for sure, we're seeing a much more balanced parliament and likely to be all the better for it. Clifford, your comment on listening to Mark Golding there.
I think though we may have lost, I think a lot should be credited to him and Dayton Campbell. We have brought back what the PNP was, a unified party, a strong party, a competitive party there in the elections. So I think there's a lot to tap on our shoulders. We've moved from 14 to now 29 seats. That's a lot to do in this other short for that time, especially coming out of a very serious leadership challenge. And, you know, many things mounted against him. I mean, especially multiple seats where we have past members who are going against current PNP challenges in these seats as well. So I think there's a lot to be glad for as a comrade myself. But there's a lot of work to be done, but I don't think we're in a bad position now. We may not have formed the government, but I think we're in a good place. I think what the party should do now is not to go back to where it was in that 2016 time after we had lost then. I think now we should work on where we're at and just move forward.
Well, the party hasn't shown that it can manage leadership challenges very well, though. I mean, the last is what, 3? Just ripped you apart.
That's something I hope we have learned. And I'm now going to apply, you know, a different metric of how we take on successions, if there's any, or if any is even required at this point in time.
Okay. But you feel how?
Is that I feel?
How you feel?
Currently now?
Yeah.
I feel good. We have moved from 14 to 29 seats.
Okay. Mr. Golding's concession speech, Earl, is always something that's important.
Very important. I think he struck some right notes. It was a bruising campaign, and you know, hard words were exchanged, and so I think it will take time for some sort of, you know, cooling of some of the feelings between the two parties and the two leaders. But he did what was expected of him under these circumstances, and it is in keeping with Jamaica's democratic traditions that we do that. In fact, we have done better than the United States sometimes in that respect.
All right, so we're still waiting to join the Prime Minister to hear his victory speech, but let's go to another break. We'll soon come.
Good night, Luke. Welcome to the program. As soon as the prime minister is ready to speak, we're gonna go back to the prime minister. Luke, welcome to the program. You're taking what
Yeah,
happened
man,
tonight.
you can go and listen to Andrew and his lyritis.
Yeah,
I have
no,
I have
hold
deafened
on.
my ears.
Hold on, Luke.
So
Hold on, Luke. Hold on, Luke. We need to do that because we listen to Mark Golden's speech, and we need to listen to his speech to hear what he's
yeah,
going to
man,
speak.
I didn't listen to Mark, so I don't have to listen to Andrew. I know that Jeffrey election have consequences, but for me, as a person who have not voted, when I went into the polling station this morning, I had to laugh to myself because I had to go to the lady to ask her how to make the X and where to make the X because I didn't even remember. But for somebody in Jamaica, Jeffrey, who watch people this back to school term ask for help, who
And you at home, we will continue to choose Jamaica strong with them. Thank you. Hold on, because we're preparing ourselves for the third term address from the greatest prime minister and leader in the Western Hemisphere. You have a right. I'm going to invite from Central, St. Catherine, Babsy, Olivia, Ray. I just want to say to all of you, I thank you for demonstrating that you have faith in our leader, the most honorable and the Holness. I want to thank you for showing that you have faith in the members of parliament of the Jamaica Labour Party and those who have committed themselves to serve you. I want to especially thank my people in Central St. Catherine, in Spanish Town. And I want to thank those who don't belong to the Labour Party, who voted for the Jamaica Labour Party. I want to say to all of you in Jamaica that the Jamaican people know what they want and they know what is good for Jamaica. And that is why we have been given the third term. And your lives will be better because we are going to be doing that much more for you. I want you to just pray that God give the leader the strength, the wisdom, and the stamina to continue to serve Jamaica and fight for Jamaica. Love you, man, and cook food. Love you all. God bless you all. And God bless Jamaica, land we love. Thank you. Coming up, the 7-star General of Area Council 1, General Chuck.
These people. Luke, go ahead.
yeah, Jeffrey, elections have consequences. There are winners and losers, but the Jamaican people lost. We continue to hide and say that we are undecided. We continue to say what did the PMP present to us, but we never have anything to present to our government. So a good show for the Jamaica Labour Party. I hope when they can't afford medication or they go to the hospital and there is no equipment, they can fix everything in the third term and then they look forward to the fourth term. In in almost 10 years of being in office, they could have written a book on their achievement, but they can only present a manifesto day before an election. So you don't basically have nothing to look at, and by the time you get it, you can't even browse it because then the elections are right around the corner. But it is sad for me as a Jamaican because the truth has been staring us in the face. I know that there is a large voter apathy. I know that people are turned off. They don't expect one thing from any of the two political parties. In many cases, they judge them. But going down memory lane, Jeffrey, I would like to ask you, as an outsider and a Jamaican who loved this country with your whole heart, what it was the major achievement of the Jamaica Labour Party that would have given you the inspiration to see why the third term was granted to them, and what is going to happen now that we have government suing institutions like the Integrity Commission once they don't agree with what the people who work in these establishments are saying. What does this say for the democracy of a country? And as you have always said it, in what modern democracy would this have happened? But you see, as long as the voting population of Jamaica continue to take small chicken feed in their pockets and feel as if they're voting for a better Jamaica.
Hold on for me, Luke. I wouldn't say they bought out the EOJ now. What I would say, the Jamaican people did not go out and vote. 30.4% of Jamaicans, 2 million Jamaicans were eligible to vote, and only 30.4% of Jamaicans went out.
Yeah.
They did not about the EOJ. Hold on a look. They did not about the EOJ. The Jamaican people should be blamed. They did not go out and vote.
Jeffrey, as I say, there are two things that I am agreeing with you. However, I'm saying that standing up in long lines and waiting to vote was a turnoff. And in a hot boiling sun, it was a major turnoff. There were many glitches that I observed at the polling station that I thought that in this modern democracy we shouldn't be having. For instance, my mother is on an oxygen. She has to walk around with oxygen because she was totally damaged in COVID. And having her sitting in a polling station, at some point, it is natural for you to leave. In fact, she was the one who encouraged me to stay in the polling station because I kept on saying, this is not working. So I thought that people with illnesses and elderly people and disability, we need to find a way to make them have their vote mail-in probably ahead of the election. We need to look at that election system.
Hold on,
I'm agreeing with you.
Hold on, I have a call coming. Hold on. Good night, make a talk. You're live. You're live. Hello. Yes, look, go ahead.
Right. Again, I'm agreeing with you. Today I saw a lot of young people, younger than me in age, say that them not see what them a vote for, them now go vote. They don't believe in the democratic process. It don't make a difference to them if one or the other win. But you know, Jeffrey, we have to get out of that mindset. And I believe that is because the voting population believe that policies must come from their leader, but the people don't have suggestions. So if I was on Team Golden, I still would have to go out and go make sure say I still do the background research as to what it is that people didn't understand. Because again, you see, language, I keep on saying that people must understand that people never either understand what was being explained to them in these manifestos. So they need to start making sure that they engage and them engage at a community level. How you go and get out people? Just like how I sat but Canon had to use a popular artist like Vibes Cartel to get down there into Portland and to start to have that reasoning and to have Vibes Cartel supporting his campaign, most people can gravitate towards this. Those are the people are listening to. So them have to go look for who are their messenger and how them can craft those message to go out. Yeah, I'm disappointed. When I looked at the crowd, I was saying that obviously the voting population have been re-energized. Them hear something, them want a change, them are gonna vote for something. I voted against a corrupt government that was suing itself once the Integrity Commission. I voted because I don't know if this Prime Minister, who now calls himself Dr. Holness, who never went to school and got that doctorate, really took money into an account. When I heard it in the debate, I was shocked to hear that he took money that was given to him as election donation. I just can't trust the process. Why we bought a piece of equipment that should have cost X amount, but it cost Y. I just don't see why we went for the buses that we have to carry them down to retrofit them, but we don't have equipment in hospital. I can't see the low turnout in terms of CXC passes and more people being able to self-actualize without having to depend on government. Because why do I have...
Hold on for me, Lou. People are asking in the chat room, and I thought we have. Anyway, let me not say what I really want to say. Every single person within the People's National Party was won their seat. They will be sworn in as members of parliament.
Yeah, 29 feet compared to...
Hold on, Lou. Let me explain to people. Because some people are asking some questions in the chat room and it amazes me. Whosoever win their seat on the People's National Party side will be sworn in by the Governor General as members of parliament. All right? Those who did not win their seat, they will not be in the Parliament of Jamaica. But every single person who won their seat, both on the PNP side and the JLP side, they will be sworn in as members of Parliament. Luke, go ahead for me.
Look, yeah, so and somebody saying if Andrew win his seat, Paul Buchanan gave him a run for his money. I didn't like the reporting, Jeffrey, because you notice that once the Paul Buchanan was leading, the screen started, the screen was frozen, and then in about 2 hours, you see the Prime Minister leading by a big majority. Paul Buchanan did say, yes, I can win. What I know, Jeffrey, is that the PMP never had a lot of money to be doling out to people. And while you saw the nucleus of people coming out to say, yeah, them are go PMP. PMP are not loyal to the party once they're not getting anything. Because I heard a young man today say, the only reason why I'm a vote are because him live in a PMP stronghold, but him not get nothing. I know him not get nothing. People have to divorce themselves of that. If Jamaica is ever going to win, people have to divorce themselves of that sort of behavior.
Let me say something to you. I've been hearing of Portland, St. Elizabeth, St. Thomas. Millions of dollars is being given to people to stay home.
Millions.
They also give people millions and thousands of dollars. In St. Thomas. Hold on there. PNP workers in Portland and wherever not to come out, not to go vote, not to work. So whatever decision happened tonight, I'm going to make this absolutely clear without any apology. Whatever decision happened tonight and whatever happened after this election, the Jamaican people deserve it. Because we have preached to you all, we have said to you all, do not stay home. Go out and vote. Who can vote, go out and vote. You all decide to stay home. When the rock hit the bottom and you all are feeling it, Do not call this program and ask for any help, because I will not help anyone.
Look, Jeffrey.
In other words, Luke, the Jamaican people hug up nepotism, they hug up corruption. What they love, the love that $3 trillion is accountable for, the love that $1.4 billion of the school bus scandal gone down the drain, the love that over $20 billion is being pumped into Conventional Hospital. I know it can't finish. They love all of that. That is what they love. So you all love what you have, stay what you have. Jamaica.
Yeah, and I don't understand why people feel so powerless. I admire the woman who stand up to Daryl Vaz for calling her a witch. And yet still Daryl Vaz won his seat. Mr. Warmington, who says that...
Hold on for me, Luke. I want to hear exactly what this man is going to say. What kind of lie he's going to tell again tonight?
The headquarters where the Prime Minister is about to speak.
This bell is not an easy bell to ring. I wouldn't be surprised if Bustamante rang this bell. But I carry the symbol of the party today because it is such a historic moment that this is a victory for our founder, Bustamante, for Sir Donald Stanster, for Hugh Shearer, for Edward Philip George Tiago, for Bruce Golding, and I want to invite Mrs. Carla Siaga to just come and acknowledge the moment and take a bow to the crowd, because all of this Mr. Siaga still, as well, he must be happy. So, Desmond, just you are only allowed to hold the bell temporarily. Do not ring it. I have a few things to say early on. Firstly, let me thank the thousands of Jamaicans who prayed for me personally and who prayed for the government and the country. I want to thank my wife and one of my sons is here, Adam. Come on, guy. Of course, the superwoman. And my mother. I want to thank them personally. I mean, you know, a political campaign, sometimes, you know, when they see the personalities, they forget that they are human beings with feelings and emotions, and they can be objectified. It's very difficult, but I want to thank my family here and abroad and all over who have withstood a tremendous onslaught, but they never gave up on me or on the people of Jamaica. I want to thank the political team. I think we have the best political team in the Caribbean. But allow me to, I do this at a risk, but I'm sure everyone will agree that my Deputy Prime Minister, Horace Chang, the General Secretary of the Jamaica Labour Party, deserves special commendation. You know, there's a special bond that has to be between the leader and the General Secretary of a political party. And Horace and I have been working for the greater part of 30 years together. We have been very good friends and very good professional associates. We have a mind share and we are both very much
Well, the thing have a right to stop.
committed to Jamaica, like everyone in the team.
Some long drawn up boring speech now.
I want to thank
Boy, you know, Jeffrey, if you want to listen to it, I can't stop you, but look here.
Hold on.
The,
you wouldn't.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is that, you know, Jeffrey, I just hope that people realize that it will be business as usual. They will be worse off because if you raise minimum wage the other day and them fire helper, the gardener, them not get back them work, and that was to bring it up to $16,000. When you double it now, who is going to keep those low hanging fruit employers?
You know, this man used his head on the Jamaican people by saying, "I will raise your salary to $32,000 a week." That is why he won the election.
Well, look here, no, I want them get them pay because if you can buy a lie like that, you said what Mark Golden was presenting no make no sense. You said you're coming out of the austerity measure season into prosperity. So for the 8 years, you couldn't have had prosperity. Now you have made a commitment, you know. And the labor rights with the PMP who took those money, sat at home and sold your children's future for a pot of porridge, you better collect that $32,000 because I can tell you, I have an existing bill to go pay the bookshop for trusting book for people, Pitney, for go back at school.
Why you keep on doing that?
And this is the last year I'll be doing anything like that. I'm not putting myself into debt for nobody in Jamaica because we are a very rich nation. People continue to buy the lies of these so-called bankrupt leaders who have no care in the world for them. So, Jeffrey, I can tell you, a diamond for thyself because right now, after me pay my debt to the bookshop, everybody depend them own. People must open up them eyes.
Let me make something clear. I sit here and I watch the election vote coming in. I was on from morning. And when I hear at 11 o'clock, it was 14 point something percent voter turnout. I called Wilfred Rattigan and I said it to him. And he said, no, man, more going to left. More people going to come. There's going to be bigger turnout. At 3 o'clock, when I saw the news coming in from the Gleaner, that is 30.8% Jamaicans turnout. I said to myself, what the dickens is going on in this country? What is really going on in this country? And you see all of that. We must not. I'm not saying the EOJ don't have something to do with it, you know. I have something to talk about, you know. But what we must say, the Jamaican people is at fault for all of this.
And
they sit home, they did know nothing. What they did was to stay home. Who get pay.
But it got deeper than that, you know, Jeffrey. Why was a minister of government blowing buses with rum? From your knowledge of the criminal system, No rum you used to bring spirit when you call them.
Listen to
It
me.
goes it goes
You-
deeper than that, you know. Do you realize the amount of candles and oil and goat head that was in the last couple of elections? It goes deeper than that. This is the work of evil men and women who sit in high places, prey on the ignorance of the poor because them are gonna get a little $32,000 pay, which most of us know in truth and in fact, not in Augusta. A
But you know,
government,
you know something, Luke. I must ask the question: did every single member of the JCF, the JDF, teachers, nurses, really put back in this government, or did they stay home?
they stayed home. One of the wickedest set of people is the civil servant. They sit aside and they just want to protect their job. They don't say anything, they don't take a stand. Teachers, nurses, firefighters, police stayed home. Did you realize that some of them was pushed to rank and file position just before the election, especially those in the high ranks that now could put pressure on? So when I saw people talking about, 50% of the soldiers, the civil servant, I laughed. Civil servants are spineless jellyfish. They only keep their job. They are satisfied with 0% in year one from Favor Williams. They sat down. No protest, nothing. They sat down.
And many of us thought that they would vent their anger at the ballot box. They did not. The Jamaican people, Luke George Cook, they did not vent their anger at the ballot box. They believed that the Integrity Commission is lying on the Prime Minister. They believed that Wilfred Rattigan and Jeffrey Tavares are Wayne Lonesome, Andre Stevenson, and Luke George Cook and others have been lying on the government of the day.
Jeffrey, where you see people use rum, the Minister of Tourism in the Minister of Tourism, Ed Bartlett, is wanting to introduce into Jamaica dark tourism. Jeffrey, it is the dispensation of evil, but this nation is going to be tried like another Port Royal. Believe my word, Jeffrey, this nation, when them cut out with belly bottom, Andrew Holness is going to send for more of us under with bed bottom and having police them take picture of us. The Prime Minister who says, kill them, and then asks question. This nation is going to be bloody. It's not my wish. But people have to understand that if you don't use your voice for justice, for brotherhood and peace, and to work diligently and creatively, evil men will always prevail because good men do nothing about it.
Hold on so, good night, make a talk here live. Hello?
Evil men will.
Yeah, hello?
Turn off your TV in the background, sir, please.
Yeah, TV's off.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Hey, Jeffrey, I would say the Jamaican people are spoken, eh? It's a democracy. The labor right win, and that's it. It's over. You know what I'm saying? The people are spoken, man. That's it.
Sir, which people spoke? Why well, not always come from
people?
No,
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's a democracy, and the people have spoken. 38 out of 2 million people are the people. Good for you, sir. Damn this country to where it is. I am agreeing with you.
Look, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute, look. I want to ask this caller a question. It is 2 million Jamaicans are eligible to vote. And out of that 2 million, is only 38.1% people vote. And that you're saying the Jamaican people has voted?
So you're gonna blame the labor right for the people to stay home and don't vote?
I'm asking you a question, sir. I'm not blaming anybody. I asked you a question.
No, it's 40. It's 47. It's 48.
It's 48%.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. I hope you can help the rest of people who didn't vote, who stayed home, who is always begging for assistance, who is always talking about how they're suffering. The people who go and get the medication but can't take the medication because them don't have food. The people who can't send them children to school. I hope that you, the democratic people who you are agreeing with, will solve those problems, that people should not be calling you or anybody else asking for help, because they are going to get better minimum wage. They're going to get better health care. The security system is going to be better. We're not going to have a food shortage. If there is another COVID outbreak, we are going to be okay, because we are getting the best of government that we can get. I'm agreeing with you. If you choose to sit down in your yard, choose to suffer. But you see, well-thinking people like the Jeffrey Tavares and his audience, who them can call and we can pour out with distress. I hope that nobody calls, because the majority of Jamaican. I have a $500,000 bill for go pay for book. I don't have no children in school. And when me see how people that ball, I honestly thought that wisdom would step in, that we don't have governance that care about the people. It's about the self. Because when you can take 300% and send your people to hospitals that have no equipment, that's not care, sir.
You know, when you sit here and you listen to what is going on in this country, 2 million people is eligible to vote. And out of that 2 million people is 30.8%. And you're saying that the Jamaican people have spoken?
Jeffrey the man says 48. One of the things me know about the Jamaican people, them, you know. Them believe Jeffrey,
30 rather.
them believe lie more than truth. You can't tell. I'm amazed that you have spent so much of your time
Well, it's
to
definitely
try to
now,
educate people. And people are still making the same mistake. Why is it that the Prime Minister is saying, oh, the Integrity Commission has cleared me. There were no charges brought against me. But that's you. It was 10 of you. But nobody's going to jail. And this is a Prime Minister who keeps online. You remember what the man said the other day? When me look on the Constitution, term limits, what I promised you in year 1, I couldn't do it. What I promised in year 2, with me and Miss Malibu foot spend all that money and we go around the place that talk about Constitution reform. Why are you even touching the Constitution when you can't tell me why Cornwall region start out at 2 billion and it now they are 23 billion? Who is going to pay that, Jeffrey? The Jamaican people have spoken. I agree, Carla.
And on that note,
sorry, nobody in America or nobody on your program can help me out to get a green card, because God know me want left this. Me can't deal with this no longer.
And on that note, my friend, we're gonna call it a night, because if we continue with this, it don't make no sense. This is I said to somebody about 3 to 4 months ago. I said, do not be surprised if the Jamaican people do not put in back these people. And people cuss me out right on this program. People cuss me out. Me a dirty labor right. That's why me a talk so. People cuss me out. See there?
That's fine. But the truth of the matter is that the Jamaicans don't make decisions based on policy, you know, is what we hear. But as I tell you, we don't sit down and think it out for ourselves, because there is no reasoning, you know. It's either and people treat you accordingly. So if you go to one of these ministries now and people think that you're a PMP, them treat you accordingly, you know, get through. When me or a woman called me this morning and say, Babs the office call her in the dead of night for ask for a recommendation to be written and to be submitted, because them said them need it before 12 o'clock today. The JLP knew that they were not going to win. Something happened and they really paid those money. But I'm delighted. You know what I'm delighted? The PMP did not go in with 14 seats. Them have 29 seats, so them have a bigger voice in the parliament. I was not.
And on that note, my good friend Luke George Cook, this is where I'm going to say so long for tonight. It has been a long day.
Yeah, man, go all asleep, Jeffrey. Tomorrow we get up, man, and we call each other. Sorry, we can't sit down and have a good drink. A good drink. I've no rum I blow up on bus.
And chop
Man, I want to when Pernell child go to St. Thomas tomorrow, go show the people them off the land. I'm so proud of that woman who stand up to Daryl Vaz. I wish more Jamaicans would have more stamina and more fortitude of testicular to stand up to politicians and speak truth to power. The Jamaican people have spoken. Maybe Jeffrey, you and I need to accept, but what we also need to do is to save ourselves. When them have a problem, let them call Andrew. But it was so sad when the students of Jamaica was in Ukraine and was going to be bombed. I was very pleased and moved. And if nothing else, that I have the greatest of respect for, Mark Golden took money out of his personal pocket and brought them home so that they could live to their family. On that note, Jeffrey, all the best to the Jamaican people.
All right. Hold on for me. Good night, caller. Your work, good your life.
Hi, good night.
Good night.
I was just watching the counting of even the prime minister's seat, and what I noticed was that when it came to the last, say, 15 or so boxes, the PNP numbers did not even raise any at all. And I'm not even sure if everybody noticed that.
We all noticed it, my dear. Let's talk about this tomorrow, darling.
Okay.
Have a good night, my dear.
Night.
Good night.
Jeffrey, don't give up the fight.
Me, I done me done.
Yeah. Look here, man. We're bigger than this.
No,
you can't give up the fight. We have to still educate the people, them, Jeffrey.
Look, Jamaicans do not want to be educated, look.
Not all of them, Jeffrey.
Want to be educated.
Not all of them. We can't give up the fight. Because if Jamaica mash up, well, we are at fault because we're all director of this company. I said, I not beg for people again. Tomorrow somebody might stop me out the road and tell me one hard love story. And my heart move and tears well up in me.
My heart not move.
Well, I'm not born that way there. So all me can say, the Jamaican people need to get mature. We need to get mature, and it has to happen now. Thank you, Jeffrey Tavares, for holding the fort and continue to educate the Jamaican masses. Not everybody learn at the same time because Andrew said it better, fully dunce. We have too much dunce people making dunce decisions that is affecting the rest of us. But change is coming, Jeffrey. Believe it or not, change is coming.
You know something, Luke? A lot of people don't like to hear about Mark Stewart. But Mark Stewart have been sounding the alarm in this country about this administration for years. And Mark Stewart keep on saying that they went and trouble us sword up by upper camp. Somebody within government went and trouble that sword. And that sword have a spell over Jamaica. We see wherein Babsy Grange went to what town? We see wherein Babsy Grange spent millions of dollars to have revival, whatever, on the lawns of Jamaica House or King's House.
Yeah, man.
Jamaicans. Luke, have a good night.
She recognized the revival movement. She give them certification. Everybody in a revival are Labour, right? Them say Labour Party support them because Mr. Siaga was a key figure in the revival movement. But in the last couple of days, the amount of candle and goated and the rituals that I see these people practicing, God help us. Jamaica is going to pay, and it's going to pay dearly. Wasn't said by Luke, you know, because the same Bible where me and you read say, if my people are called by my name, will humble themselves and seek my face, I will hear from heaven and heal their land. The wicked are going to rule, and the people are going to suffer. That is the word of God. When the wicked are in power, the people suffer. When the righteous rule, the people rejoice.
Indeed, my friend. Have a good night, my good friend Luke George Cook. We'll talk tomorrow, my friend. Good night. It's very much so long for tonight. My Jamaican people, may God bless you. And may God have mercy upon Jamaica land we love, because as what Renita Adams said to us a long time ago, with a crime going on in Jamaica, Renita Adams said that Jamaica shall pay dearly. Well, I, Jeffrey Tavares, is saying tonight that this result of this election, where 2 million Jamaicans were eligible to vote, yet is only 30.4% of Jamaicans vote, we shall pay dearly in this country. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you, Walking Divine Purpose. Thanks to all who came on. And God.
Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no food for viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long
when
as
the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people. Make we talk.
Make we talk.
When the storm comes and off the place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people. Make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark the talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk.
If we see corruption in any shape or form,
we're living in a world that on ourselves we
Jeffrey
must
Tavares
defend.
represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our